As I suspected, 32 flavors.
It. I saw that. I'm like, man, I muted myself. That's the worst part too. As I turned on the camera, I turned off my mic. I muted myself. I'm censoring myself. You could thank Gary for that one. Luckily, I didn't say much, so that was good. So, yeah, a few days ago, I hit this momentous number thingy of a 5 and a 0 and a 0 called 500. And it was glorious, and it's now happening. It's a very real thing. Glad all you human beings could join me on this fine morning. I got some human beings here who are joining me bright and early too. So it's gonna be nice. We're just gonna talk, hang out. There's no specific subject. We're just gonna enjoy the moment. That's really all we're doing. We're just gonna enjoy the moment. We'll have random topics, and I will rotate guests in and out as well. So it's gonna be glorious. It's gonna be great. And starting off, we got a few fine human beings here. We got Mr. the Nerd Father himself.
Howdy.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. So I did get Superman 78 yesterday.
Okay.
Loved it.
Yes. Awesome.
There was an awesome Richard Donner tribute on the front page.
Yes,
Or
there
the
was.
inside.
There was. And you and I, we're going to talk about this comic. And even if the guy who's waiting right now hasn't read it, well, I'm sorry, dude, but we're going to talk about this book because I got
had
Father
a whole
from
day
me.
to read it.
Right?
You had a whole day to read it.
I read it. We're good. You and I are good. We're good. We got this. Fenrir the Ice Wolf.
Congrats, bro. I mean, 500. Now that is something. I mean, most of your videos are this guy eating tons of food, and yet somehow he still looks insanely fit. I mean, either he has a deal with the devil or some kind of crazy genetics there. I don't know what. But seriously, congrats.
Thank you. That's why I dressed up today. I'm like, no, what? I'm not even gonna do the suicidal tendencies hat today. Today, I'm gonna wear the Macho Man Randy Savage shirt. And usually, I kind of like just do like the where I have it buttoned down. But this time, I buttoned up. I dressed proper for this one today.
I mean, seriously. I mean, you're even a parent with 2 kids, and you still look physically fit. I mean, that is a miracle there. That is a miracle on itself. But seriously, most parents I've met are very fat. But hey, Nerd Father, how's it doing?
Good, doing good.
Glad to finally meet you. And I gotta say, I also bought Superman 70. I also bought Superman, and it was a very great read. I enjoyed this version of Brainiac. Really wish they'd made the movie.
Oh, I know, right? So
But he's on the cover.
Yeah, always he's right on the cover. And here's the thing. Here's what I like about that book. So with the book, what really stands out for me is one, I love how it looks. Like art-wise, it's so colorful. Like this world is just popping with color. It doesn't have like muted colors. It is just pretty to look at. Like I love that. It made me so happy. And then every character, like I heard Ree's voice in my head. I heard Margot Kidder's voice in my head. I heard Gene Hackman's voice in my head. And when they came to the reveal, I heard Brainiac from Superman the Animated Series. That was the Brainiac voice I hated in my head, but everyone had their whole spiel going on with the voice. I'm like, yes, and it felt very Superman too. Like, oh my god, like just that little moment. Yes, that's it. That's that Superman. Like, oh, it felt so good to have that. I was like, and like having that moment of Clark and Lois. Oh, Father here with the splash. Yeah, no, let's show this off.
I mean, look at that art. That art is amazing.
Yeah, let me tell you, Wilfredo Torres is a great artist. The guy made some of my favorites. He's done a lot of great Flash Gordon comics too. Pretty good ones.
And the guy who wrote this would be Robert Venditti, who also did a great read on Run. Sorry, not read, Run. My caffeine's still kicking on Hawkman recently. It was a run where after Metal ended, the book kind of spawned right off from there, went 29 issues. and I loved it. And it was one of those things where I was like, wow, this story not only is very fun and entertaining, but it kind of like made the whole Hawkman origin less convoluted and
Great,
made
but
it
no
actually
spoilers,
coherent.
Nick. No
I'm not going
spoilers.
to.
I
I'm
haven't
not-
finished it. I
Oh,
haven't
you
finished
want
it
to
yet.
finish it? It's so good, and it's super heroic, super fun, and it's just insanely good. And then
I've
when I
only made
heard,
the issue 15. It is good. It is good. I'll admit it is good.
yeah,
This
so
is the kind of comic books they should be making to save the industry.
yes, and when what's it called? When I found out Robert Venditti was going to be doing the Superman 78, I'm like, you know what? Even though I've not really been reading much of modern DC, I'm gonna check this one out. Oh, that Lois Lane cover. We're gonna zoom in on you, Father. Superman's girlfriend, Lois Lane. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, but I love this one because it's who wants to marry a wife so stupid that she doesn't realize I'm Superman when I take off my Clark Kent glasses?
Hey, you can't blame it on her. You gotta admit,
Oh.
people are very
But I'll show
stupid.
the other
No
one.
one's got that too. No one's got that either.
And you can see how much I paid for this one.
Oh, I don't see a price. It's a little blurry on your side, Father.
Okay,
yeah,
$4.95.
it's pretty blurry.
Wow.
$4.95. Oh man, that is a great deal.
Hold on a sec. Mr. Brightest Day coming in hot as the first tip of the day with $5. Says 5 for 500. Thank you, Brightest Day. I appreciate that.
But then I also picked up a bunch of these last week.
Ooh,
Believe it.
is that Ripley's?
That was a Ripley's, but I also got the I picked up about 20 of these.
Boris Karloff. Okay. I can at least tell the book apart. So that's wow. You are scoring some home run issues there.
I spent
Yeah,
like
some of
the
the-
last 2 weeks.
They're getting some of the good stuff.
I know.
I mean, I picked up 20 comics in Vegas, and then I picked up 20 last week when I went to the comic book store.
Seriously, everyone got a lot of great stuff on Vegas. Man, I should have been there.
I wish you were there, Fender. I would have loved to have hang out with you. We could have. Me and Brightest
Got my
Day. And,
poster.
I mean, you're still owing me. You're still owing me a dinner. Remember that?
that's fine. I
So
have
only
no
one of
issue with
those.
that. And oh yes, hail to the Dix Division. If there's anyone in here that's Dix Division rises stronger than ever, always. Oh man, no, I'm really happy it's Superman 78, and I like that. So it's like, okay, we're gonna have a mini series. So my guess is it's gonna be just a very single, straight, coherent story. I mean, do you
Yeah.
think there could be a follow up to this? I mean, obviously it's one issue; it's very early to tell. But do you feel like this is just gonna be its own unique thing, and then that's it?
Well,
We'll see how the sales go.
the sales need to be great. I mean, they're also doing old Batman from the remember the
89,
movie?
yeah.
89,
yeah.
The
Yeah.
art in '89 was good, but
I mean, the art of that one was good, but the story doesn't really feel like it, right?
well, and,
It feels
and
very.
Bruce Wayne doesn't
Man.
look like Michael Keaton in that one.
Does he not,
Yeah,
Father?
plus the-
Really?
I mean, he
Yeah.
does, but he doesn't.
It's off. It's off.
Yeah,
Plus Robin. You know they. You know what they're gonna do with Robin? Let's be honest. We all know they're gonna do with Robin.
hold on, is it Grayson in there or is it Todd?
Well, it's a black dude. They didn't say it's which. We all know it's a black dude.
All right, hold up. Keshik and Ords. Oh, from Ords board. Yeah, oh yeah. How are you two? Nice to see you here. I saw you earlier in the chat. Congratulations on 500 subs, my friend. So happy for you with $10. Thank you. And then Lord Thoth here. Man, the Batman 89 was okay. 6 out of 10. No, that sounded kind of like what Yellow Flash would have given it because I watched his video on it, and I had a feeling that Batman book was just gonna like be okay, and like somehow like even though I've not read it myself, it just sounds like it's like I was right. And we got another guy here, Mr. Max Fell. What's up, dude? We can talk Superman 89.
There he goes with the cover.
Show it again.
Now you got
Look at this thing.
You mean
I'm about to
seriously?
show
This
you.
Superman book was a gift. I'm getting a lot of
Yes,
shit
the
on Superman
MVP
lately.
has
This was a gift.
arrived.
I'm about to show you guys my favorite panel. Hold on a sec.
Oh,
Oh, let's see.
let's see. That we looked at the
I
bottom
just-
one
The
earlier,
iconic-
but that top one, here I'll
Yeah.
zoom in on you again. Oh, look
Yeah.
at that!
The
Oh,
ripping of the shirt and the flight. You gotta see.
Ah,
Okay, seriously, the ripping of the shirt and the flight. You gotta see that was done with love.
oh man, it is. It's truly. It's like it's because so many times we get fan service where it's like, hey, remember this, or like, hey,
Yes.
just they kind of just throw it at you, and they're like,
Like a
almost
reference
like-
from those modern shows of today, like Family Guy. Meaningless.
Mhm.
exactly. It's just to say, remember this thing? Didn't you like this back in the day? But this is
Remember
this is
berries.
truly like they're taking the source material, they're gearing it towards the fans. It's great. I love it. So
Dude, right? I'm just
The
like,
other-
so we got this mini. So, what do you got, Father? Go
Oh
ahead.
no! Let me see if I can bring it up. I have it on my phone. I picked up Spider-Man's life story the annual number 1 yesterday.
Yeah,
That might be
I
a little
I
hard. The
saw
camera's,
that.
That was really good. Let me see if I can find
Was
a
it?
picture in it. Let me
Yeah,
see.
you probably should work on the camera a little bit. If the screen, it's probably gonna look a little meshy.
Oh, I'll zoom in. Let's take a chance anyway. Okay.
nice.
Yes.
I mean, I'm surprised they referred because I had the Marvel app and I pretty much read the entire Spider-Man run. So whenever they had the robot with Jameson's face on it attacking Spider-Man, I was surprised to see that in the new comic.
All right, Mr. Nerdporeal Lifeform himself, Brian, coming in hot for $5. Says, "Congrats, Nick, on the 500 Italian sub sandwiches. Can't wait to come on Toxic Tuesday for Dirty Harry if you ever choose to talk about it. Very relevant to today." And yes, Nerdporeal Lifeform, we will do it somewhere down the line. Next week we're gonna be talking Cobra with Stallone, but yes, we will definitely be talking Cobra down the line, and and we'll do Dirty Harry as well. But Cobra right now is the focus. After doing Air Force One with Quarter Black Garrett, Tom Connors, and Mad Mardigan on Tuesday night, that was a blast. By the way, for anyone who's not caught that stream, I highly urge you to watch the replay. Like, between the movie and just the four of us interlocking in a conversation, went to some ridiculous heights of comical greatness. I had a blast. That was probably one of the best Toxic Tuesday panels ever. And I didn't think, like, starting off, I think the first movie we did, I think, was Commando when I started back in late May. I didn't think it would turn this whole thing where now it's a thing people expect on Tuesdays now, which is great. It's all about, the glory days of action movies and big muscles and big guns and doing crazy things, and how exaggerated everything was. It's so shameless about it. Didn't apologize. I loved it, and we're still going today. We're not going to stop. It was only going to be a seasonal thing, but now it looks like it's going to be here for quite some time. But I think Mr. MVP's got some other books he wants to show off. Do you got anything else on you? What else?
Yeah.
What are some other finds you got this week?
Yeah, brother, I got so this one is pretty rad. But before I show off any other of the books, congratulations, man. This is
thank you.
yeah,
Thank
this
you.
is so rad. You're looking fantastic, Father. Good to see you. And Fenrir, I don't know if we've met before, but nice to meet you as well, brother.
Yeah, it's great to meet you. We haven't actually met before. This is actually the first time.
All right.
hell
Yeah, it's a
man.
pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, dude, no, thank you for having me on and congratulations again.
yeah.
Live Hundo. I was following you on Twitter and you were like 3 away, and literally like seconds later, you were like, "Oh, we hit it." You were like 497 and then 500. So
Yeah.
but yeah, man, this one was pretty rad. I heard about it like right before I walked into the comic
Ooh,
shop.
Yes. No,
And,
do share.
The artwork is absolutely, but the weird thing is that it doesn't open this way. It's a completely horizontal.
Whoa.
Let me see if, sorry, my green screen is like acting up crazy right now.
No, you're good, dude. No, dude, it looks cool.
But that
It's really
artwork
cool.
is just beautiful. Like each panel
Yeah,
looks like a painting.
Yeah, it's a beautiful art.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
there's just, I don't know, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of detail. Let's see. But yeah, dude, super interesting. I haven't actually read the story yet because I've just been looking at the art, honestly.
I can see
what book is
why. Look at it.
It's
What
and
book
it's
is
like,
that? I'm kind of curious.
it's called Echo Lands by Image. And Yeah, dude. It's on this like really nice glossy, thick paper.
Oh, I love
Um,
it. No wonder it looks so beautiful on here.
yeah. Let's see, Batman Reptilian, which is Garth
Wow.
Ennis.
Oh yeah.
Liam
Okay, is it
Sharp.
any good? Because I've been avoiding Batman stuff lately.
Dude, and I don't blame you because there are just so many Batman titles. It's impossible. to try
Exactly, and
figure
we're
out.
getting a ton more next month. Seriously, we're gonna
Yes.
be filled.
Whoa!
Even the store I
Hold
work
on.
on, we're getting tons of delivery from Batman. I don't even know how. Like we actually didn't even
Wow.
order them.
Nick's done. I don't think who
What is
tipped.
going on?
What did they tip?
How much
Nice
was
Must
it?
be good.
Let's hear it.
Rock fan for $100.
Whoa.
Ooh, now that's a sweet one.
Oh my god! Sorry, I did not see that coming. It says,
Damn.
"Congrats, buddy. Well deserved. I'm trying to get Tuesday off work so I can join you on Toxic Tuesday again." That's 70s Rock fan. I mean, you have always been welcomed on Toxic Tuesday, and as going forward, you are still always welcome. Nothing has changed then to now. I can't wait till we meet. I'm going to have to buy you the most stupidest, ridiculous, overpriced beverage of greatness, and all the bad decisions will arise from there. Thank you. 100.
Be careful there.
Jeez. Oh no!
Be careful there. If you heard his accent, you know he's a tough drinker.
Oh, I'm sure. That's what I mean. Like, I know I'm gonna have my work cut out for him. Like against that 70s Rock fan, I could tell he's probably gonna be one of those guys who's gonna be really good. So I'm to step up my game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, that is-
I think I'm calling down now. That was insane.
Awesome. That 70s Rock fan. I think that 70s Rock fan and I met on one of Foul Ball's streams. Yeah. Super, super good dude. Thank
yes,
you for
he is.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Very
A lot of knowledge
funny,
on
dude.
a lot of knowledge on sweet rock and books. You guys are fun to talk to.
Dude, just a wealth of knowledge in general. Like he was spitting
Yeah.
facts.
Oh,
that
he
night.
does.
Yeah.
It was good.
He really, he's like a total package because he spits out the facts and he's got this knowledge and he's funny, he knows how to carry a good conversation. Like when I think it was God, what panel is for Toxic Tuesday? I've done so many of them now. Like every time he's on for any movie, like, it's like he just comes in and he's just ready to he's like, shoot, aim, fire, and it's glorious. But anyways, back to comic books. That was wild. So
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hey, congrats.
Yeah, back to that. But seriously though, Batman, we
Batman
are gonna get a
Reptilian.
ton of Batman up our asses in a couple of months.
Oh, look
Tons
at
of
the
it.
back of 78. I mean, they had to check all the books that are coming out. I don't even know what it is, and I'm not going to get involved in it.
Yeah, the solicits for the next few months, all the way up until January. Like
Mhm.
they've got the Fear
Mhm.
State, because now that
That's what it was.
Yeah, now that Tinian is out and he's doing Substack, they're gonna have another guy come on. But
Joshua Williamson is doing it because
yes,
I
yeah, thank
was
you.
reading before I stopped reading a lot of the modern DC. I did read his Flash one here. I'll zoom in on your page. I did read the Flash that he did, and I stuck around to the very end. What is?
Yeah, I'm
your
not buying those. I'm not
It's
buying
like-
those.
It's all Batman, dude. It's
all
exhausting.
Batman. See, that's
Yeah,
that's
I'm
the
really-
issue. Like it almost
Yeah.
feels like they're trying to push us away from liking the character.
Exactly. It's like they're trying to drown us to hate it. Seriously.
All Batman.
All Batman.
All of
right.
it.
I want to bring up
Where's-
another good DC book, and I think Max knows which one I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Even though it's only one issue in, I'm going to bring up before I transition. Purple Valkyrie coming in with $10. Says,
Hey.
congratulations, love, a fantastic achievement, and this is just the beginning. Have a pizza on me, Purple Valkyrie. That pizza will be tonight. Thank you very much for the $10. It's gonna be a glorious pizza. I'm gonna make sure it's gonna be like four toppings worth of bacon. It's gonna be glorious.
It's instead of Odin's pepperoni, yours is just gonna be straight bacon.
Oh, dude,
Oh,
I've done it before. I've done I remember I was at a metal festival in Baltimore. I remember I called up this Domino's at 3 a.m. So you can imagine where my mindset was at 3 a.m. I'm like, I need a lot of pizza. like a lot of pizza. Like they're like, what size? I'm like just a lot of pizza, and and they're like, well, what toppings? I'm like a lot of bacon, like 4 toppings worth of bacon, and then they brought me like 3 pizzas, and they were all super loaded on bacon. And yes, I got me and a few other guys from around the area. I'm like, let's eat a bunch of pizza, and yeah, we were up to like 7 a.m. eating pizza, and alcohol was pretty real that night. But it was just glorious. I love pizza, and I love a good pizza, and I always say, like, before I get out of Illinois in 10 years, any of you guys come out to this way, I will make sure you get good pizza. That's my mission.
Well, you saw that I had the pizzeria at Uno, and
yeah, you were at Uno.
I regret going to Uno when I came back from Vegas. That was not a good thing. I don't know if you saw what happened.
No, I didn't.
Dude.
I had to drive. Uno didn't do delivery, and I was going back on keto, so I figured let's carb it up.
Yeah.
So I went to Uno, got a pizza, Chicago stuffed pizza, and I didn't see the curb when I was turning onto the highway. The car goes up and flattens the tire.
No.
So that $20 pizza turned out to be a $350 pizza.
Oh, the tragedy.
Needed 2 new tires.
Oh, see, you're gonna come out here again, and we're gonna make up for that. We're gonna redeem you.
I've been to Uno's, the original.
Yeah, okay. Downtown?
Yeah,
I love the downtown location. Yes, the downtown
location.
There's
another one just across the street from it, I think.
Uh-huh. All right. I gotta see Bryce Day's comment here. Nick, you achieved legend status with your Vegas shenanigans. Yeah, I mean, it's just like it was like one of those things where I was on my plane, I was watching that Charlie Sheen speech when they're like, aren't you like really crazy? He's like, no, I'm by winning. And so it was just like, it kind of like got me in like this mindset of hypeness. I'm like, like, I was just like,
I'm still laughing about the cigar bar.
Oh, dude.
Because you came in with this huge, and I had to smoke my cigar with my chin strap. Were you there when I had to put the chin strap on to smoke?
Yeah, with the cigar.
How stupid is that? How stupid is that?
You gotta keep the chin. They wanted his mask to look like a chin strap. The way is like, you know, in the NFL they got the chin strap on the helmet. They wanted his mask to be down while he had a cigar. Right, but the whole point of the mask is to cover the nose and mouth. He can have it down, but it's just got to cover his chin now.
I was walking around the casinos, and as long as I always had either like a cigarette or a drink, like up like this, I just didn't have my mask. And and they're like, if you're smoking, like normally they wouldn't say anything, but that's Father. I'm surprised that they had you had a chin strap.
I can't put it on Twitter because. I mean, because of being a priest and everything, I got to be careful what I put on social media. But
for
crying out loud, that was stupid.
It's like, what are you protecting? What is the mask protecting you at that point?
Anyway, with that, I'm gonna pop off. So
no, you're good. Thank you,
congrats.
Sir.
So
Appreciate
we'll do this again.
We will do this again. All right. Have a good day.
All right. Peace, Briggs.
Okay, we'll see you later.
Okay, now back to once again. So Vegas was just like the shenanigans was getting. I was feeling the energy, and it was just like I knew I was gonna see some faces who I met up with again, like Eric K, Fall Ball, Jake D, who I met previously, Manowar 665, if he's out there listening. Then I get to meet Max down here. I get to meet Brightest Day. I get to meet Kesha Queen and Ords Boring. I get to meet Drunk 3PO. I remember when I walked in the room and I saw Drunk 3PO, I thought he was like a pro wrestler because, like, you know, there are some people who come off like a little tall or maybe like, right, you could get somewhat of an idea of people's height when they're on screen. Like, Drunk 3PO just looks like, I'm like, oh, he'll probably just be like a regular sized guy like me. Also, I walk in, he's a towering presence. I'm like, holy crap, that dude looks like he could like be the Ultimate Warrior and body slam me. Like, 3PO looks, I was like, holy crap.
Okay. Nick, you've seen my face. You've seen me off screen. How exactly tall you think I am?
5'7", 5'8".
Close enough.
All right, got a good guess. All right, cool. I like it. I like it a lot. But yeah, I know we've been all talking about Vegas for weeks now. That's how good that it was. Like that we could still talk about it as a subject, and it was just so much fun.
It's like
go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say because I was talking to a couple of people afterwards, like on Instagram and Twitter and the DMs and stuff, and we all kind of had this like large consensus that it's like once you get off a roller coaster, you still have that adrenaline, you know, like your blood is still like going, you're kind of like that high is still there, and and we finished like on Sunday or Monday, and people still had to go to work like on Monday and Tuesday, but we still had this like Vegas high. And like we're missing everyone, but we're like excited of how fun it was and everything. So I still think we're riding that high of like being on that roller coaster because it was just such a cool time to like interact with people, you know. But yeah, no, your shenanigans were pretty hilarious, man. I thought you were like because you came in with comics.
I did, yes,
at the very beginning, like on Thursday, and with how everyone like welcomed you and with how your presence was received by everyone, they were like, I thought, because I hadn't met you yet, I thought that you were like comics like confidant or bodyguard or like you know, I thought that you were like just part of like the Friday Night Tights crew, and I was like, maybe I haven't seen this guy before, or maybe he's been a guest or something, because everyone was like, oh my god, Nick Weiser. So it was so rad, and I was like, I gotta meet this guy. So yeah, dude, it was very, very fun to meet you out there. It was a good time for sure. And Fenrir, you'll be out there next time for sure. So.
Right?
Yeah, I hope to
let's
make
get you
it
out of your
time.
country, dude. Let's get you out of your country so we can make that happen. He's in Africa.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, he's in Africa.
Yeah, I'm planning to actually leave next. There's actually plans to leave next year, but with all these Corona crap, the flights aren't actually going anywhere. So yeah, I'm kind of stuck here.
Well, as soon as one opens up, you know what to do. One of them's gonna open, dude, and when you do, you go Harrison Ford, you go hijack it, but except for a good cause, not the way Gary Oldman did. You do it for a good cause. You get in that plane, get into America, and the rest is going to be history. You don't think about where you live.
Get on a food coma with a ton of you guys just for the fun of it.
Eat a bunch of pizza, and you're like, okay, I don't have a home, but I got a pizza. I'll start from the pizza and just go from there. And I want to mention something with Kashik right here. Her and Ordsboard, we didn't know this until we had met all in person. These two are practically my neighbors. We are not only in the same state, we don't live far from each other. I'm not going to say the exact town or specifics, but when we were talking, I was talking about my home area because I made a reference because I live in a town that a certain movie called Groundhog Day was filmed in with Bill Murray. And then, they caught wind of that, and we were talking like, holy crap, like, I was like, you guys come out by my area. We can, get some burgers or something like that. It'll be glorious.
Dude, that is rad. Yeah, Keshi Queen and Ordsboard. I'm getting a 404 message.
I have no idea what that means. I'll have to find out what that is and see. I would say try to refresh it, Islington Girl. If not, don't worry about it. You have definitely have donated quite a bit to the channel before, but don't stress about trying to go for it constantly. Thank you, though. Oh yeah, commenting is dangerous. This last Toxic Tuesday was so freaking hilarious. You had to get that group back on again. Matt and Tom made me laugh so hard. Oh man, those two
they were getting after it.
They really and between him doing that, those two doing that, and Quarter Black, just the way he could carry a conversation as a guest, he's so good. And I'm like, wow, he does not get enough credit for how good he is on his own as a guest, because most people think of him, they think of obviously the big show he's on some big show on YouTube that we've all heard of. But man, him as his own individual, he's awesome. And yes, Mad Mardigan is stealth hilarious. Man, it's like when you catch it, it's one of those things, right? Because a lot of stuff he said, it can easily fly over your head. But when you catch it, you're like, oh my, this dude right here, it becomes one of those things. And it's just absolutely freaking funny. I can't wait to have all three of them on. Seriously, there will be a panel. I have a movie in planning for them. I think I think as long as I can get them all three together, I gotta make sure I can do it before Quarter has to start, doing his big TV show. That show. We'll see. I'm and Max. You can always come on Toxic Tuesday if you want as well. I mean, of course, if the movie is the right fit for you.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, the what was it? It was like I got lost in the translation or whatnot, but when Tom and Mad were talking about the Die Hard stars and how the first Die Hard is obviously 5 stars, but then every Die Hard after that goes down. Or like they were just trying to explain it. And,
like Fast and Furious today, pretty much. It gets worse with every new one.
Right. But the way that they were trying to explain it, I was like getting lost, but they were getting frustrated and lost too, and like no one was understanding what was going on. It was wild, man. It was super fun and funny to watch that. But
yeah, no, it was, and I thought to myself like, wow, because like I've had Matt on here now. He's been one of my constants on Toxic Tuesday. I'm like, then bringing Tom and Garrett. I'm like the 4 of us there. I'm like, we totally have we are vibing really well off each other. So it will be a thing again. Just all of you stay tuned. I don't know if it'll be sooner or later, but when it happens, it will be glorious. And yes, I have taken certain requests. I don't want to say I've taken them all because you take them all, that's a cycle. But if the movie's the right one, like next week we're going into lesser known territory with Cobra. Any of you in the chat have not watched Cobra, I would stress that you do.
Okay, Cobra the movie by Arnold by Sylvester Stallone.
Yes.
Yeah, because I've seen that one.
Oh,
it's one of my grandpa's favorites. Growing up.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's just anything with Sylvester Stallone, my gramps owned. Was a huge fan of the guy.
Yeah, I'm hoping to like eventually get into like weirder territory. Maybe do like a Chuck Norris one or a Van Damme one. Or I want to have like Fat Steven Seagal on, so we can talk a Steven Seagal one. I will only do a Steven Seagal as long as I can get Fat on. So Fat, if you're out there listening, I'm only gonna do a Steven Seagal flick if you're there. That's it. Like, full stop.
Well, there's a rumor if you make a bunch of cupcakes and put it in front of your phone, he might show up.
Oh, then I guess I gotta make some cupcakes. Wow, the Islington girl's just not a quitter, and she comes in with $5. Says, "Congrats on 500 subs. You will have an easy road to 1K, and I love your content." Well, thank you, Islington girl. A very
seriously. No one's gonna try and beat Rockstar's record there just to make him lose, just to make Nick jump around up again. Come on, somebody just try and beat that.
What happened with that 70s rock fan was a one and done, and that's fine. It doesn't need to be $100.
No, I know it's fine. I know it's fine. I just want to see. I just want to see you lose your shit again.
I bet you did. That was just wild happening. And yes, Kesha, how could you not love the Fat Steven? How can you not? How can you like that guy? I because he guy. I remember the first time we were on when Latino Slant Channel was a lot smaller. Like we're talking like maybe 200 subs. I remember when Latino Slant. Now he's like 1700. Paulie, we're doing like it was like we were doing like a story. He gave us all characters to do voiceovers. I remember it was me. I think Purple Valkyrie was there. Stone Loki, Kai, MFS was there. Fat Steven Seagal there. So I got my first impression, and we're doing. It was like a Night of the Living Dead, George R. Romero story. I can't remember exactly what, but we were doing a story, and that was my first time meeting Fat Steven, and everything he had to say was just. I think it was like a zombie or something, and of course he had to make the whole process comical. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? This guy's freaking hilarious! Like. Oh, and it's funny because when you see these people, like, they see you got like the avatar or the image. He always does like a South Park image of his character. He always like, what do they look like in real life? And all I can imagine is him looking like Steven Seagal. That's really all I can imagine. Like, it's always funny how that happens. Like, what does this guy look like in real life? I can't even imagine what a Doomcock would look like in real life. Because all I see is that big giant helmet on his head that looked like a light bulb. Oh man,
it's that was another cool thing. And of course, we're going to talk about Vegas again, but
Fine,
that was another. Yeah, that was another great thing because like you for some guys, like even like I know these guys weren't there, but like just some guy, and It's a Gundam. You kind of wonder like what these guys look like. You know, they bring such great entertainment. Like It's a Gundam is like you're laughing constantly, or just some guy he's constant. Like he can make a 5-minute video and make every word count, like every specific, like just spitting facts and like really getting into the depth of the topic. And you wonder, you're like, what do these guys look like? I don't know. It's just interesting. So Vegas was cool because you actually got to see like Manowar. Manowar looked exactly how I figured he would look.
No, right, wearing a Manowar shirt. Well, that's obviously that's Manowar 665 right there.
Yeah, I'm so happy that I never had to wonder how most of you guys look like. I mean, I've always known. You guys really don't have much of a secret identity point.
No, we
I'm the only
ourselves
one.
immediately. I've seen how you
I'm
look.
the only one. Yeah. The group knows my identity, just like everyone in the league knows Batman's identity. You guys know who I am, but everyone else doesn't. Only the people in the trust circle know.
All right.
And Brightest Day constantly tries to take my identity out there.
Wadsworth coming in with $1. Congrats on 500, Nick. Just throwing a few coins in the hat for beer money. Keep doing your thing, brother. Oh, I promise. Thank you for that $1 because that literally will probably go to a delicious beer tonight. I want to get something ridiculous. Like I want to get something that's gonna I want to feel like my veins pop out of my body. If they don't do that, then I'm not having the right beer. That's what I want. Yeah, Lord Thoughts. I know what everyone looks like. Well, yeah, you're like the Egyptian god.
Yeah, you're the Egyptian god of knowledge. Of course you know. Wait, no, you're the Canadian Egyptian god of knowledge. Emphasis on the Canadian part.
Oh, the stream's unlisted now, kid. People have to go for it. You're safe. Oh, I see Dark Shadow Logan here. Congrats, Nick, on 500. Thank you, Dark Shadow Logan. Nice to see you here. Hail, sir. Thank you. I like to think of Just Some Guy as the critical drinker of comic books. He's totally the critical drinker of comic books because, like, they understand the whole process of what makes a story, and they both
because they're true fans of the story.
They're fans of the story, and they understand character moments, they understand action, they understand visuals, and how they once again, as Max said, they make every word count. They make every word count, and you're just like, it's one of those things where you don't even have to be like know the material that well to want to watch their videos. That should speak volumes. Like I've not watched every movie the Critical Drinker has touched, but if he's doing a video on it, I'm gonna at least watch it because I want to hear his take on it because that's fantastic when you can take someone who's like, for example, I know nothing of Star Trek, which I'll admit that I'm a normie when it comes to Star Trek. It's not that I was against it or even liked it. I just never got around to my life. I'm aware of it. I'm aware of the diehard fan base. I'm aware of also the stigma of the evil Alex Kurtzman. So I feel for the Trekkies out there because if I were a Trekkie and I'm aware of what went down with that franchise, I'd be pissed too. I know how they feel because
I'm not a Trekkie, but I've seen every season, every episode. I've only stayed away from the movies and a couple of comics. But I know the pain of having everything you watched growing up, learned so much from getting destroyed by a bunch of assholes who have no idea what they are doing. I mean, it's just obvious they have no idea. I mean, look at everything they're doing. I mean, they just released a season of that stupid cartoon Lower Deck, and it is just tragedy.
Oh, I'm sure, and I have no intention of watching it.
I'm pretty sure even a mentally slowed child of the lowest grade could write better than them.
Oh, I'm sure. And that's the sad part is I'm sure he could. I like this one here from Wadsworth. Mauler used to have face cam back in his early Twitch days. Doesn't look how you expect. All I'd imagine for Mauler, I imagine him looking maybe short black hair. I mean, I could be wrong. This is just my educated guess on Mauler. Obviously he's got the accent going on. He must be like a very clean I imagine a clean shaven Brit. Black hair, clean-shaven Brit. That's my image of what Mauler would look like. Watch, I could be way off. He's got like some giant fat beard, Gandalf looking. I'm like, oh, wow, I was absolutely wrong. That's the visual image I get. It's kind of like when I read a comic book, I have like a voice I imagine in my head that's who's the character. Now, there's a certain adaptation. Like, of course, if I read Batman, I'm going to hear Kevin Conroy. That's just what I hear. I mean, do you feel the same, Max? Do you hear Kevin Conroy? Do you hear for Joker? What do you hear for Joker? Is it Mark Hamill? Do you hear Nicholson, Ledger? Where do you stand for Joker voice?
You know what? I actually hear Joaquin Phoenix.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
Because
he is an iconic one.
Yeah, let him go. I want to hear what he has to say. This is gonna go on, Max.
Yeah, because I was just gonna say, like, well, for me, I think either Mark Hamill has the best voice and acting of the Joker, but Joaquin Phoenix brought this like realism to it, where it was like you could hear the pain behind like the Joker. So like when I read it now, it comes from like a different perspective, because like when I used to read Joker, it was like the Mark Hamill, which is like more just kooky, wacky, mad, just absolutely insane. But now I read him and he's got a lot more pain behind the voice. I don't know, it's interesting. But that Joker movie, holy shit, man, that completely changed my, because I've always thought like Batman has this rogues gallery of villains, and they keep going with Joker. Like, yes, he is the Lex Luthor to Superman.
Yes, of course.
But with the amount of villains that he does have, they can pull some pretty incredible stories.
Oh my god, would they ever?
Yeah. So when they kept doing Joker stuff, I was getting a little exhausted. But then the Joker film came out with Joaquin Phoenix, and I was like, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. But
I'm just waiting on a Riddler movie or a Bane movie.
Well, we might see Riddler / Hush in the new one with gosh, I don't even remember now.
The Batman where Riddler's got that bondage outfit. So there's this bar out in Chicago by me. It's been around for like 50 years. It's called Exit. It's a legendary punk bar. And on Thursday night, they had this thing called Bondage Night. It's where like all the goths go there, the industrial types, the bondage types. And Riddler looks like he just walked out of that Exit bar. Like, that's where he looks like. When I see that, I'm like, he looks like he came from Exit. If there's anyone in the chat who's from Illinois who knows about Exit and the history of Exit, many big names have been there. Lemmy from Motorhead's been there. Some of the Pantera guys have been there as well. Like, so there have been big names. And you want to talk about, people say, oh, I know, I like dive bars. You've not been to this dive. There are dive bars, but then there's this dive bar.
Oh,
but once again, it is the diviest of the dives. Like, if you remember that Team America movie, how old do you remember Team America? You remember that song where like everyone has AIDS. That's what I feel like when I walk into Exit. I've not gone there in a long time. But anyways, back to Batman villains. You know, it would help me be interested in Batman comics, stories, whatever, which actually me and Clobbering Times, we did a panel on The Long Halloween Part 1, which actually was great, by the way, surprisingly.
It was great.
More villains than just Joker. Like,
Joker, Ivy, Calendar Man.
Villains. Calendar Man was great in it. I also love the Ventriloquist. I love the Ventriloquist. I have one of those articulate figures of him with Scarface. It's the animated series form of the figure. I love that idea of an old man and his puppet. Like, is this guy that crazy, or is this puppet really driving?
Actually alive?
Things? Yeah, is he actually alive?
Is the puppet sentient, and the puppet is the one controlling this fat, overweight, out of shape, that
was really a question that question actually went a lot in my head as a kid. Really.
See,
it was really disturbing if you think about it.
Such a good villain for a movie, you have so many good villains. You could dig deep into their psyches, and we don't do that. Like, once again, I do like the Joker, I really do, but it's just like it's like we're pretending like there's no Hush. We're pretending that there's no Court of Owls. We're pretending that there's also even Mad Hatter, or you could even do.
I mean, there's a rumor the Court's going to be the villain. The Court's also going to be on this Batman movie. There's a rumor.
If that's the rumor, that's a lot of villains, because I know we're supposed to get Riddler. We're supposed to get Penguin showing up. We're supposed to get, I don't know where Selena Kyle will be as Catwoman. She'll probably toe the line a bit. My guess, she'll be gray area in this movie. That's my guess. And now if we have the Court of Owls, it sounds like they want to take some Long Halloween influence, but do their own spin on it.
Yeah, and that might be a stupid idea because most writers they just don't. If they're not an actual fan of the story, then the spin's not going to be good.
Go ahead, Max.
Oh, I was just gonna say real quick. Looks like we got Manowar in the chat.
Oh, where is he? Ah, there he is. Manowar 665, neighbor of the beast.
Hell.
What's up, dude? Thank you again, as always. Dude, that Manowar album, man. You did good. You did very good. It's got me blasting on volume 11 in my car and just screaming. And I'm now, since I'm in like super suburbia of Illinois, people like just think I'm batshit crazy. It's like, and that's fine. I mean, if you're thinking I'm crazy, go all the way with it, man. Go all the way with it. So, Fenrir, I don't know if you saw it recently, and Max, I mean, if you saw it, then let's hear your source, because the big surprise, at least for me, is the weird, not just underperforming, but I guess you could say bombing of the Suicide Squad. Like, do you think it was that that affected it? Was it James Gunn? Was it fatigue settling in? Maybe was it?
I don't exactly
all
know.
the above.
I think it was Gunn.
Gunn. Now, here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
If you're saying if it was Gunn, here's the thing, though. Guys like us three on the panel, maybe most, if not all, in the chat, we pay attention to all these little things. We gotta remember, outside this world, there's still a bunch of normies who don't know the specifics on things. They kind of just hear about a headline and they don't, actually look into the article. And because they don't know that, they just hear things. And a lot of normies are gonna see these things and hear like, oh, I didn't know that happened with James Gunn. Like, a lot of people still don't know to this day the specifics with Gina Carano. All I'm just saying is, like, we may say it's James Gunn, but I feel like there could be something more to it than just James Gunn. I mean, could it be also the stigma maybe of having the previous movie from 2016 carrying over, or even the Birds of Prey 2? Or are people just not latching on to Margot Robbie as Quinn? There could be some factor of all the above, maybe the Delta bug. I want to know, like, what do you guys think? I'll let Max go first. What do you think caused this movie to perform the way it did?
I think
because
hold on, let Max have this one.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
I was just gonna. So I'll be really short and sweet. The Suicide Squad, the first one that came out, I think it put such a bad taste in people's mouth, and this one came out so soon afterwards that no one really had time to recover and go. Like, it came out and people were just like, another one. I think that was people's reaction to it, because and that's why no one saw it, even though it may be better, which I think it is. I don't know, but the director who did the previous Suicide Squad, the first one, he made End of Watch and Fury, which are two of my favorite films because they're soaked in realism. So much of Fury, from my military experience, I resonated with in Fury, because like a lot of that military like lifestyle was in there. And I was like, holy shit, man. Same with End of Watch, two cops. So it was based in this realism, this like really yes, Brightest Day. Fury was incredible. And so they took a brilliant director who's done some really good things in the past, but put him on a movie that should have been a James Gunn movie to start out with. So so all that being said, I think because the first one, it left a bad taste in people's mouths, and then when the second one came out, they were like,
the damage may have been done.
Yeah, which is unfortunate, but
that actually is plausible. And here's another thing. I think that is I don't know if that's the main cause, but I think that would be probably the biggest cause of it, more so than the coup, because the coup is one thing, and that's true. Yes, they are trained people not to go theaters. Sure. I would say that would be cause number 2. And the reason why I say cause number 2 is, don't forget, like, how we feel on Black Widow is not relevant. It's the fact that movie still pulled in some money. Don't forget that Last Fast and the Furious pulled in some money too. Like, people were going back to theaters, at least more than Werewolf. So we won't say everyone was like $100 million opening weekend, but there were numbers coming back in. So I think I'd say Coup would be cause number 2. And number 1 would be the 2016 movie. I would have to agree with Max. I'd say that's the number 1 cause, is the 2016 stigma. Go ahead,
Fender. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that, because if a movie is good and is presented as being good, people will go watch it. Seriously, they will risk everything to just go see something to entertain them. This movie, because of the 2016 one and all the crap it brought, plus the whole Birds of Prey movie, it kind of throw people away, made them go off. If those ones were better, it would have probably made a shit ton of money. But no, since this had connections to those, no one wanted to see. Almost no one.
Well, what was the one?
ahead, Max.
Godzilla and Kong.
Yes.
Yeah, that one came out of nowhere, and like no one cares about that franchise. Like, but they were just it just looked like a fun, action-packed. Turn your mind off, eat some fucking popcorn, whatever, and have a good time. And you saw how great of a turnout that got. So
exactly,
it actually did good. Like, even if you look at his numbers, if you look at its box office numbers, you have to consider it was in less theaters than a lot of the movies are now, and they still pulled in 100 mil just in the U.S., like North America continent alone. And the previous Godzilla movie before that, which had none of the restrictions, none of the people are ready to get back up, it didn't do much better, and they were at full capacity. So can you imagine if Godzilla versus Kong had the full capacity? It would have blown the last Godzilla movie box office numbers wise way out of the water. And Incorporeal Life Form.
Good call. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
Oh, what a flick. I mean, anything that had like anything with Denzel Washington at the very least is gonna at the least be watchable, if not good to amazing. And I love Training Day. That might be my modern movie Toxic Tuesday exception down the line. We will see. Because how do you go wrong with the man himself, Mr. Denzel? And a rare man in Hollywood nowadays with actual still integrity existing.
Oh, yes. He's one of the last few good actors in Hollywood, especially black actors, because most of them have been sellouts in the worst way possible.
Yes, and he's still awesome. Denzel is still awesome. And yes, Bryce said this is a strong candidate. I'm ahead to make this one. Sooner than later.
If you guys want another example of a movie that's going to flop hard because of pure stupidity, look at Shang-Chi.
I wonder how... this is kind of an interesting one. How bad can Shang-Chi bomb? I don't know. Like, I don't think it's going to do great. I'll start off right out, but that'll be my lead-in story.
Dude, in the reviews, all they're talking about is diversity and not even the actual plot, story, character development. Yes. So we know it's going to flop hard.
Well,
they'll just make it a shield.
True. That may be true. Here's the thing that once again, this is what separates the whole us from them thing. We're the fanboys. A lot of normies still don't look into like reviews. They just see, once again, the headlines, and if they do rarely look into like the actual article, they won't say look into it as is the movie actually good. They're not as one to question it the way you and I or Max do, or anyone in the chat. They're just gonna look at it as, okay, they're saying this movie is good because it's diverse, and they'll run away with that. That's just what a lot of normies do. Sure, you got some ones who are smarter than the average normie, but that's what's, once again, it's what separates us from them. They're not going to into it as, like, when I review, I'm like, okay, that's diverse, okay, but is the movie actually good? A lot of the average normies are going to look at it like, wow, they said it was good and diverse, and that's the big takeaway they'll have from it. They're not going to question, well, what makes that good? They're just going to say, okay, they're saying it's good and diverse. That's all they need. They're easier to sell. Now, if the normies get sick of it, they're the ones who need to get sick of it in order for all this to fail. That is not even up for a dispute. Like
100%.
Well, you need them. The Snake Eyes movie.
See, let's be fair here. G.I. Joe's movies haven't been doing so hot the last few years.
Well, but yeah, this was Snake Eyes. I mean, it was impossible for it to fail, specifically seeing that the character is literally on the mask 100% of the time and pretty much mute.
Yes.
Yet somehow they still messed it up like idiots.
Of course they
did. I mean, he was a villain.
Yeah.
Snake Eyes was the villain in all this. I mean, everything he did. I mean, you can't just... This was something made based on action figures. How could you have possibly fucked up this bad?
Well, that's what happened with He-Man. That's what happened with He-Man. He-Man, they created based off action figures. Don't forget, a lot of these things are based off of action figures. Honestly, that's fine. I don't care because...
Yes. Yes, even the cartoons were made to sell toys, which it has to be ironic. They screamed that they were evil because they were made to sell toys, yet they sent a lot of great messages. But the ones they're creating today that are meant to send messages are a pain in the ass.
I got this Spider-Man animated series figure from.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, gotta admit, the Spider-Man.
Yeah,
I love Black Cat.
Spider-Man animated series. That was based.
Yeah, I love the Black Cat from that show.
I've been recollecting those figures lately. I've been like, you know what? I had a big collection of them when I was like 7 through like 13. I'm gonna start recollecting them again. So I got Black Cat. I got Doctor Strange. Punisher recently. I'm eyeing at Doctor Strange and the Lizard next. Like I because the Lizard was my first ever Spider-Man animated series figure. It was the Lizard because I remember you squeeze the legs and the tail would whip around. And I'm like, man, that was cool. And that was when Toy Biz. What do you got? Now we got some Black Cat. Toxicity going.
Ooh, toxic.
Look at that.
So toxic.
We're being toxic. We're being toxic males tonight.
Males.
This front panel is just. Ooh. That
I love being a toxic male.
You're
it's just great.
Your action figure.
It's just
This
great.
was like your action figure just makes me go, yep. That's the Black Cat everyone wants in their comic book.
Yeah, but let me tell you, if they wanted to do a movie on the G.I. Joe universe with an Asian character who talks a lot, they could have just done Quick Kick. He was an actor, he was always talking, and he dropped references all the time, and they were cool because he was a fanatic when it comes to movies, so it makes sense. Mm-hmm. Just shows these guys don't know what they're doing. They don't know the franchise. They didn't waste the money on the action figures, the comic books, and all else like most of us did.
All right. Kasha Queen, hey, thanks for hanging out. You're here for almost a whole hour. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Have a good day, and thanks again for the exquisite cash. It will be used very wisely, and that is a promise. And my good friend here, Mr. Sir Talks a Lot, he was also a co-host alongside Culture Casino and the ever excellent Comics Division on Monday nights, yelling at parked cars, saying, "Hey, all, just popping in to say hi and congrats, 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser." That was my Sir Talks a Lot impression, which was
pretty good.
Really good. I don't know, man. He's so good at the voices. Like, on his channel, we had a whole 40-minute talk on the state of movies.
Oh wow!
And I think we did that about a month and a half ago. Talks. If you're still in the chat, when was that? That was you and I just got together. We did a pre-recording, and it was absolutely awesome. And the guy's so fun to talk with. And when you can get that man talking, it's beautiful. And I can't wait to get him to 500 and beyond. And guys like Max under me, the guys like them, they're gonna blow out of the water soon. Like I'll probably be like 700, 800, 900. They're gonna be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,000. I'm like, hey guys, what's up, man? I could live with that and feel fine because for me, when I got this channel started, I guess we're gonna go into the origin story here. This is my superhero YouTube origin story. I had known I wanted to do something for a long time. I just wasn't sure what it was. It was, God, this dates back to 5 years. I knew I wanted to be a commentator of sorts. I didn't know how, when, why. What did I want to talk about? Did I want to talk about music? Did I want to talk about pop culture? Did I want to talk about eating pizza? I don't know. Like, and then like dad life happened, and a few years passed by, and there's a little bit of having a life again. So I'm like, okay, what do I want to do? I feel like that South Park episode. What do I want to do? So I'm figuring it all out. Then I'm like, I get into guys like Young Ripa. I'm like, holy man, this guy is brilliant. I was blown away by Eric July. And then one day he did a For Candid's Sake podcast, and his guest was this guy named Nerdrotic. And I remember watching that. And of course, Gary gets into his whole story about how he owned a comic shop, yada, yada. And I remember being really interested in Gary's story and him and Eric just talking back and forth. I really liked that. And Gary's like, "Oh yeah, you're gonna be on Friday Night Tight Slayer this week." I'm thinking, "What's Friday Night Tights? That sounds like a cool name. I like that name." So of course, I sub to Nerdrotic, and I see all these faces, and it was like I unlocked Pandora's box. Because all of a sudden you see Jeremy and Ryan from Geeks and Gamers, you see Odin's Movie Blog, Comics Division, ads from Heel versus Babyface, and you're like, I was like, these voices exist out there? Like, are you kidding me? Like, whoa!
Yeah, it's an ocean of wonder.
It really was. It was shocking. It kind of freaked me out because it shows you though how good it is that these voices aren't heard, because like the internet knows how to do suppression very well. Because to unlock an Eric July video, which led me to FNT and all that, happened by a random chance. And I remember watching all these guys do their commentating and everything. I'm like, wow, you know what? That's it. I want to do a YouTube channel. And then the whole shutdown, lockdown's happening. And I'm like, you know what? With this going on, this is do or die. If I don't start a channel now, it's never going to happen. Just start it now. This is the time. People are going to get locked up in their homes. Start doing this now. No excuses. Stop putting this off. You've been talking about this for half a decade. Do it. And I started, and I remember like I would watch FNT on the TV, but I never thought about going on my phone to like go and look in a live chat. But then, I'd see the whole super chat thing. I'm like, huh. Is this where like people send money to these guys or something? And surely enough, it was. I was like, holy crap, that's really interesting. I see all these people, and I saw like the mod. I remember seeing the names Eric K and Just Another Red Shirt. And they would say hail, hail. I'm like, oh, so this must be the phrase they say around here type of thing. I'm learning the language of what's being said around here. Like, and I'm like, I just started like, hello.
Good old Viking hail. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So like this is really cool. So I just started slowly but surely start saying things. And then Gary did one of his member streams. I remember he did one on a Sunday, and I popped in. I'm like, wow, I've never done something like this before. I decided, should I do this? Like, should I try to jump in and talk to a bunch of people who I don't know? And I went for it. And the conversation started happening. And then some people remembered me, the FNT after, say, hey, you were that guy who was on the member stream. Like 4 people did. And I put it out there. I'm just like, hey, if anyone's looking to get me on a stream, I'd like to be on something. I'm looking. I just kind of put myself out there. And Jake D responded. He's the first one. Say, hey, I'll get you on. And he used to do this thing called Howling About Entertainment. And we started talking about, I think it was The Boys Season 2. I mean, Jake D, if you're out there, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what we were talking about. And we end up kind of being like a regular thing on Sunday nights. And I miss when Jake D was on air. I really do. Jake, where are you, Jake? I know you hear me. Oh, yeah, Bryce, I hear it. Jake D will return. He will. And he will. He got a good job. Life happened. And when he's back,
he will. One day he will return.
So I meet Jake. I meet Draco Argentis. I meet Matt from Fallball Productions. Which this is Matt when he had like 10 subscribers too. Yeah, I remember Matt had like 10 subscribers. I mean, Paulie, Latino Slant. And then The Mandalorian Season 2 happened. I remember Chris Knight, a.k.a. The Real Review 3000, posted. And I'm like, hey, dude, like, I know you don't know me, but if you got room on that Mandalorian panel, I'd totally like to chime in. And yeah, and then like, he's like, yeah, I'll get you on. And I was like, holy crap, that worked. The Joe Schmo here got on. And I'm getting ready to get on the panel. All of a sudden, like, I see all these other guys, Comic Chat, Anzo from Big Afford Entertainment. And all of a sudden, I see freaking Comics Division. I'm like, what the fuck? Comics Division's on here? Oh, shit. What? I wasn't ready for all this madness. What? So,
your first time was a big time.
Yeah. Oh. Eric K here with $5 says, happy 500 subs, my man. Eric K! I gotta tell you, that guy is the dude. Picked up me.
All right, then.
Picked up comics.
All right, then.
And we picked up Matt.
Hey,
What?
Hey, Nick, for a gift, I'm allowing you to pick something here. Pick one of these. I'll give it to you as a gift.
Oh,
Pick one.
zoom in.
Nice.
Zoom in. Are you sure about this? Shipping's
Yeah,
expensive.
I mean, this isn't even half of my collection. I mean, where I live, buying alcohol is like going to a freaking candy store.
Hey,
And for the record, I'm 19. Literally, it is easy as hell.
here, I'm going to zoom in on your...
I'm
on
literally
your
just a collector on this one. I'm just a collector on this one.
is,
This isn't even half of the collection.
is there whiskey?
Well, it's on the other part of the collection, but
Well, I'm on whiskey, and rum is coming in close at second. I'll do some rum.
give me a second. Give me
Okay.
a second.
No, you're good,
Let's
dude.
go with phase 2.
The Islington girl, she goes enhance.
Right, enhance.
Shit
Right?
ton
Maybe
in-
she wants alcohol too. I mean, I don't
Enhance.
blame her.
And let's be honest, most of us are probably alcoholics.
Darius,
we
Food
stand a lot of
this
shit.
live? Or are we? I'm pretty sure we're live. I got a clock.
Oh, yeah, this is
here on
live.
my top left.
This is
We are
live.
live.
we should be very live right now. If we're not, then there's something wrong with this picture.
Yeah, so pick.
Oh,
This is literally live. This is live. You see, this is live.
Oh,
This is live right now happening. This is not a lie. I'm literally telling you, pick one, and when I meet you, I'll give you the bottle.
a good rum. Pick a good rum.
There's it.
Good rum.
Okay then.
And
Yeah. Okay then.
Darius here says Nick at noon. Yes, Darius, you're saying Nick at noon, not Nick at night, but Nick at noon. Yeah, yes, yeah.
Seriously, the easiness that is to buy alcohol where I live, it is a joke. It's a joke.
Everyone-
And we don't even have alcoholism related crimes here. It is a miracle how it works.
That is very
It's a miracle.
I think everyone's just used to me being a nocturnal creature. I think that's what it is. I think everyone's just like, oh yeah, Nick, he's the guy who goes on at night because everyone just knows. Like I'm the guy who comes out at night. Like that's my Batman thing. I come out at night, the lights are off. That's
I got
what people are used to. What you got, Max?
I got a quick question for you, man. So 500 subs, big day for you. One,
Mm-hmm.
do you have anything planned either this week or this weekend to celebrate? Two, what was the property? Because you were talking about kind of your backstory, how you met the guys, how you got on Friday Night Tights, all this stuff.
Yeah.
What was the property that made you go, I gotta fucking talk about this shit? You know, like what? And then three, I know it's a lot, sorry, but
No. Go ahead.
Brightest Day asked me this question, and I thought it was brilliant. But what was the video? What was the spark that made you say, this is the thing I got to get on here, I got to start, and I got to do my video, and this is the first thing I'm going to talk about?
When I saw Young Ripa talking about like the comic books, especially like as far as like talk about things I was not really wild about, I would say definitely the comic books, because I was saying what was going on with Captain Marvel. And I was like, I'm like, there's something going on here. I can't figure it out. There's something weird. I can't put my finger on it. And I didn't know how to form a thought or opinion on it. I know that sounds pathetic, but it's true.
No, it's true.
I felt that way because, yeah, here's the thing. When I was discovering guys like Ripa and Nerd Riot, I was living directly in Chicago. And
like
it's
in the heart of the city,
the heart of the city, and it's let's just put it, I'm going to sum up the nicest way possible. It's an echo chamber of the same thought and ideology.
Bunch of NPCs fucking walking around. Yeah.
Yes, and don't get me wrong, I love the town, I love the buildings, I love the pizza, all the ethnic restaurants. Most of them are at the very least amazing, but a lot of it, there's a lack of
mental diversity,
say, like actual genuine diversity of thought.
Exactly.
And I didn't know how to. It was weird because
true diversity.
Echo chamber. You're like, man, how do I talk about this? Like, is there something I'm missing here, or am I just genuinely crazy? Like, I thought maybe there's something wrong with me. I did question
because
and
that's the way of the NPC, my friend.
Yes,
they think diversity means brown.
Yes, they
That's
do.
all.
And I was seeing this whole talk about diversity, inclusive, and I didn't know exactly what it meant. And when I would talk to people who would, I was trying to like understand how to question the ideas, because when you would ask someone, either someone would get really mad, A, or B, if they didn't get mad, they would just give you like a whole essay where it's like a word salad. It's like, okay, you just trying to toss a bunch of words at me to get me to just be confused and just nod and acknowledge. I don't know. But then I caught a Young Ripa video. I think it was called like the unique shoehorn of Captain Marvel. And then all of a sudden everything just started to click and to fall into place. I'm like, wow, that is what's going on. That is it. That makes sense. Like this is what I've been trying to like form together. Like, because I would have, once again, as I was, and I started, and I also I started to understand the pieces. The dominoes are coming to place. I'm like, wow, okay, there's this Captain Marvel character. There's clearly a narrative being built. That was number one. Number two was the non-wedding of Batman and Catwoman on Batman issue number 50 of the Tom King run.
Tom King.
Because I saw what really took me over the edge. Now, this will be probably an unpopular take, but I actually liked the early era of that run. I did. When Rebirth came out, the whole initiative came out, I loved Superman. I was enjoying The Flash. I enjoyed what I saw at Batman. There's some stuff I was like, but I overall enjoyed. Like, I Am Bane was a great story.
Mm-hmm.
But then the wedding happened. And it was weird because I remember being at the comic shop. I'm like, you know what? Something tells me this wedding's not going to happen. Even though Tom King went on late night TV saying it's going to happen. Even comic shops were bringing cake. They even got DC Comics to shipping them out wedding invites. They were all in on the promotion for this. They were all in. And then that backfired when the wedding didn't happen. It's just like, this is the embodiment of a false advertisement. I felt ripped off from Tom King, and then I couldn't believe it. And now I started like looking into the behavior of Batman acting, where he's starting to beat up on his family, like literally beating up on his family. I would go, whoa, what the hell is this? This is not Batman. And then Batman started acting different after the wedding happened. And that's when I started learning about the whole self-insert. I saw the self-insert because like Batman stopped acting like Batman. It started becoming, Batman became Tom King after issue 50. And I'm like, okay, this is not Batman anymore. This is Tom King. And I started painting the pattern because I saw Batman, I saw Mr. Miracle, and I saw The Vision. All these books were a guy and his wife. So once again, the picture is, I'm starting to like put two and two together. I'm like, he has a formula to how a story goes. And every woman in his life is super dominant. And Tom King, which is weird because he does look like he's in decent shape, like he might have some muscle to him, but he was a CIA guy, but he has like a total freaking wuss. You're like, what is going on with this guy? And then Strike.
I mean, have you been reading his Rorschach?
No, God, no. I stayed away from that. Now, Strike 3.
Good man.
Strike 3. This is the final one. So I thought, okay, maybe somehow I'm still wrong about this. This is where I realized, okay, I'm officially not crazy. Strike 3. I had heard for years about your boy Zach, but I just saw him as just some guy who is not happy with comic books online, and that was nothing. I never looked into his videos. I never like was for it or against it. It was just, to me, I knew he was out there, but I never looked into it. But I remember Mark Waid posted like some statement on Facebook saying, "Hey, I'm gonna be doing signings at this convention. There's this really dangerous man who's after me." And when you don't hear another side of the story, you look at that face value, and think, "Wow, that sounds like very scary." Like, yeah, if I were a signing at a convention, I'd want to know what the hell is going on too. Like, what's this? This is kind of freaky. And I just took Mark Waid's word for it. That's really all I did. But then I caught a video of either a video or a live stream. It was something. It showed just some guy speaking, and it showed him and Mark Waid were getting into it. And Mark Waid had called just some guy a white supremacist. And I didn't know at the time that just some guy was a black man. Mm-hmm. But then just some guy fired back at him. He's like, dude, seriously, black. And then Mark Waid was like, can I take that back? Can we start over? And just some guys like, nope. And that was the final nail in the coffin, because that's when I realized, holy crap, This guy doesn't tell people they're racist or they're white supremacist because they actually are. He literally just said that just because he pulled that out of his ass and then realized, oh shit, I just said that ignorantly, and now I got caught doing that. That's when I realized these people don't use these words. I mean, they do use these words lightly. They just think they could toss it around. It doesn't matter how they got to your conclusion of calling you that, or maybe they know in their head you're not those things, but they don't care because they know if they call you those names, those is, phobes, and ism, it's a bad name to have attached to you. They know it's bad, so they know it paints a picture of you very poorly at face value. Now I'm like, you know what? I need to start looking into these Richard Meyer videos from your boy Zach. I started hearing his side of things, Mike. Holy crap. This is why you need to understand the idea of innocent until proven guilty. This is why you need to understand why it's called Two Sides Every Story. Because I was guilty because Mark's voice is the dominant voice of perception. At one point, I didn't give Zach's voice a chance because Mark is the popular voice. So, of course, I took the popular voice. And that, it flipped my world upside down. It flipped my world upside down. But I was willing to accept that I was, possibly living this facade of people who I liked. I accepted that. Most people, when they see that shit, sometimes they double down and they're willing to embrace that lie because it makes them feel better. Even though they know it's factually incorrect, they don't care because they want to feel better. So if they're willing to live a lie because the truth hurts them and they don't want to deal with the truth. The truth hurts a lot of people, especially in the Chicago area. They don't like dealing with the truth because they actually have to face the music. I was taught how to not face the music. And I was also in a very scary relationship at the time with someone very literally physically threatening. Not talking about like mass build, but I'm talking about like we'll throw glass at you if they want to. So when you're living in this like circle of just ongoing threats, you don't know how to play defense and fight back. But once I saw those things, I'm like, I need to start saying something. And by starting saying things slowly but surely, it gave me a voice to learn how to fight back. And now I have, done the whole thing in real life as well. I now know how to play offense. And I've formed my thoughts, my arguments, my opinions. I now learn how to do research. That's why I learned stuff like Google is freaking corrupt. And that's why I started learning DuckDuckGo instead. So, yeah, there's no long story short. That's the long story, Max.
Dude, I freaking love it. Thank you. And that's why, it's so great because like then I think everyone, not just me, but like for rewatchability, people get to watch this live stream and they get to hear that story and they get to say, man, this is, maybe I feel the same way as you. Maybe I'm in an abusive relationship, or maybe I want to speak out, but I don't know how to. Yeah. So it's, oh yeah, you guys got some good pizza in Vegas.
Oh yeah, it was.
Surprisingly, yeah, my comic videos don't do that well either. I saw that.
Same thing here.
Yeah, Night's End.
Same thing here.
And then I think Culture's in here too.
Let me go look here. I was so busy talking and like I know like I there was just no way I could shorten it down as much as I wanted to. Oh, there he is. Happy 500, dude. Thank you, Culture Casino. I appreciate you, sir. Great to see you. If anything, a pleasure. Thank you.
I know this sounds kind of messed up, but it's pretty hilarious when everybody thinks you're white and then start calling you racist, but then you show that you're black and they shut the fuck up. It's hilarious
because they don't have anything to say after that. Because
this reminds me of that time I actually talked with one of the writers from Star Wars, and she thought I was a white guy because of my voice and because my name is literally Fenrir, a Nordic creature, and that I was a white. They would call me a white supremacist. Send her a photo of myself. She didn't talk with me ever again. Literally, she ignores me.
Yeah. Brightest day. I'm not trying. I'm not a liar. I just. I don't think they do well. I think because I don't know. Maybe just because I see these other guys talk about comics, which are like normie channels, and normie channels get like hundreds of thousands to millions of views, depending on what the topic is. You know, like
Mhm.
it's the history of Shang-Chi, and everyone's like, "Oh, I want to know about Shang-Chi," so that I can say I've been reading his comments since 1775, and it's like, no, that's
Yeah,
not.
damn.
You know?
Exactly. I mean, did you guys read the recent Guardians of the Galaxy where they brought that that Kree character? Well, the way they presented the character was exactly like the wiki page. Every word he said was from the exact wiki page.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It just shows they don't care about learning. They just want to say they know the character by reading wiki.
Mhm. Mhm.
Thank you, Brightest Day. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I know the Tim Drake vid has a good amount.
Mhm.
That was more of just kind of a hot take, and I think that was like a popular thing that people were like listening to at that point in time.
Yeah.
But yeah, like if say we had like, you know, all three of us right now, if we did a review of Superman 78, I don't know if it would do that well, because I don't know how many people are actually reading modern books right now, and I
Mhm.
don't know if people would even be interested in that title. I don't know, because
The numbers
I mean, you
pretty
look at
low.
you look at and you were saying something earlier, Nick, that like you were talking about how the self insert with Tom
Mhm.
King,
Yes.
and I'm not even going to cover the fact that tweet that he put out last week about degrading and just making fun of this kid who didn't have his mask on. I mean,
Which is possibly even false too. It's
dude,
possibly false.
Quite
That's the worst
possibly,
part.
because
There's
I
a
don't think it.
possibility that the incident that didn't even happen. That's the scariest
exactly.
Look,
part.
Tom King he's all word, no strength. I really don't think you'd
Right.
actually go to a guy or a kid and say that shit to him because he seems like a pussy. Really,
Yeah, and
I'm
he
sorry.
was just trying to be an alpha male,
I'm
which
sorry.
makes him even less of an alpha male. It makes him a
Mhm.
fucking asshole, because he was trying to act like an alpha male, and that's what was frustrating me.
He was
But
trying to
with
act like a man, basically,
yeah,
but he
because
forgot
he's
that a
not.
man has restraint and he has
Uh,
none.
he has a man has nobility, some
He
sort of moral code that all of our
he
superheroes
knows when
have.
understanding what is right and what is wrong. Yes, and above all, restraint to know when to
Right.
attack and when not to attack.
Look at
And that
Superman.
is something most of these guys don't.
Yeah, he like when you have absolute power, because Tom King has a lot of power in the comic book industry. His words hold a lot of weight, and with that power, you have to. I'm not going to say it comes great responsibility, but with that power that you have, you like you said, you have to know how to restrain yourself. If Superman were to sneeze, he could blow
Mhm.
the world in half. You know what I mean? Like he has to know how to restrain himself, because he knows how much strength he has. But with that same breath, the biggest self insert that I saw this week was with that dumbass Superman Son of Kal El comic,
Mhm.
and
Oh
I
my
tweeted
god,
that one out.
the one where he literally told his dad to do better, or the
Yeah,
one with the
so
gay boy. Jeez.
the
I
so the
mean,
the gay thing, I was like, whatever, man. Yes, it's gonna happen. They did it to Tim
well,
Drake.
they
They're
also
gonna do it to him. But yeah, the do better one was the one that made me the most upset, because it was like Tom Taylor. I don't know what it is with these Toms, but Tom Taylor, who wrote this one, and Wes from Thinking Critical has
Great channel.
really, he
Oh,
has a great.
we
Oh,
lost Fenrir.
oh
Come
no.
back, Fenrir, but go on.
I was just gonna say, yeah, he's got a great channel, and he has a video out that talks, like, goes over the review of it. But he says Tom Taylor is that self insert, and it's like, well, if I were Superman, I wouldn't be helping just some person on the street. I would be stopping global warming, because I'm so much more holier than Superman. And it's like, you know, the do better statement, which was coming from his son John, he
Uh-huh.
actually said, "Dad, why don't you do more?" Which is essentially just, why
Do
aren't you
better.
doing better, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, man, I saw that, and it's yeah, it really is upsetting to see someone like that just go
Mhm.
down the drain. But you know, then we get guys like Venditti who freaking know how to do it, man.
Yeah,
So
no, and I stress you, Max, if you have not read it, please read Hawkman. I know there are trades of it that exist, and if you want to be one of those guys that is a singles, like I'm pretty sure they're easy to find out there. I mean, it was
Hey,
not
boys, I got to
initially-
drop out for a second. Got to take care of a problem.
No, you're good, dude.
Okay, sounds good, man.
Yeah.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
We'll be talking. We got this conversation down. So I
Neat.
stress Hawkman because Hawkman, as I said earlier, it solves what people have called for years the Hawkman problem, whereas he has a very convoluted origin, reincarnates, and it's a lot. When you add the words of time and reincarnation, it happens. Like you're gonna easily get a convoluted story. And even Jeff Johns, who is a very celebrated like writer, even he had his like tough time writing Hawkman. But Venditti, not only did he make it make sense, I'm not gonna say how or why, but he manages to solve it in the first issue. The first issue, and you get a whole archaeology Carter Hall story, like whole few arcs of story before even some one-off issues too. So there's the big long arc, but there's even a few one-shot stories in there too, which I love stories with one-shots where it's just like you get in, you get out, and you enjoy the story. So you get a little bit of everything, and you don't get Shaira Hall, aka Hawkwoman, until much later, the later half of the run. And Janet from Another Planet, hello. I also, sorry, I did not get my first stream again. I apologize that you did not. YouTube is YouTube. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do. I did post on Twitter. It looks like a lot of people have been posting it on Twitter. So that is awesome. That is, sorry, I lost my train of thought here.
No, you're
yeah,
good, man.
it's great that people are promoting on Twitter. But yes, please read Hawkman. Went 29 issues, whether you're singles or a trade, or who knows, maybe if you want to wait a few years and hope that a big hardcover with all 29 comes out, it could happen. I don't know, but it was great, and you could read it on its own 2 feet without having to read other stories.
Yeah,
that's really all it boils down to, and you get the Justice Society.
That's right. So I actually, and I'm kicking myself now because I think I collected the first 10 issues and floppies and absolutely loved it.
Yes.
And then I think I went on deployment because the series, that Hawkman series with Venditti, really renewed my love of the character. Obviously, I think we talked about it in Vegas very briefly, but obviously he had a big role in Metal with the Nth Metal and all that stuff. But the Venditti run, was that 2019?
The run started in
2018?
June 2018. I remember.
Okay.
And then it went on till November 2020. I see Daryl the Derelict. Hello. Jake D! All hail the 33rd flavor!
What's up, man?
We were just talking about you earlier, man. And Bryce Day has returned, as I have foretold. Hey, Bryce Day, when you're right, you are most definitely right. We got another fine human being here coming in to say hello, and he can hang out here for a bit if you would like to, and I would not mind that. Mr. Darius Munchausen. Hello, sir.
Hail, Nick. Congratulations.
Thank you. Hail to you, my friend. How's your day going so far?
Just working,
Just working? Okay. Are you on break right now?
No, but I'm very good at what I do, and I'm very
Nice.
efficient, so nobody's going to notice.
Nice. Are you the best at what you do? Is this like Wolverine? Are you the best at what you do?
Snick it.
Jake, well, he did help us. Yeah, I'd say Jake and Brightest Day were probably the most handy men of the 4 dudes in our prison room playing escape room. But before we go into that story, Manowar 665, neighbor of the beast, come in with 665, saying, congrats on 500, brother. All men play on 10. Never gonna turn down again. Oh, I see what you did there, Manowar. Thank you for the 665, sir. Appreciate that. I want to highlight this comment from Jake D, because me, Matt from Fallball, Brightest Day, and Jake D, we all went to do escape room, prison style. It was us in one prison room, and there was a family in the other room. And we had to communicate with each other on how to break out of a prison room. We had all these little keys hidden around. There were clues like hiding in plain sight type of thing. You had 1 hour to get out, and it was such a fun testing of the mind type of game. And we got out with 4 minutes left. Like I felt like I was in like a game show or something like that. It reminded me a little bit of Saw, because like in Saw they had like the TV at the corner, and the TV like sees like your every move. We're trying to talk to the TV like, what do we gotta do next to get out? Help us! We need a clue. It was glorious. I didn't know what to do. I was like, oh man, how are we gonna get out? And we got out. It was amazing. Again, Darius, I would highly recommend you try out one of these rooms. If you have not done it, it's absolutely worth every penny. It's a pretty penny to spend. But I highly suggest
It sounds exciting.
Oh, it was very exciting, and it was something I want to do again. And it definitely will test you. It definitely takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. You got to really use your brain on it. You really do, because if you don't think about it, you're like, oh crap, like these little things. I can't even say anything. JT here. Oh, BS. You found your fair share of clues. I got some. Okay, if you want to call it fair share, that's up for debate. But I'll say I had my contributions. We'll say that. And yes, Janet from Another Planet. I love escape rooms too. They're just so much fun and they're badass. Like, how could you not want to do them? Like, they're just such a magical time. And Darius, when are you gonna show up to a meetup?
I took 3 vacation days that week, even though I didn't think I'd be able to go, just in case, right? And so I wasn't able to go, but I was just gonna spend all day watching the streams, right?
Yeah.
Back with Verners, and
Yeah.
but then I had personal family stuff that happened, so I ended up spending that whole week doing other stuff. But no, I did enjoy what I got to see of all the live streams, watching on Twitter, watching you guys meet up and hang out. And I was even going to make a chronological playlist for myself to see what I missed, if I missed, any of the good stuff in between. But yeah, no, it was great. I'm glad you got to go. I'm glad everyone who got to go was able to go, that everyone got to meet. I'd love to go next year.
Yeah, no, dude. I'd love to meet you. If you don't mind me asking, are you in America? Are you in another country? I never got the specifics of where you're from. If you don't mind sharing that.
Well, I mean, I'm from Detroit, right? Remember there was
I
that
did
one
not know that.
show. Well, there's that one show that I mentioned in my first concert was at Harpo's, and I think you said that you went to that show back in 2005.
God, Harpo. I know that's a legendary venue in Detroit. I don't think I've been to Harpo's. I've wanted to go there. There are shows I was supposed to go out that way, but I've not gone. It's just one of those things where it really
it was a while ago.
That. Do you remember who it was who was playing?
I think it was Mushroom Head and Dope.
I did not go to that.
You didn't go to that? Okay.
No, I did not. And I will confirm that to you for sure, because many moons ago, he may not remember me, but me and Netzel Dope, we had some issues. So yeah, the Dope singer, me and Netzel had some issues. So I'm not going to go into the specifics of that, but guy is pompous ass. We'll just say that. I do dig me some Mushroom Head though. I was supposed to see, I think it was supposed to be Hatebreed and Harpo's, and they usually, that's like their venue. That's their go-to venue whenever they do tours. It was supposed to be them with Cannibal Corpse and Unearth, and I think Hate Eternal as well. And that was 2009. And then all of a sudden, for some reason, I got denied the day. But the silver lining was I ended up going to the Milwaukee show, so I was able to go to that instead. But I've always wanted to be in Detroit because they got good pizza out that way. I had some of their pizza shipped to me down here from up there. Like, they'll have the deep freeze thing going on. And that pizza where they have like the sauce on top and the square shapes. I love Detroit style pizza. Like, I want to just go out there and eat it fresh out of the oven. I have considered that journey for pizza out that way. And Vigilante Williamson also there fellow Michigan native, Ironcaster as well. They're all Michigan boys. They tell me like, "Hey, pizza's great up there," and I want to have it. And of course, a lot of bands I love are also from Michigan. Repulsion, the Black Dahlia Murder, all Michigan's based. So it's just like, man, I'm gonna have to like spend a tour of duty in the Michigan
and don't forget,
area someday.
Battlecross.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They were on Metal Blade for a period of time. Now they are good friends with a buddy of mine from the Chicago scene named Jerome. So yeah, I remember because Battlecross did a tour with Death Angel, and they were just Death Angel, and there was a local Chicago band called Diamond Play, and they were all partying together like it was 1999. So yeah, because they also had Shannon Lucas on the drums. I remember that Shannon Lucas was on the drums. I remember for Battlecross during that first album, 2012 or 13. But I gotta ask though, Detroit Pizza, what are your thoughts on it? Does it live up to the hype? Are you into it? Are you with it?
It's not my favorite style of pizza.
Okay.
It is usually better than Little Caesars, though.
Oh, well, that's not saying a whole lot, but go ahead.
We usually refer to the hot and ready as the hot and nasty.
It's because it is. Absolutely truthful. It is the hot and nasty. Yeah, no, it is.
There's a lot of pizza in the Metro Detroit area. Like, pizza is a very popular thing to eat.
Oh, I hope so.
Because we've got all the chains. Yeah, we got Little Caesars, Pizza Hut, Domino's, lots of Domino's.
Of course,
and
drunkies love them.
We have, I don't know if you have Marco's Pizza in Chicago, but we have that.
Do not, at least to my knowledge. I could be wrong. Take what I say with a grain of salt. We could be wrong. It could be somewhere out there, and I'm just somehow missing it. But because unfortunately, I don't know every pizza place. I know the Nerdporial Lifeform mentioned much earlier in the cons. This place called Pequod's, and there's a few out here. And I do enjoy me some Pequod's. That's a solid place. They have two locations. One is in a town called Skokie, and then the other one's actually in Chicago. And Skokie also happens to be in the area where some legendary artist named Alex Ross tends to hang by. I think you guys have heard of Alex Ross. Anyone in the chat? I heard of that Alex Ross guy. He hangs out in that area. Yeah, one of my buddies.
Amazing artist.
I know he's an amazing artist. So I got a very fun story to tell you about Alex Ross. So one of my buddy, wait for it, his name is Frank Miller, this friend of mine. So and he's also he's an artist. And I used to work with this guy, Frank Miller, and we were talking. He's like, yeah, Alex Ross is the biggest influence on my art style. So, then one day he told me a story. He's like, yeah, I was with my boy, and we were at a restaurant, and we saw Alex Ross there. And he said he went up to him and said, hey, are you Alex Ross? And Alex said, oh, I'm sorry. I think you got the wrong guy. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. Your press pass on your leg says you're Alex Ross. And then Alex conceded. Alex conceded that was him. And then all of a sudden, Alex is like, "Oh, you can just call me Alex." And then they talked for a few minutes. He actually signed his Kingdom Come book. So yeah, and my buddy Frank Miller, he refers to himself as a Frank Miller because
part
because
of the multiverse.
Yeah, right. he's obviously aware of the Frank Miller. He's aware of the Frank Miller, so he since he knows that to him he's just another Frank Miller. It's just so funny that Frank Miller, I could say in a sense, Frank Miller got an autograph from Alex Ross, and most people would not understand the context of that situation. Like what?
The Frank Miller that got banned from that stupid freaking con that no one's ever heard of. That literally people were probably going for it just for him. Yeah, that Frank Miller.
Yeah, that Frank guy. Like it. Now we're calling him that Frank Miller.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's because of his comic book from like 2003, right?
Holy Terror.
Yeah, Holy Terror.
We had it in Vegas. We were actually looking at it in Vegas.
I saw someone brought that. Who brought that? Do you know who brought that?
It was at the table on Saturday, and I don't know who brought it, but I just remember like Quarter Black looking through it, and I was just like, I mean, maybe I'm biased, but like I was like, yeah, it's not this greatest work, but like it doesn't mean that he should be banned from something for this. I know way worse stuff that should be banned, but
Yeah, that's
yeah.
another statement. That's the thing, though. This is once again why I always say it always boils down to perception.
Mhm.
When your way of thinking or ideology, whatever you want to call it, is the idea that's in charge, you automatically get a hold of the connections. You get to control what people can or can't say, can or can't do. And because the people on that panel are the way they are, that are not like Frank Miller, they get the power over Frank Miller, even guys like him, because that way of thought is the current way that controls the masses. And that's shows you like no one is off limits to these people. No one. They know no limits, even though they'll claim all the integrity in the world. It's like, yeah, you can say it all you want, but we'll watch your actions play out 20 minutes later and watch you contradict yourself a few minutes, a few moments later. I'm getting all way too juiced up here on my rock star. It's just funny how time is the ultimate deciding factor to watch these people show off their flaws and inconsistencies. And the worst part about
They're
it
like
is,
shooting themselves in the leg over and over again.
well, they
It's
do
always
that.
funny.
It's their own self-suicide, and they don't care if they're inconsistent. A lot of people always like call them out for it, which it's true, and they're right for doing that. But we got to realize these people don't care if they're inconsistent, because it's not about being inconsistent. It's about what benefits the argument at that given moment. That's why they don't care if they contradict themselves. It's once again, there's no rules. They'll act like there's rules. There's no limits. They'll change the rules to adjust to according to the situation at that given moment, and then revert them if they must. And they're good at playing the compassion game. They love to play the compassion, and that's why Kerry Smith said it best. If you want to strike a nerve with them, you gotta go by way of emotion, and that's true. And I use that when I was trying to explain to people at a place I tend to go around to near Chicago why I don't have an interest in the What If show. And I'm glad I used the logic or lack thereof in emotion. I knew they were huge on the MCU, and they're still latching on to like stuff like Black Widow. And I've mentioned how like they're so invested. I'm like, well, look at the continuity that they're starting to destroy now. I'm like, have you not pieced together like the first 2 episodes of What If are just saying, here are these swap versions of characters where they're better in every way, and we're just gonna do whatever we want, and that kind of defeats the moments of heroism that these characters had in like phase 1 or 2, some even 3. You find something someone's passionate about that has an opposing view. You could find that thing that they're passionate about, use that to their emotions. Use facts, but that's what gets to them emotionally. You got to find out what they're emotionally attached to.
Facts are their kryptonite. It's their greatest enemies.
Yeah, but there's a way facts work, but there's also many ways facts also fail. Because once again, these people don't come to this place of logic by facts. They came to it because they are persuaded by emotion. And once again, because the voices are considered the right voices are there, they buy into it by default.
Right,
There's no questioning it. That's why people are afraid of being a leader.
Yeah.
It's easier to be led than to do the leading yourself.
Your fact might be correct, but they'll still just dismiss it as your opinion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they still will. Oh, yeah. That's why you got to use the right facts that get to them emotionally. If you use the right facts that get the emotion, then you might actually have something, because then you might actually have something that gets their attention. You want to get their attention. If you use the facts that get to them emotionally, that's what you want to get. You got to get both. Both is very essential.
But very few times I feel like I don't know. It feels like they don't want to have that conversation. Like even
not have it.
Yeah, like no matter if it's facts, if it's emotion, like I could come from a place of a lot of compassion and humility,
Yes.
and just say, hey, I'd love to listen to you and to your opinions or whatnot.
Yes.
It still would not matter, because a lot of now there are some that will, because I don't want to put, like they put all of comic skaters into like they're all this,
Yes, they do.
So I don't want to do that to them, because I know there are some people that are willing to listen.
Uh-huh.
But the ones that don't want to listen are normally the ones that have some sort of mental illness, that
instability,
right, that precludes them from actually wanting to have the conversation. And that's what's difficult, because if like like for me, say I get back from deployment and I know I got to deal with some shit, you know, with family or with the Marines or with, you know, this or that. I know that's something I have to take care of. But for them, they don't want to. They have. I think Carrie Smith also talked about. They have no self-reflection. They can know. They can't look at themselves and actually ask themselves the difficult questions. So when they can't do that, they're not willing to have a conversation, and so that's what's really difficult. Because you could come at them with facts, with emotion, with whatever, and they'll just still call you whatever. So, but yeah, I've never. Yeah.
You're right though. Here's the thing: a lot of people, when they're trained that way, you gotta understand, because they're so emotionally attached to what they think. Once again, they're willing to hang on to a lie because it makes them feel better, because the truth hurts them, because the idea that what's it called? Sorry, just lost my train of thought here. With the truth, it messes with their head, because like, holy crap, could I be living a lie? They don't want to entertain that thought that they might be being played, because it can mess with one's psyche, because they've been already psychologically trained to do one other thing, and the idea that what they're doing the entire time is getting played, it's a hard thought to process. And I was guilty of that to an extent. I really was. Like, I was never an extreme, I guess you could say, leftist, but I guess you could say I was somewhere like centrist to apolitical, and I learned how monstrous people get over like wanting your view or the highway. But I had to, like, at one point I thought maybe these people who are considered alt-right, who really aren't alt-right, are they villainous? But then of course I mentioned the story earlier. You got to really like train yourself or retrain yourself. I hate saying the word re-educate, but it really is a re-education. You got to like look and challenge your own mind, because if you don't, then you'll never understand two sides of every side. That's why they try to destroy the idea of two sides. That's why they try to destroy the conversation. That's why they try to do suppression, like, because they have all those little advantages in every institution possible, via big tech, via media, via Hollywood, because that's the only voice that gets heard. And like, or even in education, because like a kid can come home from a school that's doing all this indoctrinating. If they go home, they put on TV and they hear like a celebrity talk and they're preaching the same idea, all they're going to hear is that echo chamber of thought. So when they hear a different thought, it's foreign to them. It's foreign language, because all they hear is the same idea all day. And yeah, I get that to a degree, because you're like, wow, this is all I know.
I believe these people are mostly like this because I honestly think a lot of them never had a form of well, they were never confronted in their entire lives. Confrontation, ever. That's why they're always like this. So open with their emotion and talk.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times in life, you become saner when people tell you no. I mean, it hurts, but it is a good thing that people tell you no. Because it shows you psychologically there are limits to what you can get. These people never got that. So they don't believe there's limits.
Right. And they hide behind their opinion as if it can never be wrong, and they don't need to explain it. You know, and you know, and I can,
for example, one of them could scream at you. So one of them can say, brown cows are the ones that make chocolate milk. And you'd ask, okay, give me the evidence. They wouldn't give you anything. They'll just keep saying it over and over again. So it becomes reality for them.
Well, yeah. I mean, once again, they're willing to live with a lie because they're invested in that lie. The idea that something can come on challenge. Yeah, they're invested in the lie. And that lie makes them feel better, because what makes them feel better versus the truth that hurts them. They don't want to learn to have a backbone, because conditioning is a real thing. It's a very real thing. And obviously we're seeing it playing out, and many are things that I don't want to get into, but you do see the pattern. You see where the picture is painting. It's not an overnight process to get people to understand. It's not an overnight process. It could take several weeks to several months. And for me, I was a 7-month process. When finding about a guy like Young Ripa to Friday Night Tights to Just Some Guy, that was probably overall maybe like a 6 to 7 month process, I'd say. That was that, and even my younger brothers, they live like half hour away from me. They actually had this stuff down and locked before I did, by like years before me. My younger brother, one of them, he was in the military, and the other one, he's in grad school for being a lawyer, for law and all that. And he tells me all the time, like the teachers that he deals with are very activist based, and he's caught his teachers trying to slant answers and facts to opinions. And he said him and other students in these class called the teacher out on it, or the professor in this case, and apparently the teacher or professor gets mad, which is hilarious. That at least I know, like somewhere out there are sane kids in the colleges who are calling out these teachers for doing that, because we don't hear those stories often. We just usually hear complicit students.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Eric
very
Weinstein
refreshing.
got fired for calling it out, and he was a professor.
Yeah, it's nice to hear that there are students who are out there firing back.
Yeah, I mean, it's best, and I'm just saying this, it is best that parents now start telling their kids that if there is a chance and they start hearing the teacher say some crazy stuff, them to start recording it with their phones, if possible, just voice. Because it could actually help, because you never know what kids are learning.
Oh, yeah.
So it's best that they start giving that tip.
Yeah, and that's even with cartoons. You even got to watch out with cartoons. Like, I was hearing people, like parents say, "Oh man, there's issues with the new She-Ra cartoon." I was like, "Are you freaking kidding me? She-Ra too?" Like, once again, it's just the lack of respect for anything. And now you got to drag kids involved. Now you got to drag kids involved with She-Ra.
Yeah, let's be honest. The new She-Ra one had a lot of problems. They were promoting violence, pretty much incest, that abuse is not actual abuse, that they're just misunderstood. And let's be honest, that whole show had a lot of problems.
Well, that
might depend on who's committing the abuse.
But one, I'm going to go into something great about this. However, when I caught on to the show being, what it is with the wokeness and all.
Oh, look at that. Fat Stevens in the chat. You didn't even have to make the cupcakes.
Here's the thing. What's great, though. I caught on to another cartoon that is great, and I don't have to worry about this message. And the people involved with the show actually, they fired back. It's a certain little show called Bluey. It's one of those shows where when you watch the animation, it's clearly designed for children to watch it. But holy crap, dude, is it super heartfelt. It's a family of dogs, mom, dad, son, and daughter. And the show is actually really funny. There's even like certain like humorous moments, like how like in like Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry cartoons like that, there are moments created for the adults to understand. Like, oh, that's funny. I got that. For the kids gonna fly the head, but for the adults, like, oh, that's funny. Bluey has lots of those moments, and they were called out about a year ago, maybe 8-9 months ago, saying, "Oh, their show's not diverse enough."
9 months ago. It was 9 months.
Okay, they're called for not being diverse enough, and
for not having gay dogs, paraplegic dogs, and black dogs, whatever the hell that is.
Yeah, and they whoever works on a show said this is a TV show on a family of dogs with different colors already, and that was the end of it. They fired back, and it was glorious. I'm like, I'm gonna keep the show running on the TV all day. Just
I'll admit it.
Respect for that.
Bluey is a good show. I'll admit it. I even watch it sometimes with my little sister. Sometimes I watch it alone. It's really good.
Right? Dude, my girlfriend, I've come home, my girlfriend's watched it. She's like, it's so heartfelt. It's so heartfelt. It really is. As Zach's here, they're not diverse enough. It's with dogs, right? Yeah, it is a good show. Like, it's like my week this week, as far as shows go, has been Bluey.
I really wonder, what would a Chinese dog be to these people if they were going for diverse dogs?
I don't know. But Bluey and Primal. Bluey and Primal. You want to talk about the diverse, literally, dare I say, diverse, opposite ends of the spectrum. Bluey and freaking Primal, which we finished Primal last night. Oh, Genndy Tartakovsky's Primal. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, everything Tartakovsky makes and touches is just gold. You can't argue with that.
I watched the first episode of Primal because you and Quarter Black were talking about it.
Yes.
I felt more emotion in the 20 minutes of that first episode with the mom, dinosaur, and like I won't try and spoil anything, but
Yeah.
him losing his, something very special to him, and then seeing the dinosaur losing something special to her, and then
His
them
wife
kind
and
of
kids.
coming together. Yeah, and I'm like, the trilogy or the sequel trilogy has nothing on this first episode in 20 minutes of Primal. Like, for me at least, I don't know.
No, I
high bar
felt
to
it too,
beat.
Max. Max,
Yeah.
I
Dude, that's not a high
felt
bar to beat.
that
You know that.
episode. Like,
that's true. That's not. Yeah.
let's not
I
spoil
mean, two
all for-
hobos fighting. Two hobos fighting in the middle of the street can beat the sequel trilogy.
Yeah.
But
It's more
back-
more entertaining.
Back on Primal, Darius,
Mhm.
please watch Primal if you haven't. Like, well, let's not spoil it for him or anyone in chat. Please watch Primal. Like, it's crazy because not only is this show crazy good, we finished it
Plus, if
last
you're a fan
night.
of Dexter's Laboratory, there's a pretty good hint on one of the publicities that you're gonna love.
It's fantastic. It's a great show. It's heartfelt. The animation is beautiful. And it conveys so much emotion. I won't say how. I don't even want to spoil the how. I refuse to spoil the how. So Max and Fenrir, don't say a word. But
Yeah, but that
you
end,
can both agree.
But the end
You
of
can
the
agree.
season,
You
one
can
day you and me,
agree.
Nick, are gonna have to talk about the end of the season because that brings some questions there. Where exactly are they?
We can't talk about it here and right now, but we can talk about at least how great it is. We will at least do that. And
it is
Zach's
great.
here.
Great animation, great spirit.
Mhm.
It's great.
Can
Tartakovsky is
anyone?
the master of doing something that without talking.
Yeah. You just said it. I said don't ruin it. Don't ruin
I
it.
knew about that part.
Okay. Well, for anyone in the chat, I'm being considerate here. But anyways, moving on from Primal. This comment right here: The Witcher anime on Netflix is really good, according to Sir Zax of the Zax.
Well, it's just a movie, but
Okay, but hey, if it's good and it's animation, I want to know about it.
I can see it, but I have
honestly,
heard it's better
I've
than
been
the series.
I've been avoiding it because Professor Geek has given us some comments on that, and
Mhm.
not saying that I'm falling, but he's right about a lot of things. Specifically, if we succumb to this, we're probably opening ourselves we're just helping the problem. But I've seen about 20 minutes of it, and the animation's okay.
Mhm.
Story feels a bit too fast-paced, but it's okay.
Oh, Mad Mardigan here. Just woke up. Congrats on 500, Nick. I watched Primal after Garrett recommended the other night, and it lives up to that. Oh, Mad. That's saying a lot because Mad here is not a fan of animation. So when Mad Mardigan is not a fan,
How can he not be a fan of animation?
we'll let him keep to his opinion. But the fact that he's into it should speak all the volumes. And guys, I think our panel got a little heavier. I feel like we added on some fat here. So I apologize for the weight gain in advance. Mr. Fat Steven Seagal here. Dude, I feel the sound just got a bit heavier. How are you, sir?
I'm my screen's too small.
Hey, how's it going, Steven?
What's up, Fat Steven?
How's it going, man?
Hello, I can't get my whole body in the camera.
All right. I don't know if it's just me, and you guys can tell me if I'm sane or just crazy, but on my headphones, I can only hear Fat on one headphone.
It's
Yeah,
only
that
coming
too.
through.
So we're all
Same thing, same exact thing,
What
just
the hell
one-sided.
is going on? It's not supposed to do that. Hold on. let me just-
It's still
Oh, there
funny.
we go. There we go. Yeah. It's like everyone's talking in this ear, and then just Steven's right here. Just
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you, but it's just coming through one.
We can hear you, but it's just
Yeah.
one side.
It's clear. I'll give you. It's
Yeah.
clear. It's
I
just.
don't
It's
care about
come out
clear.
one
I
ear.
want to be fat in both ears. What is
All right, we'll let you solve that. Mr. Zax here with $5 says, "Congratulations on hitting 500. Next up, 1K. Cowabunga, it is, Zax. I will get to 1K, and that is the mission. Thank you for your $5, sir."
So earlier, you guys were
Is
talking
that
about.
better?
No,
Fuck.
No, it's not in it.
but you can hang around. We'll
Yeah,
persevere.
you're good. I know earlier you guys were talking about obviously we're talking about animation, but like kids shows and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I recently watched a video by Comics by Perch, and he was talking about
love Perch.
He's incredible. And so there was one where he was talking about they just released a comic that has the Disney Marvel's Avengers, and they're fighting MODOK to help persuade kids to get the poke.
Oh, I heard about that.
I heard about that one. That's messed up. That is actual propaganda.
So that was my thing. Is like, so I'm watching the video and I'm laughing. I'm going, this is ridiculous, because no one's wearing a mask, or some people are, some people aren't. I'm just laughing. But then I started to think about it, and I was like, wait, this is terrifying. Because as a kid, if I were a kid, I remember watching Blade when I was a kid, and he's dropping F-bombs and stuff. So naturally, as a kid, I start doing that. I want a sword. I want to start dropping F-bombs and stuff.
Yeah.
And so reading this comic, you would obviously think, oh, shoot, these kids legit are just going to follow whatever this thing says. If Captain America says get the poke, you're going to get the poke.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that because it's in a comic, and not a lot of kids today are reading comic books.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
This is interesting.
This is today. We were just in that. And you want to know what you do for spending 20 minutes in the Washington, D.C. Time Magazine collaboration? You get a simple spray that just says D.C. and the year 63. Not an emote, nothing like that. And you're forcing kids to do these things, but you're not teaching them to learn anything. And people are making a mockery of this. It's literally like a pandering to Martin Luther King.
Oh, yeah. No, that's obvious. Wow.
Oh,
Fortnite's
absolutely.
not safe either, because of course they're not. Sorry to hear, Fat, because I know you love Fortnite.
Oh, we went in off stream to take a look.
I mean, I've never got into it. And I'm literally the target audience.
I don't think you're a target audience of anything.
You don't know that.
I do know that. I'm Steven Seagal. I write the best scripts ever. And I shit myself.
Fat, I missed you on here. Thank you for coming
Is
on.
my audio fixed?
Actually,
Gotta admit, I also missed him a bit.
All right. Well, I want to say, first of all, congratulations, Nick, for putting up with Fenrir and 500 subs. MVP, it's nice
Jackass.
to meet you, sir. I
Nice to
can't
meet you,
speak
brother.
your jackass at all. I mean, weirdo. Darius, always a pleasure to see Robo Cowboy. Bob,
Thank you. The pleasure is mine.
take your pants off and I'll show you your pleasure.
Oh my!
Not that kind of pleasure. It's more like crying and pointing, going, yours is bigger.
It's pleasure by proxy.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Like
man.
syphilis.
Fat, I gotta have you on for Toxic Tuesday. How's this not happened sooner? All summer long, I've not had you on for a movie. I know you usually do your comic book roundtable, but at least I start at 9, so maybe I can at least get you on for one movie somewhere down the line. Oh, there he is.
I pressed leave studio instead of pressing the app.
You didn't hear all those compliments he just gave you?
No, I heard a lot of bullshit from Fenrir. That's about it. I heard him earlier because Amber clipped it, right? He's like, all you got to do is make cupcakes. I'm like, are you fat oppressing me right now with my appetite?
Oh, come on. Would you not come running if you smelled a couple of cupcakes?
I
you
don't
were in
run. I don't run. It smells like burnt bacon.
it?
Oh my god! I'm so glad you come here. But no, Fat, I want to have you on, with if possible, within the next month for a Steven Seagal flick. I will bump that shit to have you on.
All you gotta do is DM.
All right, good.
With anyone, just DM me.
Yeah, you guys
if
should
I
do
can
my
make
shit.
it, I'll make it.
What's your Steven Seagal movie? I'll let you even pick the movie.
Oh, it'd have to be Under Siege, bro, because now we're getting nudity and we're getting cake and we're getting nudity and then cake and then Steven Seagal.
Okay, we're gonna do an Under Siege panel within
Tommy
the
Lee
next month.
Jones, bro. Tommy Lee Jones, and I think Gary Busey is in that one.
Okay, we'll do it. That'll be a Toxic Tuesday movie. I'll figure out which Tuesday I want to slide it in. No pun intended. And we're gonna go in dry. It's be a glorious night of talking Steven Seagal with the fat Steven.
Wait. You said slide it in, no pun intended, and then we're gonna go dry.
Oh, crazy.
Dude, this is gonna be glorious. Like to me, it's like it's complete when I have Fat Steven on to talk about Steven.
Yeah.
That's the only. This is the only
I
way.
need a go boost.
Yes,
The Fat speaking about the Seagal. That should be funny for a couple of hours.
dude. What?
I will go ho ho on a bitch.
See, you just have that around.
What the?
These are great, man.
Creepy thing is, I got no arms or legs. I can't get away from this shit.
Is that the one from Fortnite?
No, I hate that one. That looks like he's wearing Snowball's suit. I hate that one.
He's got the robot suit.
Yeah, and you just see his legs dangling like he's paraplegic.
Your
It's really
eyebrow
weird.
moving. It's so weird.
I'm having that weird kind of stroke right now.
his eyes like blink like one blinks and then the other one blinks. It, like it's
Yeah.
insane kind of, which is great.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh.
do you have a Meeseeks on there?
No, I don't. Hey, Fenrir.
Okay, you got a Jerry
Hey,
there.
Fenrir. I'm watching you.
What? You're drunk.
Watching
Oh,
you.
great.
I'm watching you.
Fantastic, buddy. Fantastic.
I don't remember what
Yeah.
Seagal movie he kills people with a credit card.
Who cares?
I don't know which one it is, but we're okay. Under Siege, it's gonna be glorious. It's gonna be fucking glorious. Like I'm gonna.
No, you should review. You should review that episode of South Park where Seagal shows up.
Safe Space.
Yeah, it was a pretty good one.
Well, see, it's just episodic. I mean, I don't really do much episodic like reviews much more. Like, let's put it this way: if Primal came out today, I would do it. Like when I started my channel, that was a very big thing I was doing. Like I was covering episode by episode of The Boys and The Mandalorian, and I just, over time, I'm like, you know what? I'm just not really feeling it with these shows. Like I love it when certain people do it. Like I'll watch, like, if the Critical Drinker covers something, I'm all in on it. Or I'll watch Nerdrotic talk about it. But for me, it's just like I gotta be really into it, or someone's gotta like really strike at me emotionally via positive or negative to want to talk about it. Like if there's like, I love The Last Ronin. I'll cover that issue by issue. We'll do our Friday Night Comic Talk panel where we've covered that comic issue by issue, which I know number 4 will come out in 2 weeks or something. We'll be talking about that book then, and I can't wait to talk about The Last Ronin number 4. I know Fenrir, we've been talking about it. We even had Ben Bishop.
Oh, yeah.
He was one of the 3 artists who's been on the book. He was listening into our panel when he covered issue number 2. He was
Oh man,
listening
that was
in.
so cool when he answered that.
Right? Oh man, that was wild. So he's the
Yeah,
guy.
I mean,
I'm trying to think what art. What,
Hey,
what's that?
Bruce. Hope you're doing better. I had a quick question, though. Actually, Fenrir, this is for you, bro. I've actually started a new comic book. I'm going to go through Indiegogo. It's called When Will Fenrir Be Funny? And it's going to be a 5-part series.
Aw.
great, fantastic. Good to know you waste that. Good to know you waste part of your time of life and day just thinking about me. Good to know
Usually on a bed of cheese sticks,
that. Yeah.
like George
Okay.
Costanza.
What's up, Bruce
Okay.
Lombardo? Welcome. You came in a great time. And Rob Alta's here. 100% Nick, I just lost interest in most new TV movies and TV shows. And that's why, man, I hail Quarter Black Garrett for it, because he said watch Primal. And he mentioned Genndy Tartakovsky, who still has it, by the way. Guy's in his 50s. And he still got it, man.
Yes. Primal is good. I've seen a couple episodes. I think it was on Adult Swim, I believe.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
still got
like,
it. He still
It's
got
brilliant.
it. It's fucking good, dude.
It's
So
like the
Ro-
Charlie Chaplin of animated stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's very audio, not so much what's the word? Conversational.
Mm-hmm.
Dialogue.
That's it. Dialogue. Thank you.
We don't want to spoil it for the chat, but yes, watch Primal, people. I will not shut up about why you just need to watch it. It's
Seriously,
Glorious.
there's a lot of great stuff on that prehistoric world.
Oh,
Or
hey
is it?
here. This
Or
comment
is
here
it?
from Bruce Lombardo of the Dix Division. Hail to the Dix Division. Hey, everyone. Just had some good news from the doctor. Hopefully, I'll be out in a week. Woo! Hell yeah. Go, Bruce. Yes, that's what we like hearing.
Do I have any thoughts on Titans?
Here's my thought.
No.
Seasons 1 was terrible. Season 2, I liked Deathstroke early on, especially since he did a whole episode where he kept the suit on. I thought that was cool. But other than that, it sucks. That's just I know. I'm sorry if you like it, but
And season 3 ain't no better from what I'm hearing.
Grayson does not act like Dick Grayson. He acts like Bruce Lombardo. I'm sorry, not Bruce Lombardo.
Yeah, you know, this is
acts
something
like
that annoys
Bruce
me.
Lombardo.
This is something that annoys me. No, this
He
is
acts
something
like
that annoys me.
Bruce Wayne
I
as
always
Bruce
thought
Grayson.
Dick Grayson was more like Spider-Man personality-wise.
I
more
like
like
to think he's
Spider-Man.
Wally West or Barry Allen and mixed with Clark Kent. Because the whole Nightwing thing is the whole eternally reborn to start anew. Because he was more influenced by Superman as a person. And they make him act like Batman. And thank you, Bruce. Guys, we got another awesome gentleman here coming on the panel.
I have a
and
question.
yeah.
Is it true that Bruce Lombardo was supposed to marry Catwoman at one point in the comics?
I don't think Bruce Lombardo would complain about marrying Catwoman.
If the Catwoman looks like Tom King, he would.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
you're
let's
good.
all be real. Tom King inserted himself as Batman as the cuck.
No.
in this situation.
Do I have to bust out my cards? No, I will bust this out while you invite your guest.
All right. We got another guy coming on here, and he, like Jake D, like Latino Slant, he's another guy who brought me onto a stream when I was really just absolutely a Joe Schmo fucking nobody, and I'm grateful to him, and we have talked every week, whether it's via stream or message. Ladies and gentlemen, it's clobbering times!
Woo! Hey, buddy.
Woo!
All right.
President of the month.
Oh, I smell
Dang.
cabbage.
Hey,
Clobbering time.
How you doing, Clobbering?
hey there.
There you go.
Nick,
We got
Nicholas. Congrats, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
On 500,
It's a-
man.
It's an honor, and dude, you were one of the first that gave me a voice to get on, and I enjoy talking to you every week. We have like an endless conversation that just keeps on going about the stuff that we're
Yeah.
into, and you and I usually we cover it mostly. I guess we could say mostly positive, but every now and then there's something that gets to us passionately that's not good. We'll talk about it then, just to like I guess you could say air out our grievances, but whether it's mostly positive and the occasional negative, we always have a great conversation together. And I'm always grateful for your time, whether it's the Global Geek Gang or talking the Long Halloween. We always have a good conversation, Clobbering. And I want to say thank you for your time and how much you've given me a voice. And I try to always do the same for you in return.
Well, I appreciate that, brother. I always appreciate when you have me on. It's an honor. You're a gentleman and a scholar, and I really appreciate you, man. And yeah, but well, look, we'll beat up on something when we have to, man. And like last night, Loki and I, we tore the crap out of something. It was called Catwoman: The Long Halloween Part 2, actually. Yeah. Hey there, Janet.
Janet. Yes.
Now, you were saying before MVP?
Yes. Oh no, I was just because we had actually Nick and I were talking about it earlier, and I think Fenrir was here as well at the time. We were just talking about self-inserts and how of course Tom King is self-inserting himself in all his comics, whether it's
MVP.
I want to be
MVP. If you want a perfect self-insertion of Tom King, read his Adam Strange run. He just shows what he is there.
I think Max has a point he's trying to make. Let's let him lay it out.
Oh, and I was just gonna say, because then we saw it again now, not just with Tom King, but Tom Taylor with the new Superman Son of Kal-El, and that was a big thing. So, and of course Mariko Tamaki, like in I'm Not Starfire. these self inserts are just absolute pandering, and it's so that's what I was saying earlier about the whole wedding
absolutely.
scenario. But I was just making a joke earlier, whatnot. So.
I wasn't. Tom King literally inserted himself as Catwoman. He wanted to get pegged by Bruce.
Don't forget Adam Strange too, where he
His
literally
Batwing.
depicted his wife banging a black dude,
No, hold
trying to
on,
bang a
hold on.
black dude.
Alana
that's pretty
Strange was
Alana,
Yes,
oh yeah,
she tried-
Alana
She
Strange.
tried to bang Mr. Terrific.
And did they bad dad Mr. Terrific of all people? I heard they
Yeah.
bad dadded him. I've
Yeah,
not read
they did
it.
that.
I heard that they bad dadded him.
There
Yeah.
you go. There's DC Nation right there.
Oh,
isn't,
hey.
isn't that special?
Steve Mitchum, thanks for dropping by, dude. Appreciate
Yo.
you.
Yo, buddy.
By the way, Clobbering Times, it is a
Yes, sir.
absolute pleasure, man. I have actually Brightest Day. There he is. He recommended that I watch y'all's video on Green Lantern and Green Lantern Corps.
so good.
That video, what you've been doing, man, with your podcast and with how many you have, not just on YouTube, but like the actual legacy number as well. You do some incredible work on that channel, man. So it is a pleasure. And I'll see you guys tomorrow night as well when we talk more about what's coming out. But it's really nice to meet you.
Well, it's an honor to meet you, Max. Thank you so much for the kind words, sir. I really appreciate it. And you got to come on and hang on with us one day. The Global Geek Gang wasn't able to do it today, and I don't know when we'll do it again. But sir, you sound like you know your comics. You got to hang out with me when it's sometime, or my Monday night comic show, Mark C Comics Talk. This week this month it's all Kirby, Jack Kirby month. But on Monday nights when I do a comic topic or something like that, sounds like you know your comics. So would love to have you on sometime, man.
Absolutely. Hey, thank you so much. It would be
Hey,
total
Lord
honor.
God, huh?
Oh man, we basically have
Lord
most
gosh,
of the
look at this
Friday night
panel.
panel.
Oh,
We have
gee.
mostly the Friday night panel here on Thursday afternoon. I love it.
gentlemen.
Oh,
The Canadian
Lord,
Egyptian
gotta
god.
God.
The Canadian Egyptian god is right here.
Hail,
Don't forget.
everybody.
He's a mountain.
Congratulations,
Well,
Nick. Well deserved. 500 now, but I'm sure 1,000 is just a couple of days down the road.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Thoth. Man, you're one of the first people I met in this whole whatever you want to call it, community, group, fellowship, this whole breach of YouTube. It has been so awesome to know you, talk to you, hearing your knowledge. Like you got me, you and Clobbering and D-Bud. You guys wanted to get me to learn more about the Legion of Superheroes. Obviously, learn about your knowledge on Green Lantern lore too, and how much Green Lantern you owe. We had that incredible Global Geek Gang panel on the Lantern lore.
Two
where we
of
had
them.
Robert, two of them, right? Two
Yeah.
panels, and we had Robert Meyer Burnett on for one of them too.
That's right.
Like
Yeah.
that was such an insane
That
time.
was a lot of
Like
fun.
we could have easily done a part 3 even. That's how rich and beautiful and deep that lore was. And that was just some of the best times of my life here on the YouTube, just talking that stuff with you. And D-Bud, there's D-Bud right here. He's still there. Lord
D-Bud.
Thought likes the Legion. Who knew?
Hey, D-Bud, the Man of Iron. That man has a great Iron Man book here, by the way.
Oh, man.
Avon lives.
Rajik
Avon lives.
here
Long live the
says,
Legion.
is this Thursday night tights? I mean, hey man, I'll take that. I see Kai MFS here. What's up, Kai? Nice to see you, Kai.
Hey,
Thank you,
What's up,
hey,
thank
Kai,
you.
long time no see.
Avon lives though. Don't they still deliver makeup? Isn't that how it works?
I think so. And cheap cologne.
Oh, it's not even cheap cologne. They just put a Mustang silhouette on it and they call it like, here, smell better. No, no,
Well,
you don't smell better. You smell desperate, like you're looking for a 40-year-old.
Oh shit!
the joke was cheap, so
Midnight's
So was that
Edge
cologne.
After Dark. I'm assuming that it's got to be our fellow friend Tom Connors.
Hey, Tom.
What's going on,
This
Tom?
guy here, him and Mad Mardigan and Quarter Black, when we had that Toxic Tuesday talking Air Force One. You want to talk about when a conversation gets going and Tom and Mad were going back and forth? It was glory.
culture's here too. By the way, Nick, last
Tom
night,
is hilarious.
Loki and I decided we're going to get together. We're going to do that NFL history show, bro, soon.
Oh,
You and Vigilante. Yeah, he's in for it. We're going to get Vigilante, man, because I know we're all geek stuff. And we're not sports channels, but NFL history is a passion of mine, and I know you said we're going to do, I got to set up for it maybe next Wednesday, if not, or we'll figure which day. I just wanted to get that in before I forgot about it. But
all Wednesday. I can't do next Wednesday because I'll be on Quarter Blacks. But
Okay.
definitely one of the Wednesdays down the line because me and Quarter Black, I'm gonna be on his channel. We're gonna be talking Primal. So
Cool.
yeah, that'd be really good. Him and I are gonna go head to head, Clash of the Champions style,
Nice.
doing that. But definitely a Wednesday. Definitely like let me know after that.
We will.
If
We'll
you
get
need-
started up.
If you need to have it this coming Wednesday, I get it. I won't blame you if you go on without me because you're gonna have Stone Loki and VW talking old school NFL when it was the NFL. I don't blame you for carrying on. So just letting you know, if you need to do it then.
Okay, I'll let you know. Man, I haven't even talked to Vid yet, but I just totally wanted to get that out there before I forgot about it. So
Yeah, no, hey, I haven't forgotten. I still want that conversation. So
I have a question. When you talk classic football, do you mean before or after the White Bronco?
Before.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely before. Definitely before.
When before the got to stick with before the Mel Blunt rule, so when you could actually hit wide receivers. So
Mhm.
You can still hit them. Just make sure it's not on camera.
you can't even touch him. You can't even sneeze on Tom Brady now. So
Well, Tom,
Hey, Nick,
That's why
have
you can't compare quarterbacks of today to quarterbacks from real football
Exactly.
was real football. Yeah, you can say Tom Brady's the greatest of all time, and I would kick you in the backside because that's just BS. The numbers, yeah, when you can't touch a guy, absolutely he's going to put up those kind of numbers. But back in the day when you could destroy a quarterback, those were the days to put up the numbers. If you could
Yes.
throw the ball like they could back in those days, boy, that's the greatest of all time.
Yes. No, it's not before Joe Montana there, right? Just because, you can't. Again, Montana, the hit Leonard Marshall put on him, put him out for 2 years. That Brady could not. You couldn't do that to Brady, you'd go to jail.
Yep.
Mhm.
Actually, you probably would literally go to jail. They'd probably
Yes.
charge you.
Yep.
how dare
you hurt my
Brady?
They'd fire the offensive lineman who let it happen too.
Yeah, that too. He'd be
Absolutely.
out. It prevented them from going. The 49ers from three-peating. Remember?
Yep.
They were going to win a third Super Bowl if they didn't. Without that hit.
Well, I'm an old Raiders fan, Oakland Raiders fan back in the day,
Nice.
and Jim Plunkett era kind of thing, and growing up in the '80s, and some in the '70s too. But yeah, it's been hard to follow football in the last 10 years for me because the Patriots have been the dominant team, and I hate them. So, which is funny because I love the Red Sox, but it's hard to watch football when they're winning every year. I used to host a Super Bowl football party at my place. Until I transferred to Ottawa, but my wife and I have kept that tradition on, and we watch the Super Bowl every year. She watches it for the halftime show and the commercials. I mean, although the commercials nowadays we get mostly Canadian crap, but yeah, that's football is really not the same. I think that's why they're losing viewers.
And Plunkett and by the way,
That is so
Plunkett belongs to the Hall of Fame.
I agree 100%.
Put him in there.
Because back in those days, when you were a good quarterback and you could do what he did, he should be in the Hall of Fame.
2 rings, and you're not in the Hall of Fame. It's insane.
Agreed.
Mhm. So
I mean,
I gotta mention what? What do you got, Fenrir?
is there any player of today who actually deserves to be on the Hall of Fame anymore? Modern players today.
Even though he broke my heart, he was my hero for the longest time. Drew Brees, as much as I'm mad at him, he's going in first. Peyton Manning went in first ballot this past. He just went in this year. Yeah, there's some, but playing in the league at the moment, I don't know. I mean, obviously, Brady's first ballot isn't going to be,
Yeah, of course he is. Well, he
Mahomes
has
play-
to be.
If Mahomes plays for 4 more years and at that level, he will. But
You guys are Marvel fans too, right?
we're Marvel.
You just gotta understand when football was actually football, it was super entertaining because these guys put so much heart and passion. It wasn't about the giant 10-year fat-filled contract of money. Like, don't get me wrong, I love money. I love spending money, especially on like fattening foods and comics and alcohol. Like, it's great. It's glorious. I get all Charlie Sheen machine by winning about it. I do. I'll say it. I have all proudness in it. But there's something about these guys who are passionate, who just are absolute savages to each other on the field because they love the game so much. And I remember my gateway was watching the Ice Bowl on a VHS tape.
Oh, love it.
Yeah.
I love the Ice Bowl.
What a game. I'd see
That
these
was a
guys
game.
like these guys are monsters. These guys are like shredding each other on the field, and I loved it. And I remember when I talked to you Unitas at a sports fest.
Oh my God, you met Johnny U? Jesus.
Yes, I did. Johnny U in 2000.
Oh,
I
man.
remember we were talking, and I'm like, and I remember I was just this little teenage me. I was like, what happened with the game? He's like, I'm like, because people are like, oh, these guys, they got all these injuries, they're hurt. Think about how they feel. I remember asking him word for word, how you feel. He's like, I would do it all over again. He would do it. He said he doesn't take a moment back of all the savagery in the game because he loved the game so much. I was like, God, that's cool. And so that was my moment to go direct to the source and say, hey, how do you feel? He's just like,
let's be honest, the whole game was pretty much cooler back then when shit was on. When there was complete violence on the screen. When guys used to go to the hospital after getting jumped.
Well, it was passion. Wasn't it passion over the dollar at that point? They loved the sport more than how much they got paid.
Oh, there's no 100 million contracts. That's why.
No. Me too. Me too, D-Bud. That's the first Super Bowl I remember, Super Bowl III. That's how old I am.
I mean, every sport now looks like a pussified game of the past compared to the past one.
It's so sissified right now. It's just
it's very close to tag football. It's very close to tag football.
Because everything's about freaking feelings, getting injured. It's got.
Oh, Max, you gotta go. You gotta go, brother.
Hold on.
Yeah, unfortunately, Thoth, I gotta head out.
Oh, you're good, man. We'll plug in your channel, and we're gonna be talking tomorrow.
Yes, yeah.
So, what you got coming up on your channel?
Lots of these. So coming up on my channel, I'm redoing my studio. I don't know if you guys can see. I moved into to a new place, and so
it's beautiful.
So I got some new stuff up, and so I'm gonna hopefully be doing just a little tour of that, and then maybe 100 subs because I think I'm at 130 something now, and that's after 3 weeks, almost a month.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Keshi Quinn. You do the same, and so yeah, I'll hopefully be doing a celebration, like just a thank you video for that. But guys, it's been an absolute pleasure meeting all of you, and I look forward to. I think I've subbed to most of you guys, and if not,
let me get your channel. I want to sub to you, buddy. Let me sub to your channel, man.
Oh,
yeah, absolutely.
Don't leave yet. I want to whip out my nerd card quickly before I leave.
your nerd card.
Yeah,
he wants to show you his things.
Ooh,
let's get Max's link so I can find this channel.
It's in the private chat.
I'm doing it right now. Good. Bear with me here, guys.
Gotcha. Oh, I see it.
Yeah, Max, I tracked them all down.
All right, just up to you, dude.
While you were talking.
Awesome. Thank you, Darius. I appreciate that, brother.
I'll sub to you when I get free cupcakes.
Yeah, it looks like you're up to 137 now. That's pretty good.
Great.
All right, also,
I'll definitely plug it. I'll put it in my on my page there to link it there, bro.
Thank you guys. You guys have been awesome. This fellowship is something else, man. It's been ever since Vegas. Like, it's things have been coming together, and it's been really, really cool to meet everyone and just talk about the stuff that like is really that we're all very passionate about. That we want to reclaim. So, what was I going to say? Who was it? Steven Seagal. I'll send you some protein cupcakes. How about that?
Dude, if you want to hook me up with that stuff, I love free stuff. Yeah, protein cupcakes are good. Especially stuff with keto. I love keto. That's so good.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because you can actually mix that stuff in with your coffee if you get the vanilla stuff, and it's great. You don't need sugar no more.
Yeah. So I will definitely see if I can send you some of that because
you guys heard that. That's a real voice contract. I'm getting some food.
He's getting some food. Oh, speaking of, if you actually do I'm not sure if you're legitimately serious. My buddy Dustin has got a very successful channel. He actually took the keto diet and he's maintained it for years since. He's right under here under Keto Simple, so check him out as well. He's almost at 1,000. But anyways,
nice.
Max, I'll let you go. Thank you for your time. Oh, where is it? Okay, all right, we're gonna zoom in here.
Ooh.
Dang,
hell yeah.
that is
guys, covering
G.I. Joe.
Spider-Gwen from the Spider-Gwen came in from Wish.
Nice.
There's the Phoenix statue.
Ooh.
I love that Baroness you have there.
That's actually signed by the original voice actor.
Awesome.
Yes, sir. These
I've
are
got
great,
my
man.
I got my Scarlet statue coming there. I can't wait till it gets here.
Ooh.
And there's the Optimus from Wish, the diecast one.
Nice.
Hashtag
that
save
Ven-
Gingers.
Yes,
Is that
hashtag
Venom and
save
Carnage,
genders.
I
All right,
see
you were
there?
spamming that
Right.
all through the Patricia Tallman interview. God dang it. All I could see in the chat was Lord Thoth saying, save Ginger, save Ginger, save Gingers.
All
And I'm
right. I'll let you
They're
go,
being
Max.
killed one by
Thank
one,
you.
dude.
Good to meet you, Max. Take care,
Good to
man.
see you.
Yeah,
Good dude. You
it
sound
was
like a
really
good man.
nice meeting you guys. It's been a pleasure, and I will see you guys tomorrow night.
Oh, you
Um,
will. It's gonna be
I'm-
fun.
I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to it. But and then Nick, dude, congratulations. This is
Dude,
this is
thank
huge for
you.
you, man.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You're halfway
so
there.
yeah, this is big, and then hopefully just from here it just keeps rolling.
It
Oh,
does.
It just
it's
picks up
gonna.
momentum. Yeah. So, but yeah, brother, thank you so much for having me on. You guys all have a great rest of the day, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
All right, take care, my
Yeah,
man.
stay safe,
Good
dude.
to meet you.
See ya.
See you tomorrow night. It's gonna be fun.
All right. All right. Hail, guys. Take care.
Hail.
Take your shirt
Take
off.
care, man.
The Gilk man
Oh, my
here.
mic's on.
What's up, Thomas? I'm not able to make it because I'm at work, but congrats on 500, onwards to 1,000. Thomas Gilkey, hey, I was glad to have you on to talk The Rock. Great to have met you in person as well. Glad to have been on your channel a few days ago as well. I'm glad to have met you once again. It's just literally everyone was awesome at the very least to me. And that's saying a lot because it's one of the whole, the whole story, the whole urban legend of never meet your heroes. But it's just like, dude, it's like, I'd like to call them all. I met my friends in person, really. And I do have a sense of heroism for them because it does take a lot to go out there and put your voice out there because when you put your voice on the internet is forever. So I do feel like there is an element of greatness to that because when you have an opinion, especially if it's something that's like, I guess you could say controversial, towards like the Snyder Cut or something like that, the Snyder Army will come after you in droves. They do it. They love the dog pile.
I can attest to that, man.
I can too.
But the thing is, you're allowed. The thing is with the armies coming in droves is that sometimes the armies has to realize that the blind attack can always be dissuaded by realizing that not everything is said to hurt people who love a franchise or don't.
Yes.
It's the ability to share your opinion, have your opinion respected as an individual, and move the fuck on and still be friends. If you can't do that and you're just going to attack anyone who doesn't agree with you, you are literally the exact type of mob that when we discuss cancel culture and other stuff in the same way, the whole respect thy neighbor not only falls on the human individual, but their opinion, their way of thought, their way of choice. But you can still shake hands, have a beer, some chicken wings, or pizza in Nick's case, and a chicken fucking sandwich and deal with it.
Well said.
I had pizza this morning for breakfast, so I'm a little hyper today.
Or cupcakes.
yes,
That's a good way to live, dude.
Stuffed
That's a good way
crust
to live.
with pepperoni, Parmesan crust, pepperoni, salami, green peppers, and very light anchovies. It was fantastic.
Ah, now I want pizza.
You
Dude,
want everything that I eat.
You could always want pizza. I see Sevron's Sevron 13. Is that your Roman numeral? That'd be man. Oh, brightest day here. There's actually a panel at Dragon Con called Complaining About Zack Snyder. I'm tempted to dip in and watch it.
Well,
That's hilarious, actually.
Right?
makes me
I actually want to check that out.
that makes me want to go back to Dragon Con now. I haven't been in about 4 years. I went like 20-something years straight, and the pad hadn't been in about 4 years, and it's run by SJW, so I don't know how they get away
Why
with that,
haven't you
but-
started your own panel, Clobber? Just be calling Shit of Steel. My thoughts on the Man of Steel franchise.
Man of Steel, you mean? Man of Steel is actually.
Man of Steel. Yes. Man on
Oh man. Oh, D-Bud. Dude, those jerk
Those are
chicken
good.
chips from Lay's, I did a video on it. They were so freaking good. It felt like I was eating jerk chicken, like Caribbean jerk chicken, but in the form of a potato chip. They were so freaking good. That was probably one of my favorite chips I've ever had in the history of ever.
Have you had, first of all, the Doritos, the 3Ds, like they're pop, they look like triangles, but they're
Yes.
pop bear. Those
Yes.
are good, as well as the poppers, the ones that have like the white cheddar or the sweet barbecue.
Yeah.
Like Chex Mix. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
No, you reminded me of Randy Marsh with the whole cream fraiche thing.
Yeah.
Oh, something we
Where's your
could mention
integrity?
too.
Over there, up there, and down there.
If you're talking about food, like if you're doing, what's the best sports stadium that has the best food? Because I know in Pittsburgh, I went to a Steelers game and they had lobster rolls. They had pizza as far as the eye could see. Good Pittsburgh pizza. It was just unbelievable. That's I think one of the best sports stadiums I've had food in the States anyway.
Really? Oh, that sounds glorious, Sloth. I mean, of course, being a White Sox guy, I'm going to attest to the food. I hate the name of our field, by the way, but the food is still good. When you had that Vienna beef hot dog and you take that first bite out of the Chicago dog and you feel that pop, oh, man. Oh, dude, it never gets old having that Chicago dog. And, of course, having what is not Chicago pizza, by the way, it's good. But deep dish is not Chicago pizza. It's good tourist pizza. It's good. It's special occasion and it's tourist. I enjoy it, but the Chicago pizza is a good, solid, thin crust. Just get a plain cheese, and you're like, what? Cheese? Where's the meat? I love meat. I'm a carnivore. But the best way to tell you if a pizza is truly good at face value, go for the plain cheese at first. If it's great, go back and get it with a topping. Because a good plain cheese pizza is the best way to say how good is it on its own 2 feet. It's kind of like I always kind of compare it to the whole tofu thing. I'm sorry if you're vegetarian out there, but I hear the argument of, well, it's good if you add this. Like, well, yeah, but you had to add those things to make it good.
With the sauce too, though, eh? It's the cheese and the sauce, well, the crust as well. I mean, it's the combination of everything.
The combination. A plain cheese on its own is amazing.
Well, it's like a burger. It's like a burger, right? If the bun, like you have to have the right bun sometimes with the right meat for the burger. Like sometimes a Saggio bun. I can't say that right. Goes great with an Angus beef, or you get a plain normal that goes with like a normal, like say sesame bun. You want to make sure that it's complementing each other. If the cheese can't hold up, that means it can't hold up to the toppings on the pizza.
That's right. I agree. Fat Steven, preach it. And D-Bud, Tony La Russa's animal rescue shelter is across the street from my office. Wow. I did not. That's cool, dude. I did not know he did something like that. That's badass, which is fine because he's such a hothead. And we're lacking a lot of hotheads nowadays in sports for the most part because everyone is so winded down. I will say I do get credit for the White Sox for having a La Russa, for having a Nazi Guillen, bringing back sports talk, for managers who would not be afraid to just say what's on their mind and just go for it because we need those guys, man. That's how offense is, man. You gotta go hard. I'm just saying. I heard someone like
giggity.
Yeah, giggity right there. And I saw another one here. Yeah, kettle soup. I agree, dude. Steak is good with just salt. Like I agree with that comment. I really do. And Guiltman here is saying Fenway Park food is incredible. Okay.
Yeah, the Fenway Franks are awesome. I love the Fenway Franks.
I love to try it. Go ahead.
There's also another thing you gotta look at too. When you're ordering like fast food and you're like, their pizza sucks. If their pizza sucks, try their wings because sometimes their wings are better than their pizza. It'll blow you away. Like, how can your pizza be so crappy yet your wings so goddamn delicious?
I'm glad you mentioned that because I can't stand Little Caesars pizza, but their crazy bread.
Oh, the stuff. I had that yesterday. That's what I had. Yeah, the stuffed ones. It's like you open that bag and they just wrap it in paper. It's like, oh wow, here's the grease. Where's the rest of it? You're like drinking it. And you're like, I'm gonna be in a heart attack.
Dude, it's so good. It's so good. Like I love the crazy bread, but yeah, I can't stand that $5 ready to go pizza. To me, like that doesn't exist. Like I go Dave Portnoy, I'm like, you don't exist. Like what the hell is that? Like no, get out.
Sorry.
Oh, I think we got the guilt man himself here. Thomas, is that you?
Yes, sir.
Thomas,
come on briefly. Hello.
Are you
in
the bathroom?
Hey.
No, are you?
Welcome to the jungle.
How did you know I was doing a number 2?
Anyways, go again. Carry on, Thomas.
Congratulations on 500. Can you hear me?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, we're here. We hear you.
Congratulations on 500 subs.
Thank you. Appreciate that, my man. Thanks for coming on, by the way. I appreciate you doing that. It's always nice to hear from the Gilk man.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Bat Stevens in the bathroom.
Yeah, he
Thinking about
probably
Thomas.
is. Just another red shirt. Hail, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. I can't wait to meet just another red shirt at the next meetup. So whenever that happens, like I gotta meet the red shirt because, like Eric K, like our Lord Thoth before me, just another red shirt is another one of and Bryce Day, Darius. We got these incredible mods who are always taking the time out of their lives. Like Lord Thoth, if he's not being a mod, he's out chasing literal bad guys in the world. So for him to say, I chase bad guys, drink delicious alcohol, eat delicious food, and then be a mod on YouTube, like, dude. Yeah,
Don't forget, he also makes maple syrup.
Dude.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate that.
you guys are truly like, I don't want to say unsung because I like to think we do a good job acknowledging our mods, but you guys' services, always thankful. Whether it's out in the field chasing bad guys or being here on YouTube. I thank you guys.
That's my honor.
Nah, seriously, it's great. But Thomas, dude, what's up, man?
Yes, sir. So I heard you guys talking about pizza.
Oh yes, we were having a great pizza conversation. What are you into pizza wise?
And pepperoni pizza, but I did try pesto with like mushrooms and olives a few days ago, and really good. I do have to say, so I never tried Chicago pizza until October of last year when I went to go visit the amazing future Mr. and Mrs. Ord's Board, aka Ord's Board and Cashew Queen.
Yeah.
I went to visit them and they took me to a pizza place and it was phenomenal.
Okay. Was it thin crust or was it deep dish?
Shit, it might have been deep dish.
Okay. Well, was it like a giant fat slice with like sauce everywhere, where it had like a super giganto crust? Because if it was that, then you had a deep dish. Now, if it was little square slices or even wedge slice, then you have thin crust. Deep dish is good. Like I always tell people, it's good. It's worth trying. I would not call that official Chicago pizza. It's good special occasion or tourist pizza, but technically you are being a tourist, so that would make sense. I'm glad you tried it. Sounds like you enjoyed it. Now, did you go hand in hand or did you go for the fork and the knife?
I will never go fork and knife. I will always do hand and knife.
I use saddle tones.
Sorry, that makes me so excited for you that you went
Who
full
eats
beast
pizza with fork and knife?
You have to eat wings that way too, man. You got to get the hands right in there. Just get the hands right in there.
Thank you.
Who the hell eats with fork and knife? Those foods, that's not to eat with a fork and knife.
But some people don't like getting their hands dirty, or they don't want grease on their fingers. They don't want to spill it on their blouse. There's a whole bunch of people.
What kind of people? Jesus.
They're the ones that hold a thin slice of pepperoni pizza with their pinky up. The same type of people.
Thomas.
Oh, God damn it.
Thomas. Go ahead. Thomas? All right, I'll just say something. But Thomas, I'm just glad you went. I'm glad you went full savage mode. You got me to punch my couch. So thank you. That makes me happy for you that you ate pizza the right way. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I wouldn't be surprised if that Steven is the one that eats it with a fork and knife. Because
fork and knife, I wrap it around my fist and just suck on it.
Nah. He seems like the kind of guy who grabs the whole pizza and eats it just at once, like a sandwich.
Dude, no lie. I have literally taken the ones that have like large slices and then cooked a hamburger, put it in between with lettuce, cheese.
Oh my God!
And then
come on,
a pizza.
People
burger.
have done that at some point. I've done that a lot.
Have you ever done Eggo waffles with a hamburger or a chicken burger?
I have not.
Eggo waffles
with the maple syrup.
No maple syrup. Get the fuck out of here. No. That's your chicken and waffles to go. Think about it. It's like the snack pack.
Oh yeah, tasty.
Thomas wrote really quickly on the private chat. I'm going to get. Thomas. Hey, thanks for dropping by, man. Yeah, that was really awesome when you do it. And I would have totally let you have the exit. My guess is maybe a phone issue. I see LDG of Geeks and Joy stopping by. Congrats on 500. Thank you. It seems like I am at 516 or 15 or something of that caliber. I don't even know what the number is, but
they
either way,
last night, dude. So you might have lost some.
Dude, whatever. I'm right now. All I know is I hit 500. I'm gonna get to 1,000, but we're not gonna worry about that right now. We're enjoying this pizza conversation. And my buddy Dustin here from Kettle Simple said I had Giordano's and I used a fucking fork and knife. It was still just no, dude. Don't use a fork and a knife, Dustin. You're better than that. You are the perfect embodiment of a dude. That just I could see you just pick up that slice and you just go in full savage mode and eating that thing. You're better than that, man. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. That said,
it's supposed to be Quest for Fire. You're supposed to tap your chest and go,
Raquel just got No, don't worry about you being late. You're awesome. We love you. If anything, you don't got to worry about being late. We love you. You're awesome.
Love you, number one. Hey.
Right?
Hi, Raquel.
Right?
Hey, Raquel.
Like, thank you. Seriously, a few, I'd say, weeks or months back, her and I did an awesome stream because her and her husband got a bunch of munchies together and they shipped it out to here to America. And we did like a 2-hour stream of me trying out Canadian munchies. And she talked about a little bit about the history of each item. I tried each and every single item. And that was a super fun panel. And her husband went above and beyond, which they did not have to do at all, by the way. Like that was absolutely crazy. But I'm still very thankful for that stream. That was fun. And her knowledge, of course, we gotta love the great Raquel Briggs and knowledge. When she's speaking, it's freaking glorious. Like, that's all I gotta say. So I could go on all day and just I gotta shut up now while I'm ahead of myself. But
that was an amazing show, by the way.
Yeah. Thank you for watching that. Yeah, that was, dude. I was in coma mode after that. Straight coma.
You can have some of my weight, Darius. Jesus.
I told him I may need his help to gain weight.
Oh yeah,
that's easy.
But
that's easy.
I know he's got the right stuff.
To the top. Just grift your way to the top, brother.
Grift your way to the top. Oh, too funny. No, dude. Tonight I'm gonna have a good pizza. I'm thinking I'm gonna go if they allow. I think I'm gonna go order at the stadium. There's this local place by me called Tufano's, and they got this giant 60-slice stadium pizza. And it's rectangle shaped. And I'm thinking I'm going to go stadium tonight. I'm going to make it a stadium night. And it's going to be glorious. Like, if I don't have a coma after this, I'm going to try the goal. The goal is to at least eat like 30 slices. Because so far, that's my record for stadium is 30 slices, exactly half of the pizza. If I can do 31, that's progress.
Have you ever taken the Dr. Oetker pizzas, like the ones that are frozen? I know.
Say that one brand again.
Dr. Oetker pizzas, like the small ones, you get like $4.99.
I know of them.
Get the spinach and then get a meat lovers. But no, stop. You put them on together and cook at the same time.
Oh.
And then eat.
I've had both of them, but never together like that.
Yeah, that way the spinach one is good, but the problem with the spinach one is that the spinach all kind of like wops off if you don't cook it right. But if you put the pepperoni over top, it's good. Don't mock spinach. Spinach is good for you. I lost.
Hey, I'm not debating that.
When I was doing my exercise routine, with the cycling and stuff, this stuff all happened. I dropped 60 pounds and 3 to 4 inches off my waist, and got the flat tummy back and everything. It was just spinach pizza and racking and sweating and pot all day.
Okay, I don't disagree with you. I agree. Yes, it's healthier for you, but you're also talking to a guy where it's the more. I'm high on calcium. I'm high on sodium. I'm the glutenizzer. I'm the eater of all things gluten. So the more fat filled it is, like the more I want and need to have it. And I see Critzable Big Pig Daddy saying happy 500. Thank you. Eric K says one of the best pizzas I have ever had was in Austria. That's an interesting one. I'm actually kind of curious about that. I would like to know the what was on there, Eric. Whenever you don't have some downtime, do enlighten me on what you had. What you got, Fender?
Okay, let me tell you something. If you really want the best pizza in the world, there's this place in Lisbon, around the street called Silver Street. It sells some of the best you'll ever have.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an imaginary orgasm in your mouth.
I don't know about many. I'm sorry, I can't finish this joke. I'm just gonna let it go.
I was waiting for you to have.
Yeah, but you'll have to.
I've never experienced orgasms in my mouth, but please go on.
But you'll have to know how to speak Portuguese. And that was a figure of speech, Fat Steven. You'll have to know how to speak Portuguese to get the pizza, though. They really do. The guy who makes it does not like foreigners. Pain in the ass.
But it's worth it, right?
So I can't hold a picture up of pizza and be like, this, I want this.
Pretty much no. You'll have to know how to speak Portuguese. Or just call someone who knows and they'll order it for you.
Welcome back, Pat S. You came in at a very enlightening time. I'm sure Bryce Day is already on it as far as clipping that goes.
I know I missed the whole Superman 78, Batman 89 conversation because I was working, but I've read the Batman issue. It was meh. I told you it was like a 6 out of 10. The Superman 78 I picked up today.
Yeah,
it looks pretty good. I just kind of flipped through it. It looks like it's fun. I'm looking forward to reading that one tonight. And I'm looking forward to
the art looks terrible.
Yeah, it could be better, but and of course, Last Ronin coming up too. I'm looking forward to issue 4.
That is, I think, next week or in 2 weeks from now is Last Ronin number 4. So, anyways, Thomas Gilkey here with $30. Sorry, guys.
That's pizza.
Says, that is stadium pizza money. Thomas
how much?
Gilkey says, congrats on $500. Onwards to 1,000. It was a pleasure to meet you and hang out with you. Much love to you and everyone in the chat and the panel. Thomas Gilkey, you are insane. Thank you. Oh, you guys are nuts. Yeah. Woo! Like in wrestling. Woo! As I'm wearing my Macho Man shirt. Holy crap, that is absolutely insane. Like, wow. And then there's Benjamin. I do not recognize you, but says QB sent me. Snorterpoop is Cuber?
No, Quarter Black.
Oh, Quarter Black. Nice. I bet Quarter Black is busy. I'll probably reach out to him though, regardless. I'm glad you mentioned him. I don't know why I didn't piece that together. What's up, Benjamin? Nice to see you, sir. Anyway, sorry, I was reeling from $30 of what's going to be pizza money. So I'm sure you guys understand. Like it happens. Pizza is fucking life. But there's with the Ric Flair photo, dude. I'll tell you, man. Ric Flair was like, once again, another one of those guys I was watching videos of before I got on, like to Vegas, where I was listening to his promos because it's like he drinks a gallon of coffee and then he just lets it rip. Hold the phone. We got another awesome, badass lady coming on the panel.
Batman?
The great Mrs. R.M. Briggs. Hello, and hello.
Hey.
Hello to everyone on the panel, everyone in the chat, but most importantly, Nick, congratulations. You know, I can honestly say that my husband and I absolutely adore you. You are just so funny and so kind and so wonderful to everyone around you. Mm-hmm. I love all the ideas of your shows. I especially love watching you evaluate food. My husband always waits for your point. He's like, will there be a point? Oh, it's 8.5. Just congratulations. You've worked your keister off, and here you are. And you know what? Hopefully in short time, 500 more, my dear friend. 500 more.
It's going to happen. Just give it some time. Thank you. Seriously, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're able to come on and chat. As seriously, like, since we met on the Global Geek Gang, of course. Like, I love the conversation. I love the intellectualness that we gain from it. I don't know if that's the grammatically right word, but I definitely feel like every time there's a conversation, I do get something to gain off of it from you. So I'm always thankful for that. So
Well, you don't ever have to worry about your grammar in front of me, because one time on a show, I recall when I first met you, you were speaking about a topic, and I had mentioned a couple of graduate level philosophers who backed up your theory, and you fully understood the theory, and you understood it like a graduate student. So let's just set all the grammar aside, because you are very intelligent, and you were able to grapple with graduate level philosophy and fully apply it and understand it. So grammar be damned, Nick Weiser.
Oh, wow. When you're saying that? Wow. That Bryce say clip that. That's a moment in time.
Only for you.
Only for I'll take that. Seriously, I will gladly take that. Thank you. But for real, like I when you speak, it's on like Donkey and Diddy Kong. Like, I don't know if you were ever into gaming, but it becomes that way. It's like I just want to like go full on Harambe and just go primal. I'm getting all these references. I want to enjoy the moment. So like it's just glorious. And I was telling everyone earlier about when we did that Canadian snack session. Like, we had the chocolate bars and the pastries. Like, that was such a fun panel. Just you and I, like, it was like Super Bowl style. Like, you did the talking and the history. I just did the consuming and gained the sugar high.
So who got the best out of those words? Yeah, that's
my only regret is that I didn't send enough of the Kinder surprises for your lovely girls, and that I feel bad about that. Next time I send something, I'll be sure to pack something for both girls. I only packed one for one, and then afterwards I went and I told Andrew, and when you have one of those moments. So next time I'm gonna send something wonderful for your girl and your girls. You have 3 of them in your life, not
2.
one.
Well, unless you want to talk about my girlfriend, then yes, she's one of the girls in my life. Yes, that's true.
It's true, yes. So, and it is my understanding that she actually has a little bit of a Canadian take on the way chocolate should taste, because she doesn't mind that more bitter stuff. So, really
she's all in. You two would be on sides with each other. You two would be on sides with each other as far as that. Like, you two would get along. Like, well, I guess that means more milk chocolate for me. Which, don't get me wrong, I embrace less competition. So if you two can stay away from that, so I can sit here in my corner and get one of my minions to enjoy some delicious sweets with me for my sweet tooth, and cowabunga it is. you can, no pun intended, eat up all the credit on that dark chocolate. That's fine.
Well, thank you for all of this warm welcome, and for giving this little segment to me. And the whole reason why I wanted to expound upon it is because if you are just tuning in, if this is your first time meeting Nick, I want you to know that he has wonderful table manners. It's not like some of those reviews you see online where you're like, oh, wish there was a black bar over that. No, he eats like a gentleman, and he does the most outrageous and entertaining food reviews. So as far as I'm concerned, that's worth a sub all on its own. So if you're just meeting Nick Weiser, please accept my full endorsement of this channel and my full endorsement of his amazing food reviews. Please like and subscribe. He definitely deserves it. He's a wonderful friend with great content.
You're adorable.
I know, right? Like, I'm not deserving these accolades whatsoever. All I'm doing is I'm just trying to be entertaining. That's all it is. Like, if I end up not liking the item, I want to at least say, okay, I gave someone a moment of entertainment. Even if the item's not good, like, when I had those depressing Baconator Pringles, which they were depressing, by the way. Oh, but hopefully somewhere out there, someone has a good memory from that. That's all I can hope for. So.
You're saying the Baconator, you know what? That's funny you should say that because we have a 3/4 open can of those that's sitting in the cupboard. We had a couple each and we never went back to it. It was awful.
Ew.
Dude, right?
There is one thing that Nick needs to try, and I don't think the McDonald's in the U.S. gets them. Thoth, you know which one I'm talking about, right? I'm gonna pull it up right now.
What?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
What?
Okay. Let's see what he's got. Just eat bacon. Raquel did obviously did see Nick in Vegas. I'm sure she at least has an idea. Like I was, and Bryce saying Nick is larger than life.
Yeah, he is.
I'm nocturnal, much like my missus. I'm a nocturnal creature, and hence why most of my panels. But of course, I make my exception for the Global Geek Gang and today's afternoon soon. But yeah, mostly I'm nocturnal, but it shows you I do live in the daytime. I do survive. I do breathe. These are very real things. Okay.
There it is.
Okay, let me look at this here.
Yeah, we tried that last week. My wife and I tried that last week.
They're so good.
Whoa.
Really?
They're evil.
Okay, I'll do a video for this. Give me a week. This is going to happen.
Oh, my goodness.
The barbecue sauce is a maple barbecue sauce with bacon, yes.
Okay.
Canadian or American?
Canadian.
Canadian.
Oh, shoot, you're right.
No,
It's not in the States.
And they have the crunchy onion rings on top.
Oh, listen, crunchy onion rings on top. Or what do
Right?
they call? No, they call them onion
Wow.
straws. Onion
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
straws.
straws.
It's
Oh,
still,
dude.
it's still McDonald's, though. It's not like it's real meat.
Board's board. Thanks, dude. Thanks for dropping by.
Clobby?
You're right, Clobby.
It looks
But
good, though.
It is.
Look,
This is
it
the
is.
only burger I order now.
I love in his sexy Southern accent that he says McDonald's instead of McDonald's, like all the Canadians.
Oh.
So like 3 people on the panel are Canadian, and they're all like McDonald's, McDonald's, McDonald's.
Oh.
And then we
I
have
did-
all of these wonderful Americans, and my captain with his sexy accent going, "Oh, McDonald's, that's substandard."
That's
Raquel,
true.
right? Raquel, I'd be like this. He'd be like, those Canadians are saying McDonald's. He's saying McDonald's. Does he have macaroni and cheese? Is that how he eats his macaroni and cheese?
At least I didn't call it McDougal's like Malcolm McDowell did in
At least we didn't call it McSchool either. Okay, that's great.
That Scottish place, you McDougal's.
Hi, Viola. This burger makes me shit a racehorse right now.
Oh my gosh.
Off to the moon, jish bam, boom.
Okay, now here's the thing.
You know
like,
you're hungry when a McDonald's burger is good. Okay.
I actually am.
McDonald's. There's no Mac.
Okay. Now, Kettle Simple here is correct. It is just a Big Mac, what they're saying. Here's the thing. I can forgive that if the maple BBQ is good. If the maple BBQ is good, that makes up for everything for me. Because there was a time, I don't know if I've told a few people this, but for those who haven't heard, I'm going to give you any true Hollywood story. When I was 16, I made these new friends. Everything is going great. And then McDonald's debuted this certain thing that was $1 at the time called the McChicken. And I ended up getting obsessed with the McChicken. And I ended up constantly going every day to get a McChicken. And this is about a few weeks after Super Size Me came out in theaters. I got obsessed with the McChicken. I didn't want to stop eating it. And then by the time it was around, I realized I had around 15 days worth of seats. I'm like, I got a streak going. I should keep going. So every day I at least went once to get at least a McChicken, whether it was a McChicken with a burger, a McChicken with nuggets, a McChicken with a soda, McChicken with a soda and nuggets. I kept going. By the time it was 30 days, they had McChickens ready for me right when I walked in. So I'm like, oh, wow, they got the McChickens right when I walked in. So I kept the streak going of eating McChickens every day. I got up until the 66th day. And it got to a point where word got around to the neighborhood. People were like, how many days is it, Nick? Oh, day 43. Here we go.
Did you start clucking? Is that why you stopped? Start clucking like a chicken?
What happened was this was during the days where I used to do, I used to have a little bit of the green stuff, and me and a friend of mine were on a couch in the backyard, and I'm looking, I'm like, hey, dude, we got to get to day 67. He's like, oh, yeah, let's do that. We'll get to that in a half hour. And I kind of closed my eyes, and then you want to know what happened? The next day passed by. In the middle of the afternoon, we slept for an entire day outside, on the couch, outside. We never went to do day 67 because we accidentally passed out on the couch outside sitting. I'm like, no, I messed up the streak. And then my buddy's like, oh, you don't have to tell him. I'm like, no, I won't lie. I won't do that. I won't do that. I refuse to lie. I gotta confess.
That must have been some good leaf.
That's like me
when did you go to the washroom on day 98? That's a lot of McChicken.
Oh, it was awesome.
Not
I wish
healthy.
I did it again. But what the irony of it is, the friends who I brought with me were the ones who gained the weight, and I'm the one who did the eating. It's like they watched me and they got fat just by watching me eat.
Oh my
That's like
God.
me with Harvey's.
Seriously, how the hell do you not get fat?
Shake.
That's a great story.
Ord's board coming with $5 says, keep pushing, brother. Let's get that 1K. You guys are insane. Thank you.
Nick,
Man.
I beg your pardon. I'm
Yes.
going to have to interrupt everyone because our good friend Darius, I think it's, is it Darius who has to go? Yeah,
Mhm.
it's Darius.
I missed
Darius has
that.
to get back to work. And
Okay.
so he wants to make sure that he politely has an opportunity to say his hellos and goodbyes to everyone. So Darius, did you want to take the floor, sir?
Thank you, Raquel. And by the way, it's great to meet you.
Yeah.
It's great to meet a few of you, actually. I've met Fenrir before.
Sorry.
That's great to actually meet you. Yeah, we always chat
It
in
was
the
a
chat.
pleasure
but
to
we never
actually meet you, Darius. You're always there for me.
Yes.
First time talking to you, dude.
Great to meet you, sir.
Well, thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you. And Nick, thank you for letting me pop on and congratulate you.
Thank you.
You're blowing up, man. You're going to hit 1,000 in no time.
It's going to be glorious, I promise. And there will be more pizza involved. Thank you for your time. You were on here for quite a bit, and you did not have to. I don't expect for people to, they have to be on for minimum maximum. I was originally thinking, I'll just have everyone be on here, and maybe they'll all have, a rotation. I'm like, you know what? I'll just let people stay on here as long as they want. And if they want to go, they want to go. So your time is always appreciated. And, of course, you are a mod as well. I thank you for your mod service. So you go have a magical, empowering, enticing rest of your day.
I love
Take your shirt off.
Speaking of shirt, can you please tell me about your shirt?
Oh, mine?
What are you wearing, honey?
All right. So I don't know how well you know old school WWF RM, but there's this guy named Macho Man Randy Savage, and he was this really hyperactive wrestler. Like he had this voice. Like, do you remember Slim Jims when they were popular?
I know a Slim Jim. Oh yeah.
See, you got everybody excited, right? So he was the walking embodied advertisement for commercials. He'd be like, step into a Slim Jim. He always had that super edge, voice. Like,
that rough voice.
Rises to the top.
I had such a crush on Elizabeth.
Oh, his wife, Miss Elizabeth. Yes, he had the lady, the lady that every guy was drooling over back in the day, Miss Elizabeth, as his manager. And he was such a prolific wrestler. He was a great performer, but he always wore these really cool, colorful, iconic suits as well. He's a big name champion, promoted, of course, the big Slim Jim thing going on. That was his advertisement for beef jerky. And me and my girlfriend were big Macho Man fans. And did you ever see the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie, the first one?
Nope, never.
Of course.
Oh, I gotta ask if she's seen it.
No.
Okay. Well, in the origin of Spider-Man comics, Peter Parker decides to try out pro wrestling to get some money to pay his bills to help his Aunt May. In the movie, yes, in the comic books, that's what happened. So in the movie, they adapted that for a wrestler, and they picked Macho Man Randy Savage. And he goes by the name Bonesaw. Yeah, Bonesaw.
Bonesaw's ready.
All right, Darius, if you need to go, you can just step out. I know I'm just telling another Macho Man story.
It's all good.
I know.
Nick?
I know you said you had to go. So
all right, Nick, Fenrir, LT, Clavi, Steven, and the
Have a
lovely
good one.
Raquel.
Mwah,
That
mwah,
would be
mwah.
lovely.
I will be seeing
Here's
you.
Darius.
All right.
Take care of
Have a
yourself.
good
Bye,
day.
Seeing you.
Darius. Mwah,
And as
mwah. Be
as
seeing you.
one, as one comes out, another walks in. It's his first time on air. He is the Justin Proper. He has a Thursday afternoon panel called This Week in Bullshit. Welcome, sir. How are you?
Hey,
Good.
welcome.
How are you guys?
We're great. How
Welcome.
are you, friend? It's nice to see you on here. Thanks for coming by. I know it seems like you've had a busy day today.
Yeah, I've had a busy day.
Why is
Those
that?
are the best kinds, though. Those are the best
Yeah.
kinds.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
the best kinds. I'm not gonna say
Yeah,
why.
how you doing,
but-
Justin?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you, Finn?
Yeah, I'm great. Gotta deal with Steven here, but I'm great.
Oh God damn it, Steven, stop. Can you shut the damn door when you're going to the bathroom? For God's sake. You
That
do
can't
this
be
all the
real.
time. You
Please
do this
tell
all
me
the
that's
time.
not
I don't know
real.
why.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
That's not real.
It's
You
not real.
know,
It's a phone sample. It was a
Sweet
phone
baby
sample.
Jesus, let that be a sample.
It is a sample. I'm not the one who left the door open and the mic on, Justin. You did live, not me.
Yeah, let it be a sample, not an example.
Thank you, Kashyyyk. You got it.
Wow, what an entry there. Speaking of clipping things for later, that should be your intro, I think.
By the way,
All right,
Nick-
well, I got to get going.
No, you don't. Don't be like that.
Actually, I do. My family's arriving, so for my birthday. So, bye,
happy
guys.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah,
Happy
everyone give
birthday.
Justin Proper happy birthday. I will
Have
see you
a
on
good
top
one. Have a
loaded.
good stream. I'll
Thank
be
you.
I'll be doing one at 7 p.m. Eastern, and
Okay.
I may or may not be doing
Yes.
be doing shots for money. Who knows? Who knows what's gonna happen? Have a good night, guys.
Take
Oh,
care,
thank
man.
you,
Have a
Justin.
great
Thank you
birthday.
for
Bye.
dropping by
Across
and
the
saying
streams.
hello. All right.
By the way,
And-
Nicholas, by the way,
What's up?
but great score on that Braden Bold number 36 you got on the wall. Looks great on the wall there, man.
Texas, being in Dallas.
Where'd you get that, man?
Oh, we were at a candy shop,
What?
and
What?
we were at a candy shop in Dallas, straight up, and they had comic books there.
Wow.
Seriously, a candy shop. I still can't believe the story.
Hold on. How is this happening?
Oh yeah, brother! Somebody said you're at 500 subscribers.
I know who that is.
Congratulations, brother! 500 subscribers is a big deal.
You sound like a imposter, brother.
Listen here, for every subscriber that Nick Weiser has, I'm gonna eat a Slim Jim. It's gonna be awesome.
Wait a second.
Congratulations, brother! I just wanted to stop by and say where to go.
I think you're lying, brother.
No, you didn't. Wait, who is this imposter up there?
You're the imposter, you yellow banana freak.
Who's Bonesaw? I'll take him on.
I'll take you out to the ranch and show you what it feels like to ride a horse.
And just remember, cup of coffee, baby. Yeah, cup of coffee.
What happened to you on South Park, brother?
What is this South Park, bro? Sorry. I'm
know
up here
exactly what I'm
dining
talking
with the
about.
gods,
I'm
drinking the
crying right
coffee,
now.
baby.
You got bicycle streamers on your arms, brother.
I don't even know what that means, but just remember, the cream will rise to the top. Oh,
The
yeah.
only cream here is your lies.
Just remember.
Hey,
Nick
why
Weiser
the hell
will
does it
rise
sound like
to
Kermit the
1,000
Frog
subscribers.
impersonation?
Why are you sounding like Kermit the Frog, brother?
All right, brother. Well, hey, look.
Have you been having one too many bacon strips?
You're stealing my limelight, kid.
I'm stealing your limelight because I can, brother.
Anyway, all right. Well, look, I gotta get going. I gotta do some wrestling and eat some Slim Jims.
Go to the
And,
rest of that fridge.
take some ladies out. It's gonna be awesome. Congratulations, 32 flavors of Nick Weiser, and keep it up, brother. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, Macho Man out. Thank you.
Hey, Macho, hey,
You got
Macho
it,
Fake.
brother.
Macho
You got
Fake, you dropped some rhinestones in the lobby.
Who is this fake guy? You just get him out
You're
of here,
the
Nick.
fake. You're
You
wearing
know,
rhinestones. Why don't you go
he's scaring
bedazzle
your
yourself?
subscribers
Personality. Why don't you go bedazzle yourself?
Well, hey, look, I just want everybody to make sure they're still subscribed to Nick Weiser because YouTube is unsubscribing some subscribing people, and they unsubscribe the Macho Man Randy Savage from Nick Weiser, and that's unacceptable. Now I'm gonna have to go and slam them to the mat, baby.
You need some hooked on phonics, brother. Today, Junior.
You both sound like you're gonna get a freaking stroke.
The only thing I'm gonna stroke is his own fake ego.
I've had like 10 strokes because all the cocaine I've done. But trust me, brother, I'm full of protein.
I bet you are full of protein.
Don't share
Probably
your
slipped in the
protein
shower
here.
on a Slim
Do
Shady.
not share your protein here. Keep your
Listen
shadow
here,
and be
your
honest.
protein, brother.
I'm listening. Why is everybody yelling at me?
Off. I want to see how your nipples are.
All right, that's kind of weird even for me. I'm just saying. A little weird for even me. I'm really weird.
You're trusting yourself below the belt, brother. I know it.
Oh, dear God. All right, anyway, Nick Weiser, thank you for having me, brother.
My pleasure, sir. Have a great day.
Anytime, man. And we'll catch you guys in the ring, all right?
All right, Ord. Take
All
care.
right, dude. All right.
Later, Ord.
Thank you,
Had to
Macho.
have been Ords.
All right, Fenrir has to go as well. Plug away, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, Nick. This was always a pleasure. This was a pleasure as always. To all the people out there watching this, Nick is. If this is your first time, Nick is an amazing guy. You should keep up with him. He's a great dude. And of course, he always talks to everybody. And of course, some of these people may not be the best people to speak to. Look at you, Seagal.
I ain't talking. That's you, brother.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, out of that, everyone else is. It's just great. The guy's great. Keep it up. We'll see it. We'll just wait 3 days from now. We're probably going to be doing 1,000.
There you
I
go.
hope it's on a cupcake.
Nick, you've been a great friend and teacher in BW. So stay safe out there.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Take
you.
care,
Hey,
man.
have
All
a
of
great
you.
day. See you
All
tomorrow
of
night
you.
for the
Stay
comic
safe.
panel.
Later,
Oh
Fenrir.
yeah, I promise you, I will be there. May there be rain, thunderstorm, even death itself. I'll be there.
Awesome,
I can't get
dude.
out of my basement.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
You can definitely
peace.
walk yourself out. Take care.
And I'll see you around. I'll see you around, Fat Stephen. Boom boom.
Take care, man.
I love you, cupcake lies.
All right. So we got another stream elements here. Thanks to Mr. Gomer Kyle with $5. Says, hey, I like the wrestling pajamas, Nick. Anyways, congrats on 500. Why, thank you, sir. Let me get the screen looking normal. And we want to introduce onto the panel Mr. Ord's Board. What's up,
Macho
dude?
Man.
Dude, what the fuck just went down, man?
That was you, Ord.
I wonder who that was.
As soon as
No,
you said-
seriously,
as soon as
seriously.
you-
No, shut up, fans. I literally, I woke up and was like, came downstairs and Kashik's like, oh my God, Nick Weiser's doing his 500 sub. And I'm like, all right, cool. So I got all my shit together. I turned your stream on. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy, man? That's not Macho Man fucking Randy Savage. What a dick.
Dude, as soon as you said that's a little weird, I knew who it was.
Who are you talking about? I literally just woke
Listen
up
here,
and came
brother. Don't
downstairs.
bullshit the bullshitter.
All right, whatever, bro. I'm not going to argue. I literally came down. Ask Kashik. She's sitting right next to me. Anyway, great show so far. It's chaos, which is awesome.
Hey there, Ords.
It's been a
What's
fun
going-
panel today.
Was that Finra that just Finra that just
left
was
the
here?
building?
Yeah.
Yes, he did leave the building.
Oh, hell, cheers, man. Hell yeah. Okay,
Ords?
cheers to Justin Proper. What's up?
Yes, right. No,
Yeah.
he dropped by too. Hey, Ords, between now and that I got you with your voice. Thank you and your soon-to-be wife. Is that correct?
Yes,
Soon-to-be wife?
yes.
Thank you both for the tips. Like, that's
Oh,
awesome.
yeah.
You did not have to do that at all. Like, that's
No,
awesome, though.
no.
I'll take it.
Yeah,
And
so take it and run with it, baby.
I
That's-
will. Dude, the best pizza is going to happen. Like,
Good.
You are one of the pieces that contributed to a large pile of the best pizza I'm gonna have. Like, I'm gonna go cowabunga on this thing. Like, I'm gonna make Shredder so mad that I'm not gonna share the pizza. Like, Shredder's gonna probably come after me. And I'm like, no, can't do that. No, this pizza's mine, dude. It's mine.
I feel like 500 is one of those milestones that you definitely have to kind of stop and celebrate. I think the first one's 100 because that's kind of where you get your nameplate, / or at
whatever
Yes.
whatever it is. Yeah, but 500 is one of those I think important ones because you're closer to that big milestone than you were before. Like you're closer than you are far, and having that celebration, eating that big ass pizza, going all out is just it's a way to inspire yourself to keep pushing because like there's more of that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with celebrating 500, man. And you deserve it, dude. You've been pushing. I see it all over the place. You're getting people on your shows doing way more work than me. So, and that shows, and that's awesome, man. And I encourage you to keep pushing and don't stop, man. I mean,
well, I'm not going to stop.
It's just around the corner, man.
I'm not stopping. I'm more than halfway on the hours. I'm more than halfway, and of course, I'm officially halfway as far as subscribers go. It's gonna be glorious, and I want to just continue to have more partying, more fun, more ridiculousness. It's gonna be like that. I want to like live a life where I just get to do the Howard Dean speech 1,000 times over on instant replay. Like, and I just want to end everything like rah like that. It's gonna be glorious and entertaining people, making people have fun is a big thing. Like with Toxic Tuesday or the food videos, or I'll do pop culture commentary where I do it. And now I started adding Mickey Mouse voices to those.
Oh
to
boy!
Oh, guys, what's with this crazy?
Fat Steven doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh, he's crazy.
I can't do it that high. It hurts.
I'll kick you in the ass. I will.
It hurts me.
Orts, I love seriously. Like I know I said this to everyone. I'm just echoing more of the same comments, and I do apologize for that in advance. But I really enjoyed meeting you guys. Like in Vegas, like that was awesome. It just the whole personable experience was an absolute treasure and something that I'll remember for the rest of my life. And the fact that we learned on that very weekend that we were practically neighbors is kind of even more mind blowing.
It's awesome.
So it's great.
It's a small, like it just, the old adage, it's a small world, man. And as cringe as it is to say that, but it's true. In the same sense, I feel the same way, man. There's not, as a person who's kind of pretty wild and outspoken and just kind of enjoys life like you, I think we're very similar in that aspect. I can appreciate not only in the aspect of like somebody who's having a good time and looking for the best out of life, which it seems like you are. Like you're just trying to look for the best out of every situation. You're trying to have a good time no matter how shitty the situation is, which is awesome. But it's also nice to have a guy who can come in and inspire me to work harder, to keep pushing. And I'll tell you this, man, something I've seen, especially in this family, community, whatever word you use to describe this collective of people. There are people who come in and they have good content, but they don't grow very fast. Mm-hmm. And then there are people who have good content and come in and just light it up, dude. And like Fats will even tell you, because he's him and I, we've talked a lot about it. And not everybody comes in and grows as fast as you. And what that tells me is that there is going to be success in your future as long as you continue down the trajectory you're working at, man, because people don't grow this fast. Which means there are people out there enjoying your content, YouTube's, favoring you in that aspect. And now after 500, hopefully, knock on wood, what I've seen is there's this trend where they will help push yourself or push you a little bit more.
Yeah, 500. Yeah, 500. You'll start being seen on more feeds. You'll start popping up in recommended videos. I think that's the trademark and how it works.
Yeah.
And like as Or says, we have talked about this a lot. Just watching people grow is this at the same time as you grow fast, it gets overwhelming as soon as you hit that 1K, because as long as you're keeping your content fresh, keeping your panels fresh, your friends there, because they are the ones that help build you as much as you help build them, the thing will grow. And as much as Orz wants to strangle me some days,
every day,
fuck yourself. He is still one of those people like others that has helped me get through hard times, like other people like Lorena and Loki. Those people, Clobberin too, anyone. Those people are the ones that will be there for you to listen, to help you work things out, to find where your path is going if you're having doubts, and you will push forward.
Now I'll tell you this too. Like we all know that there's drama that pops up. Like if I give anybody on this panel advice, anybody, and I know Clobber at times, what's up? I know his ass has been growing fast.
Thank you.
Yeah, he knows his shit.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. I think we've met a couple of times, but Clobber, I've noticed Clobberan's channel has been climbing super, super fast. That's because he knows his shit. He has his points. Like there, honestly, I don't know if there's anybody else in this community collective that knows their shit like Clobber at times does. But anyway,
you're too kind, man. Thank you.
No, but it just goes to show you that, like, if you're having fun, if you know what you're talking about, people are going to listen. And again, if I could give any kind of advice when the drama starts popping off, because it always does, there's always some kind of drama, right? Keep your head down, focus on your work, and push your content. Don't worry about other people, because the second you start worrying about other people, and I know this might be harsh because in this community where we're supposed to support each other, yes, support each other, retweets, send super chats, whatever, support any way you can. But when it comes down to it, you have to focus on you and push your content, because at the end of the day, you are responsible for that and nobody else is. Fuck the downvotes, fuck the haters, fuck the comments. Ignore them and just continue to push, because you're gonna, once you start growing, you're gonna have people coming in your chats talking shit. You're gonna have people saying shit. Dude, those people don't matter. You focus on your channel and the people who are there to watch you because they want to, not because people are fucking hating. And I think you're gonna do fucking great, man.
I just kicked those guys to the curb for you there, Flavor Flav.
Oh, thank you, Bossy. I got an Egyptian God on my side, and I got Benjamin Grimm, the thing on my side, and I got a Fat Steven. So that does help, though. It helps as far as detractors go. Like I got some good muscle on my side, so that does help a little bit. But when I don't got the muscle on my side, yeah, I'm good at I'm good. I mean, I've seen some of it. I do keep my head straight, just focus on my own path, because that is really all it is, about focusing on my own path. Don't worry about what those people are dramatizing about. They'll be forgotten about 5 minutes later. Stay the course, do your thing, stick to your guns. And if you love it, even if it takes longer, just go for it anyway. If you truly believe in what you say and do, just keep going anyways, because it's not about being an overnight success. To me it was never about that. It was never about being the biggest channel. For me, it's about having a loyal following, whether it's people who come in for the food content, or for me being a Mickey Mouse voice on pop culture commentary, or doing stuff for Toxic Tuesday. And if someone likes to do all three of the things, that's fine too. Whatever is a thing that you find intriguing, that is fine. I just want to know, when I do something of those types, I'm going to be the go-to for that particular subject matter. I look at that. For me, I apply it to a band I grew up on. I'm sure you've heard them. They're from the Bay Area, called Slayer. They were never the biggest metal band.
Slayer? No, I'm just kidding.
Slayer were never the biggest thrash metal band compared to like a Metallica or a Megadeth. But the whole gist is they stuck to their guns, and they still had the most respect and to some degree relevance till the day they stopped doing it, because they never sold out. They never worried about what others were doing. They just stuck to their guns, and they stayed Slayer from beginning to end. And I saw that whole story on a musical, and that inspired me as part of my channel. Like, I gotta just be Nick Weiser, have fun, and just go all the way with it to the very end. Which right now, my end is that's not even a thought. But I want to be in this for the long term, and I want to enjoy being with all these fine folks in the YouTube area. And I want to just keep reach out to voices and entertain everyone. That's just my goal. Is to stick to my guns.
And I think one of those things about Slayer too is you don't hear two people go, Slayer's all right. You either I fucking love Slayer or I don't like Slayer. There's no really, and like you said, to develop that genuine following, I think is you can get subscribers. You could do a video that'll get, I mean, hell, like I think 24/7 Fusion just got a video that's like 24,000 views on it. Right?
It got to 85,000, and then Sony came at for it.
Oh God! Okay,
really?
Well, case in point, right there is like the people who are going to click on the subscription button from a video that's got 80,000, 100,000 views on it. You're right. Those are the people that you want. And I think you can build a following on YouTube, but to build a genuine following, to build a genuine audience that shows up every single time when you do that, I think is one of the most difficult things to do on this platform. Because, I mean, there are channels that have 50 subscribers that I'm like, how do they only have 50 subscribers? You know? And then there are channels with dudes who are using like duct tape microphones and they've got 150,000 subscribers. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? How did like this? What the hell? But again, it just goes to show you that like developing that solid following and the genuine following, and you're a genuine fucking dude. So I think people see that, and people, and another reason why you're growing is because it's not even necessarily content; it's the individual. Okay, it's if people like what you're doing, they like what you're about. it doesn't really matter about your content. They're going to come to see you as an individual. And this is something that I've learned recently. It's like, my content's not that great, but people like me, I don't know why, but they seem to do. So they show up, which is awesome. And I love that. I love that people come in and they just want to hang out, because that's all I want to do is fucking come in and hang out. And you're fucking kicking ass. 500 subs already. Fuck yeah, dude. It's awesome.
Thank you. It's been a fun journey. What's up, Fat?
I wanted to add to that too. At the same time, I know maybe we don't agree. What, like with the drama thing? Yeah, keep your heads down. Don't let people bring you in, especially when they think you have to choose sides when it has nothing to do with you. You can still be friends with everyone without having to deal with the drama. Second time is, you ever get people to start coming after you or anything like that? People try to start to bring you into that shit. You know what you do? The same thing. Keep your head down. Never air your public laundry. That is rule number 1 to anyone in the chat, growing the channel, and anyone fucking here. Never air your dirty laundry in public. Never acknowledge it. Never give them power. As soon as that starts happening and people are trying to do this crap, or whether it's a bot, whether it's a human, whether it's salty, pettiness, high school, whatever it is, do not give them power. You ignore them. You mute them. You just unacknowledge them. The second
go
thing
about
you
your
do
business
is you monetize that crap and make them look like a fool without acknowledging them. That's my second rule. I do believe that. But the people that will be with you are the same people that are on the panel today, that were on your panel just now, who will be on your panel in the future. Those are the ones that aren't there to gain standing by stomping over someone else.
And real quick, I know Pat's not going to talk a lot, but I just feel like we've experienced a lot of this bullshit.
Oh my God.
Fats and I, we've had friends that like Fats is not friends with anymore, but I'm still friends with him. Fats knows this. We've had these conversations, and what it comes down to is, I think what people don't realize is like there's more than just ourselves that we have to focus on when it comes to actually like the drama stuff. So like when somebody's making a big deal about something, or like, oh, hey, so-and-so said this, and somebody you're friends with. So let's say somebody approached you and said, oh, so-and-so or Fat Steven said this, and blah, blah, I can't stand Fat Steven, I hate him. You're like, bro, I'm friends with him. If you don't like that's on you, bro. You gotta stay consistent in that way too. Like Fat said, don't let people fucking drag you into the bullshit, man, because people fucking will. And you can't feel bad for ignoring it, because people are gonna be like, oh, what the hell, bro? You're not gonna be on my side with this shit, bro. I'm not on anybody's side here. Look, this is between you motherfuckers. You handle it. I don't want to be a part of it. If you don't want to be my friend because I don't want to be a part of it, well, fucking peace the fuck out then.
Yeah.
So anyway, sorry, just like all this shit that's coming to mind right now. And
no, it's okay. I mean, I obviously, I know you've been at this a little longer than me. I've only been doing this a little over a year. So yeah, I'm glad to always hear that from people who have had the experience. And yeah, no, and I'm going to listen. I'm absolutely 811% apply what you say and follow through with that from A to B, and make sure that doesn't stop. I don't want to stop. I feel good. I'm still fired up. Like, we're 3 hours and 31 minutes into this, and I'm still feeling good. I'm fired up. Like, I got another panel I'm going to do much later tonight. I'm not done, dude. Like, the energy, the drive is still there, and having that drive is important, because without the drive, you're not being there honestly. You got to have the drive, and I love doing this. I truly love doing these things. Once again, whether it's the food videos, a Toxic Tuesday, it doesn't matter. I love doing this, and I got to love this first and foremost. That's the only way in any possible reality, multiverse, whatever you want to call it. The only way this would stop is if I stop loving this, and I love this, and all the people I've gotten to meet on top of it. Yeah. Like, the day I start meeting like RM, like I met you, Ords, but the day I get to meet RM, Lord Thoth, Cloud and Fat, like it's just there's just all these amazing individuals who I love sharing the time with, and the fact that I get to do it with them all the time is.
I'm not amazing. I'd like to stand for the record. I am not amazing. I am just a simple fat
I second that. I second that motion.
Okay, I am now an amazing man because Ords is a dick.
No, but let me ask you this, because this is something that like I've dealt with ever since I've started this, or seen some kind of success. On what are you laughing about?
She's laughing at what I said.
No, but shit, what was my point going to be? You guys distract me. Thanks, Kashi. She's sitting next to me working right now. Yeah. So let me ask you this, Nick, what's the first thing you think of when you wake up in the morning?
Steven?
Oh, I mean, first thing, well, I'm a dad, so I'm one of those guys where I don't want to give my brain to like anyone ever, because I gotta make sure when my brain wakes up, I gotta make sure
Dad,
the children are okay. I make sure the children are okay,
There you
and
go.
I check on my girlfriend as well. See, she's still sleeping soundly in bed, because she's the heavy sleeper. She's one.
Yeah.
I'm okay with her having her 10 to 12 hours. She also works a very serious job being a phlebotomist as well, so that is a very time consuming thing. So, and she's helping me be dad, which is awesome. So I'm dad, then boyfriend with a hint of soon to be husband down the line. Don't say it just yet. I am planning that out. I'm planning.
Let me
that
tell
out.
you, make videos and post it on the internet. People will love it, man.
I will. And then after that I say, okay, what's on my mind for inspiration for YouTube? What's being
Okay, right there.
I want to do a short. What's inspiring me? What is on there? Is there someone who's putting out content that's gonna say, okay, this guy inspired me. I want to now get on record. Like I get my mind trained on a routine to, I try to do 1 to 2 regular videos a week, do a few shorts a week, keep Toxic Tuesday going, and 3 out of 4 Fridays a month, I'll have the Friday Night Comic Talk as well. I always make sure I have a strict routine of making sure I keep up with those things.
Well, that was my whole point. Like when I was like, and I guess that makes sense. I guess maybe not the first thing you think of when you wake up, but at least for me, ever since I've started this YouTube thing, and ever since I literally put my first video, it's like the only thing I think about outside of like getting the family responsibilities done and all that shit is my channel, is my YouTube, is my essentially my job here, and I want to know if other creators, maybe everybody else has that, but like literally when I wake up, it's like, what can I do to make this better? What can I do to further this YouTube thing, this streaming thing? What can I do? And it honestly, like I'm obsessed with it. And it's for the first time in my life, I mean, I've had jobs, man. I used to brew beer. Like I was the champion and all that stuff, but for the first time in my life, I found something that I was legitimately passionate about.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't ever see myself not doing this.
No, I agree. Like, I do want to find the inspiration because I want to know, how am I going to top myself? There's always some little thing that you're not thinking about that can still help you be better at what you do. Because every time, like, oh man, I could have been, where did I go wrong with this last video? Because there will be videos of mine that will, I guess you could say, are viewed well, receptive well. I'll still, in my mind, I'll hate something about it. Because I'm like, I wish I could have done this. Like, I wish I could have talked about something more. I wish I could have trimmed down the fat a little bit from something.
What the hell, man? You just invited me on.
See, that's when you just like take him out of the stream for a second. Just
right.
It's like, all right, we'll cut the fat right now, and then just fucking get his ass.
I want to just constantly be the I want to always better myself. And it's like, even when people are liking something, I always tell myself, no, Nick, there's still something you're messing up here. Don't, like, they may like it, but you're still doing some mess up, and you gotta face the music and fix that. I'm always
be too hard on yourself, because you have to understand that this medium is a little bit different. This is the new frontier. So what's important to remember is what we're doing here is actually live radio. Everyone is speaking extemporaneously. No one has anything planned. Nobody has any in-text citation or references or any type of evidence. You're just shooting the breeze. And in that way, it's like talk radio. If you have educated people around and subject matter experts, and it's more like rock radio if you don't. And so if I can give you any advice as a communications and technology scholar who also is from broadcasting, don't go back and look at the videos. I think that in this exchange in the new frontier, I think the audience is cognizant of the fact that this is a blending of formats, that you cannot expect the perfection on the rewatch. It's about being here for the live interchange, and I want you to think about that when you have subject matter experts on. It's talk radio. People want to hear what that expert has to say. And when you don't have experts on and you just want to cover these kitchen table topics and you want to see what your friends think of it more like rock radio. Think of your favorite rock station in the morning, and don't go back and look at your videos. You don't have to do that. And I also have some feedback, Hun Bun. Andrew's here. My husband's here. As you can see, Yaworski pool practice. He has to go to work.
I don't know you, Andrew, but what's up, brother? Hi, Andrew.
And I just wanted to let you know something.
Yo, Mr. Briggs.
Yeah. Love you, LT. So right now, when people try to donate to you, there's an international community that may or may not have the same access to Stream Elements. So one thing I would like to say on air so that everyone hears this is that it would be really great if streamers could move beyond Stream Elements. There are lots of different types of Cash Apps that you can use. Actually, there's one called Cash App, because one of the reasons why many people are not donating to these streams is because of the service fees. So I just tried to go in and donate $5 to your channel.
Yeah.
I don't have a PayPal account, and PayPal usually charges me $5. So if I want to donate $5, I also have $5 in fees. So everyone listening, if you run a stream, please do your homework and look at some Cash Apps that that interchange with credit cards. I know Cash App, I think you can apply that on YouTube, although I'm not a streamer, but I think you can. And I also think that you can get a card and you can do fill-ups. And I also know that it is end-to-end encrypted. So I would love it, Nick, if you could do something like that so that I'm able to donate to
do
you
something like that.
instead of the PayPal. PayPal blows, and Stream Elements and PayPal mean that Canadians are actually donating the same amount of money as they're paying in service fees.
Can I have a question? Is Cash App even workable up in Canada yet? Because I hear you need to be a U.S. resident to use it.
I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm not a streamer. I do know that there are lots of mechanisms out there, and I just wish that a lot of streamers would put in. I know that this sort of works through recommendation. Like people are like, oh, you should use Stream Elements, and then everybody uses Stream Elements, and then they don't go and investigate others. Geez, you guys, it sure would be nice if I could just give Nick a tip, $5-10 without paying that same amount in fees. So if you all could do a little bit of research, that would be a way to improve your channels, to make sure I can give money. That'd be really great.
Oh no, hey, I'm glad you mentioned that. Like, trust me, like I would like to do something like that because I obviously I use PayPal. I guess you could use the words necessary evil. But I would like to know if I have entertained the idea of is an alternative out there, because I am aware of some of the shadiness with PayPal, and there are some people and companies who do get, do definitely get gypped from PayPal. So just knowing that knowledge makes me want to say, okay, what's an alternative? But now that you're telling me about get cash, I mean, unfortunately, I'm going to look into that regardless.
Please do.
I'm sorry
because you're international people, like people in Australia, New Zealand, Canada. We're trading at a lesser dollar, and the
UK, really, like our beautiful Purple Valkyrie is.
Well, at least the Purple Valkyrie's money is worth more, but our money isn't worth as much. And then when you put the fees on top of it. Yes, it's but anyway, I just wanted you to be aware of that. You guys sort of got off on a tangent. You were talking about how you can improve your channels. Also, it's very important for you to think internationally, and also be able to think of your end user, think of your audience. Always put. Of course, I'm always saying this to my broadcasting students, to my writing students. Always put your audience first. And today I wanted to tip you, honey, and I couldn't. So maybe if you could do a little investigation, I would love that.
I would love to do the investigation. I like you're telling me about something that can only help me better myself, and you could have kept that knowledge and never told that. And I will gladly look into it. And that sounds awesome. I want to get the most out of this to make it an interactive experience between me and the listener, the friend, the family member, the customer, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I want to add that little extra interaction and make them feel like, hey, I like what he's doing. Let me help contribute to a cause. No, I'd love to do it because I'm a guy who believes in the more the merrier. I'm like, if I can find more, so if one thing works for one person, it doesn't work for that, I can find something that's going to work for someone else. I'm all for that. That's why I have a Minds account. That's why I also put myself on. That's why I have millions of social media accounts, because you want to put as much as yourself out there, because someone only has one thing to reach you, whether it's just by communication or by contribution. I want to be able to cover as many grounds as possible, and I'm just because you mentioned that alone, I'm gonna look for that and seek it out. The least I could do.
Yeah, and and it's important for everyone to recognize that this is a prevalent problem all over YouTube. There are many people who definitely do want to give.
Yes.
They want to be able to
Someone agrees
tip.
with you.
But yes, exactly. but if you get to the checkout and it costs you $7 with your banking fee and your PayPal fee to donate $5, wow, that is sure that's not exactly an incentive to participate. So these people are struggling every day to develop these apps. They want to be the next app to facilitate this YouTube phenomenon. So just keep your ear to the ground, and if you could do an investigation, it would be really great for me to just enter my credit card number and donate to you.
Pay $5 and that'd be it.
There's another thing that also comes with this, is when you do get monetized, and this comes for anyone outside of the US. I don't know if US is doing this as well, but if you're, let's say, a Canadian, you want to super chat one of your people, like one of you person you want to support, they're now taxing you. So for every $2 super chat on, let's say for me giving you a $2 super chat, when you get monetized, we're charging 26 cents.
Oh, the percentage is out of control.
I did hear that. And that's why RM's idea is a great idea, because yes, Google does take the most money out of it, from at least 30% now to this additional tax. I want alternatives, because that alternative is going to help me get more, and it's going to help people like RM here make it more accessible for us. So the victory is both ways. I want to do that. It helps everyone that way with the alternative from Google.
To sum it up, RM statement is, the variety is the spice of life.
Yes. Oh yeah.
And she's right. And that's the thing. Like PayPal and these companies, like if you have an account, it is very much cheaper. However, they shouldn't pigeonhole people into starting an account with them, so then they have your information. And like you said, you should be able to just open up. Here's my credit card number. Here's $5, and you're getting all your $5. Yes. Or some. There's got to be something out there. Maybe you have to watch an advertisement, and that's where they get their revenue from, or something.
Exactly.
But something has to be out there. Something needs to be created, and that's absolutely right. Because I don't like Fats is right with the tax stuff. YouTube's taking their cut. It's no different than we're trying to create independent business here. We're trying to create our own business. We're trying to create something for ourselves, but it's no different than having a job, because your employer is still essentially making money off of you and making money off your hard work. And the idea is we don't want to make other motherfuckers rich. We want to get the money, right?
We want to get rich. No, I hear you.
Zach just said in the chat, crypto wallets. Zach, sorry, Brightest Day. Brightest Day. Yeah, that's actually what I've heard that a couple of people are currently developing. So sort of like these fill-up cards, and you can use these fill-up cards, and they're end-to-end 128-bit or 128 encrypted end-to-end, and you can actually transfer money, so there are no fees. And so I don't know how to access those fill-up cards, but I do know that there are people who are developing apps that will do those fill-up cards. So, it's really important for streamers to keep their ear to the ground on that, and anticipate that tech, and to keep a very forward thinking on that tech, because the Stream Elements is wonderful. I know many people are sharing the idea, and it's great, but it's not great for everyone, because if it costs you $12 to donate $5, there's no incentive to do that. So let's just get a system, and for everyone who is listening, let's get a system where we can do a fill-up card where it's transfer, or someone like me can just go, here's my credit card information. This is end-to-end encrypted. Everything's safe. Let me give my buddy $5 at the beginning of the show and $5 at the end of the show, and just let it happen, right?
Oh yes, no, I second it. No, I'm gonna look at that Cash App today. It's gonna be glorious, and if I'm lucky, maybe I can get that account set up and hit the ground running. And that way, I can make it as an additional link that shows up in the comment feed. Because even if it doesn't sync through YouTube, I can get even if it goes straight to my bank account without going to YouTube. That's fine too. Once again, it's all about having as many outlets available. Accessibility is very, very important to me. Like I said, what doesn't work for one person, hopefully it will work for another. I want to have as many of them available to cover all the grounds possible. And yes, that will happen, RM. And you have my 811% word on that. And I'm going to at the least check it out. At the least, it's the least I could do since you brought it to my attention. I think
it's going to make people donate even more to you, sweetheart. I really do. I think once you remove those barriers and those extraneous fees, I think that you will get a lot more donations, and that's the most important thing to me.
And I think what's great about that too, to further that point, is you can make money now without being monetized on YouTube, which is a phenomenal thing. Like if you could have a transition where you're going from 500 subscribers to 1,000 subscribers into your monetization, and it really not feel that significant because you've already been making money, that's ideal. I mean that's very much ideal. And you're right about the other stuff, man. And the best thing about it is if you find a way to make this happen, you can tell everybody else, and then that that information will spread through the community. And trust me, people will jump on it and they will thank you for it.
Let's take all my monies.
All right. I got Brightest Day here with $4.20 saying Nick Weiser flavored number 500. Epic ever streaming amber ale. And then TC with a $5 says, congrats, dude. Thank you, TC. And thank you, Bryce Day, as well. And there's a certain polar bear I saw lurking in here that me and Clobber Times, we only let one person do the introduction to this creature. So the floor is yours, RM Breaks.
Not a purpose!
Gilbert.
It will never get old when you say that. And RC from the NYC pops in. Hi, RC. I haven't seen you, but hello, sir.
You never seen? RC's awesome, man.
He is awesome. He's always contributing, and I just love it when he comments because he shows up on Toxic Tuesday and he's got great knowledge on movies. And here he is throwing me for $5.55 saying, what's up, Nick? What's up, panel? What's up, chat? Nick, congrats on reaching 500 subs, brother. Keep up the toxicity and more chill content. I promise, RC from the NYC. That's the least I can do for you. Thank you. Wow.
Raquel, may I ask you a question quickly? Because this was brought to my attention a couple of days ago that you've
become proper. May I ask you a question?
May I ask you a question, please, madame? The thing is, you've become a Babylon 5 fan, right?
Yeah, I have. As you well know, it's quite difficult to watch Babylon 5 in Canada. It's extremely expensive, and I'm an unemployed professor, so expensive doesn't really work in my life right now. So I have a little birdie who is helping me to watch the show. It's perfectly legal, but I'm not going to say who it is. And I'm having a ball. It is absolutely excellent.
The reason why I say this is, am I allowed to just whip it out a little bit, Nick? I don't want to be rude.
Go ahead.
Do you know who we had on last week?
Yeah, I saw that. Isn't that great? Congratulations.
She was a delight. And I thought, I think I forget who told me, and I'm like, Raquel watches Babylon 5. Why haven't she and Clobby started focusing on this after TNG too, and just having their way with it after Space Above and Beyond, so I can at least get through the 3 seasons before they take over?
Well, we got a long way to go before we get through all of Trek. So
we do, and that was the whole idea. So when like Clobby has been in this business for a decade. He's just a genius person. Of course, he owned a comic book store, and he really likes to.
Where's Eric? Where's Eric?
Where's Eric? Where's Eric? You know what he did is he tried to create that same environment online after he retired, and he no longer had his comic book shop. So he approached me early on when he was on his other platform, and I went over and I gave his show a listen, and I realized, oh my goodness, this guy is a subject matter expert. I would have interviewed him when I was working in radio. I would have invited him into one of my classrooms to speak to my college students. This guy is brilliant. And he said, let's get together. And we got together, and I was just fascinated by him. And then after the show, I think the first time we were able to speak, we spoke for about 3 or 4 hours after the show. And I realized, oh my goodness, I am just in love with this guy. This guy is just the best guy. And then he approached me and he said, do you have any ideas on anything you would like to cover? Is there anything you want to do? And we got to talking back and forth, and I just said, every year I watch Star Trek from beginning to end, TOS to end. So 64, technically, to 2005. I'm a member of the 735 Club. And what would you think if we just did if you came along for the ride and we did it together? And he said, that's exactly what I want to do. So then we started Saturday Night Star Trek. So now we've come to a point where I've known Clobby for about 1.5 years now. I love him in real life. He's not just my streaming friend. He's become pretty much one of the best friends I've ever had in my life.
Isn't that the best?
I adore him. And so I want to get down to one of the Louisiana cons, and I want to have some of our listeners help me organize ClobbyCon. And after that, after we get over that and we finish the Star Trek out, Clobby has introduced me to so many things. He taught me about the Gold Key comics. He taught me about The Prisoner. The Prisoner is so intellectual. It is so wonderfully cerebral. It's poetry and prose. It's surreal. It's Kafka-esque. It's just gorgeous. So I'd love to do The Prisoner with him. I would love to do Babylon 5 with him. Basically, Clobby is my best friend in the whole world. He's also my Star Trek soulmate. I love him, and any show he wants me to do with him, I will do with him, because he's aces. I love him.
I mean, how can you not?
Go, Clobber.
How can you not?
He's like my fats. I love it.
Are you saying I'm your friend? I'm your friend.
I love the love in the air.
I love you back.
This
When you feel the love tonight.
Yeah, anyone who you can talk to for like 7 hours a day, and the whole time they're making you laugh, and and you just can't believe the wonderful things that come out of their mouth and that come out of their mind. That's when you know you have a real life friend. It's no longer streaming. It's not a casual like, oh, I know this guy on the internet. It becomes a true friendship. It's just amazing. I cannot believe how long we can talk.
I'm feeling awful uncomfortable with all this public display of affection here, everybody.
I think at the same time, I think I owe an apology then to not only Nick and the panel, but the chat, if any of my vulgar language is unacceptable in a broadcasting environment.
Oh man!
No, shut up, man, Steven.
No, seriously.
Oh god! Oh, snore poop is. I love you.
Kill that dinosaur. Kill it now. Kill it now. Kill it now. Kill it now. Fire.
2 to the body, 1 to the head.
I'd rather have a
body, 1 to the head.
Oh,
it's 2 to the body, 1 to the head. If there's any body armor, the headshot always gets them.
It's like he knows from experience.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You see Zach's comment? Zach's comment, I'm going to pretend Raquel is talking about me.
I love you, Zach.
With your eyes open or closed, Zach?
Is that a double tap?
So bad. Bad boy.
Bad.
Sorry, that was naughty.
Yeah, it was very, very.
But no, the reason why I said that is because Raquel does take her broadcasting history of her education as well as her work experiences very seriously. And I've seen the way sometimes she talks, the way she presents it. And sometimes we forget, like even I forget. I'm so used to swearing all the time that sometimes it might not always be befitting on a panel. So that's why I said it wasn't kissing ass or saying "shaw."
Yeah, whatever, bro. Anyway,
You know what? Why don't you take the bottom part of your lip, pull it over your freaking head, and swallow? Thank you.
You know, Dadman Walking has one of the best avatars on the internet.
Yeah, and so does his wife. Terrifying.
That's true.
It's terrifying. Clubby calls them the Dad Man Clan, and it's stuck. I think it's such a great, because his wife is, when they come to Saturday Night Star Trek, she has completely different opinions than he has. And so you see one creepy avatar and this wonderful gentleman expressing himself, and he's so articulate. And then his wife comes on, and she has a completely different opinion, and she's also very bright and very articulate. So it's the Dad Man Clan. And when they descend on a stream, they're just wonderful. They're a great family.
Well, Dadman Walking, I empathize with that because my wife has a lot of differing opinions too, and I have the bruises to prove it.
Yeah, I had him and his wife on to play Fortnite one night, and we had such a good time. It was the Dad Man edition, and it was great.
Cool.
They're like family to us. So.
Dad Man,
yeah,
Dad Man's good people.
Oh, thank you, Brett Cohen. Yes, I think, but Brett, I think that there is appeal on in both ways. I think that there are a lot of people who are now coming to YouTube who are taking it more seriously, and there are a lot of professional broadcasters and professional people like myself, and certainly like Clobby, who want to professionalize this and give it form and shape, and have really good content and make the content the focus. And really professionalize it. And so, I think that there is a little movement that is going in that direction. But so too, I have to say, there is always going to be an audience for that AM talk radio that Clobby and I do, as well as that FM rock radio station stuff that everyone else is doing. It's just, it's funny when you cross the streams, and when you have somebody like Nick Weiser around, he definitely crosses the streams. He's fearless. And so sometimes he has his AM radio experts around and his FM rock radio dudes who, shoot from the hip, and it's a good mix.
I love that you pulled out of Ghostbusters.
That was beautifully put, and
right.
I'll totally put myself in that shoot from the hip category. So thanks.
Am I in the FM radio or am I in the shock jock radio?
I think you're shock jock, but you're starting to transition. I'm very proud of you.
Oh, you can't say that word anymore.
I honestly was terrified every time we did one of those super chat videos when Patricia was there, but she I'm just like, what do I do next? It isn't shock jock, and I'm looking through my list. There's nothing there.
I liked that you were nervous, because when you're around amateur broadcasters and they're nervous, that's when all of a sudden you start to respect them. Because once I see that you are nervous, then I know you care. I know you care about your manners, about making sure that you're professional and that you interview the guest and you don't waste the guest, and the guest doesn't think you're a complete idiot. And in so doing it, you realize how difficult radio is. In this medium, because you have no production team behind you. There's no 10-second delay. There are no prepped questions that you emailed beforehand. You have a live audience that can interact with a person immediately. They don't have their question filtered through the production team in radio first. And so it can be a very dangerous ecosystem. And so I think it's good that you realize that navigating that won't be so easy. But I will tell you this, that when you cross that threshold and you start to embrace it more like an AM radio talk show, where you're actually interviewing people and you go in and you think about your questions, and there's a clear beginning, middle, and end, and you start to do that, you're going to talk about big money and longevity and
no whammies.
Yeah.
You did great on that interview there, Steve, by the way. I was proud of you.
No, I'm not asking about praise, but I do appreciate that.
I know,
what I'm trying to say is like doing the stream stuff, even the way Nick does it, he looks comfortable, but like it takes practice to even talk to a panel and try to go for an hour. For this case, 4 hours. A lot of women are going to be impressed after the stream, but it takes practice. And when you see people saying, "Oh, you're natural," you're natural because you've grown with a certain amount of people around you that usually talk. And it's when you're meeting someone or talking to someone that's a totally different category or a different lifestyle, it throws you the F off.
Something I've learned too, with like doing more gaming streaming and like you're saying that whole live, like in the moment aspect of it. The best advice I think I can give anybody is to just let it all go.
No, I
just
do that. It smells
let
bad.
it go. Like when I do my streams, I'll start my streams and I'm like screaming at the audience. I'm like, yeah, we're here. We're getting fired up. You know, like you just gotta let it go. Like if you're like, I wish I could be excitable and upbeat like that. Well, you can just stop thinking about not doing it and just do it and let people say what they got to say. And you know, it's okay to have criticism. Criticism is a good thing. I think we've lost the ability to understand criticism or at least take criticism without being offended. Like, I love it when people are like, I tell people in the audience all the time, tell me if my mics are not right. Tell me if something doesn't sound good. I want you to tell me if something's wrong here.
You muted us, so we can't do that anymore live stream. We're like, hey, why does he look so orange?
Oh, because you guys are in the back. You guys are in the back saying all kinds of messed up shit, and I'm trying to do an awesome intro to the audience. The whole radio thing, bring in the audience, get them hooked and engaged, and then you're like in the back, like farts and stepping in dog shit, like whatever it is. You
say that. I'm like, why does he look so orange? Orange has liver problems.
Yeah, he's like, yeah.
And he pauses and he listens, and it's the best part of the show because at that point he's listening to what's going on in the back, and the chat's like, what's he saying? Hearing,
and it's funny because I've used it as a tool to like not let distractions get to me because I've gotten pretty good at that. Where you guys are in the back and you're doing fart jokes or calling me yellow or saying I'm jaundiced or whatever the hell, and I'm like, just stay focused on the audience. Stay focused on the audience. And I kind of use that as a tool, but yeah.
Please do that. Always stay focused on the audience. But I think that it's very important that people be cognizant of the fact that there are two very different ways of approaching this streaming stuff, and there's no shame in doing that FM radio stuff. FM radio stuff is fun, and people absolutely love it, and it's an art form unto itself as well, right? So if you can harness that and you can show people a good time, yes, always put your audience first.
Actually improve at this? I thought I was supposed to just be terrible the entire time and somehow make it.
I have a serious notion right now, Nick. This is kind of pertaining to the chat as well as the panel. During this panel, they just unsubscribed me to your channel.
They unsubscribed. It's funny because I was going to mention
you're going to go to 518 right now.
They unsubscribed me from your channel as well.
It's okay.
So I had to resubscribe, and then I guess they unsubscribed Kashyyyk from my channel. My biggest fan, my fiance. They unsubscribed her from my channel.
Wow.
Well, there's lots of stuff going on behind the scenes. So I don't know if you noticed or not, but the icons changed completely overnight. The font has changed overnight. It's a lot thinner. And
I hate the gray to black that they have for the like button, eh?
The watch counts are down, way down, and I'm talking about reliable watch counts, not like wishful thinking watch counts. I'm talking about reliable watch counts. They're down all over, and I noticed some bizarre behavior. I don't even have a channel, and 126 people follow my YouTube channel. They're just friends of mine, right? But I don't have a channel. And I dropped to 106. Also, it removed a whole bunch of likes. And these are people who just like came there just to say hello to me. I don't have a channel. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's evident that when Doomcock started complaining that they were doing something behind the scenes, but there was no notice that they were actually working on the platform, people were suspicious. But he was correct. They are working on the platform.
Yeah, they wiped a couple days yesterday. They wiped yesterday.
Yeah.
All right. I want Mr. and Mrs. Dadman Walking here, 55, coming in with $10. Congratulations again.
Dadman Clan.
Oh, thank you. Love your food work. Need to trade food stories sometime. I will next time when I do a food stream. I'm thinking about doing a food food streams in the fall. That's what I'm eyeing on. I'll probably take like a Toxic Tuesday 1 month hiatus and cover some food stuff. I would love to have you on as a guest. If you're into that, this is your open invitation. You just let me know on the Twitters of the universe. And
What
thank
about the
you.
beer stream?
Oh, we're gonna do the beer stream in the fall for sure. It's gonna be the month of October. We're gonna take advantage of that sweater weather. We're gonna want that beer where it's just gonna give us feeling nice and warm on the inside. I have a plan for that. October is gonna be the Toxic Tuesday hiatus.
I looked into that with Rod Thunderheart. Rod Thunderheart got a hold of me and he said, hey, I heard you used to own restaurants and bars. How the heck do I send Doomcock a bottle of booze over the border? And of course, we're in the company of the RCMP here. So we also know that you can't do that. Like, it's not allowed.
Yeah.
And I was doing some research, and apparently there is a carrier company that does it legally. So if I wanted to send you beer, I did find a legal way of doing it. So I would like to send you some of that stuff from that Star Trek Brewing Company here in Canada. I wanted you to try the Orion Syndicate lager and so on and so forth. So I am still committed to that stream. I know you asked me to do that, I don't know, like a year ago.
Yeah, you're in.
I'm still in, and I did find a way to do it legally, just so you know, honey.
Okay, awesome. Hey, no, awesome. That's good because now I can find something to send your way. And I'm going to try also for some people, once again, accessibility, because we talk about accessibility. If some people want to just get some from their local area as well. Now, people want to do exchanges. That's good too. If you want to just ship within your country, that's good too. Whatever is easiest to be a part of the panel and contribute. I'm looking at first or second week of October, that Tuesday, when Toxic Tuesday takes a break. We're gonna do. I'm gonna do a 2-part beer panel. That's what it's gonna be, a 2-parter. So it'll probably be first and second. It's gonna be glorious. We're gonna talk beer. We're gonna drink it. We'll have a nice 2-hour conversation. Just talk about the simple things of life while enjoying beer. Well, of course, we're gonna talk about our beer.
Liquor store in your area and ask if they have a sommelier who would like to be on your panel, and just see if they would like to come on, and in exchange for promoting their brand, just like tell them that they can say what place they own, and in so doing, you've done an exchange for services. And wouldn't that be great if you could just do a half an hour with the sommelier, and he could talk about different types of craft beers and the difference between lager and ale and so on and so forth. Reach out to somebody in your local community, a liquor store that has a sommelier. It's usually a big box store, and see if that's something interesting you might want to explore, is what I'm saying.
Beer sommeliers are extremely rare unless it's in the big cities, but wine ones are they're easy to come by. But yeah, I'm sure you have a local beer store or a beer chain or whatever that might be able to hook you up, or you could just Google it too. I'm sure that they wouldn't mind that. That's an amazing idea, Raquel. Outstanding.
Yeah, that is supremely outstanding. That's something I might totally do, because I actually do have a guy who's a manager who works at a local Chicago brewery who I want to have on for either part 1 or part 2 of the beer stream. He's gonna be on one of them. He's gonna be on. He works at a brewery. He's very encyclopedic. Him and I, he sends me stuff of beer all the time. So I don't know if he's got access to it. I'm going to ask him. The least I could do is ask him and find out if he's got it. If he could give me access, awesome. Maybe I can ask if he does that. Does he know someone that does? I'm going to ask him today. He's a good guy of mine named Jose.
It's not just lager and ale, Mr. Rooney.
Oh,
Make
we're doing
sure
all
that you
sorts
cover
of beer.
Guinness, because I'll have Guinness.
That's fine. Hey, this is going to be whatever beer. If you're a lager, if you're a red, if you're a stout, if you're a porter, if you're an IPA, you can come on, Pat. It's just please bring a beer. That's all. Okay. Just bring a beer.
What brewery were you talking about? You know, your buddy that's a manager at?
Half Acre.
What's his name?
His name's Jose. He works.
I probably
downtown
know him.
City.
I probably know him.
Dude. He's a super good dude. I love the dude. And our buddy Ironcaster.
There you go, Ironcaster.
Having a delicious drink himself, and he also sent me some money saying
hard cider,
submitting my deposit for the Nintendo 64 flavors. Oh my god, for $5. Ironcaster, awesome. Thank you. Oh man, that is. You guys are nuts. Oh, this is gonna be that part. Where I have to say that statement about goodbye and plugging channels. And Ironcaster barely got to say a word, but he got the drink. I got to zoom in on him, and he sent me $5. And he's wearing an awesome Fox shirt. Let's show that shirt off, by the way.
Oh, that's very foxy.
I see what you did there. That was
a little
good.
corgi with a.
No, that's a dog. That's a dog.
Oh,
What
it's
does
a
a
fox
fox
dog.
say?
I thought it was a fox.
That's a Shiba Inu, I think.
Oh, that is a Shiba. You're right. It is a Shiba.
It was from a game called I think Valhalla. Basically, it was about it's a indie game where you're like a bartender. I think you
I
get
actually
on
like
PS4.
his shirt. I like the dog shirt.
Yeah, it was a
Right?
cool
How
shirt.
could you not? So, Ironcaster, I apologize that you came in late to a point where, well, it's just now we're about to wrap, but thank you for $5 and drinking some delicious drinkage on screen. And, of course,
my
your
cider.
amazing shirt. Yes.
Oh, let's do it one more time.
Yes.
Hard cider's forbidden fruit. Made with blackberries and blueberries.
Oh, really cool.
What? Blackberries and blueberries. That sounds delicious.
That sounds like an East and a West Coast kind of brew.
Yes, right, LT?
There's a lot of really good ciders out there. That's been the thing I've been going for lately. But
Michigan, yeah, Michigan apples too, eh?
Oh yeah, yes. Nick, thanks for letting me on in the last couple minutes. I mean, it's sometimes it's like, you never know quite what you're getting into when you hop into a live stream, and regardless of what's going on, they can often be at times be just entertaining regardless. So yeah, you can of course guys catch me over my channel Ironcaster.
Mm-hmm.
On Tuesdays I am covering Gundam with Brightest Day, and on Wednesdays now I'm even streaming some Final Fantasy over on the Pop Culture Archivist.
Ooh, Ironcaster. Awesome,
Just started
dude.
the original.
Nice. Hey, dude, thank you for coming out. Once again, thank you for the sweet capital. I appreciate it. I can't wait to have you on tomorrow night to talk comic books. It's going to be glorious. As always, I always have fun talking with you. We're going to continue this ride together, my friend. All right. Till we
And
do
I want
this
to congratulate you real quick on that 500 before I forget.
Oh, dudes, thank you. I mean, this is once again, the journey is still in its very infantile stages. We're not done yet. We're
I can
still
honestly say,
running.
Nick, that you're one of those guys that people just want to go hang out with, where you just hear Nick Weiser's going to be there. I gotta go.
Stop.
Like, I legitimately get into conversations with people from work who started watching your stuff.
Oh,
and it's
God,
not
that's
just because I'm
crazy.
on there, but because like they do like you.
Oh wow, that's really whoa.
I
Sorry.
agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yes.
Oh boy, that's sorry. I'm taking that in a lot. That's a big thing.
It's because you're an everyman, right, Nick? Like everybody goes and gets fast food. Everybody has a beer. Everybody does the stuff you do. Their dad, and they go through all of that,
People-
and that's why they like you so much.
People love the chicken sandwich reviews.
I'm not done. I got another one coming, so it's gonna
Can't wait.
It's gonna be glorious. All right,
We need more food people in the community.
we do. Oh, dude,
And the
I'm
fellowship.
actually working with another YouTuber.
The Fellowship of
who
Food.
wants to get some more food to, so we're going to be doing some collaboration on reviews as well. He's got some monetized channel. Oh, well, the details will get out when we're ready. But Ironcaster,
quarter black.
thank you, Ironcaster. We'll talk. See you tomorrow night. It's going to be fun.
I can't wait.
Thank you. And to not just a subscriber and a great man of knowledge, and also always chasing bad guys, but also taking the time to be on streams, talking comic books, and subscriber, and always watching the videos and content. The Egyptian god himself, Lord Thoth. Plug away, sir.
What a great anniversary today. Congratulations to your 500. This amazing panel. Outstanding people here. Ords, Fat Steven, Raquel with your advice. Those were amazing tirades in air quotes that you guys went through. It was awesome listening to.
So
I
good.
think that your experiences will help out Nick in getting his 1,000 subscribers. Can't wait for that. I'll be there for that as well. And I'm always proud of this fellowship that's become so great and so big, and everybody sharing their knowledge and sharing their experiences. And Clobby, Ironcaster, Fenrir, the boys that were in here earlier, the chat was just amazing today too. And thank you very much for joining us on this journey. It was a lot of fun to be here. It's amazing to see, man.
Sorry.
And I wish you the best of luck.
Every time.
Thank you, Lord
LT!
Thoth. Oh, you are
LT.
seriously the man. And thank you for once again being the mod of one of the great mods. You are awesome and you're a great man. I love talking. It's like, once again, it's like another endless conversation that will go on when we talk comics. And I can't wait to talk with you on comics tomorrow night as well. It's gonna be glorious. If assuming that you're available.
10-4, I'll do my best.
All right. If not, you'll be listening. That's fine with me.
Thank you, everyone. This is going to be very rude. I'm very sorry, but I must
you're good.
interject because Kamloops just walked in the room, and I don't want us to be remiss in addressing him. Kamloops is in the building, and he's asking, is he too late? So I know he's a good friend. So
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
That 70s. If I didn't have to do responsible stuff, I would so let you on. I'm sorry. I really am. And if you're available for Toxic Tuesday, once again, you know the doors are absolutely always open. I feel bad today because he sent me $100 earlier, so it makes this kind of a gut punch, like saying I can't. Yeah, he sent me $100 earlier, so I can't.
Kamloops.
Yes, I'm so sorry, 70s. I really am. You know, I would let you
yeah,
on.
it's a kick in the jewels. That I know. I know
The guy I gotta turn down is the guy who sent me $100.
Yeah,
right now,
I get it.
This is
I get
very
it.
hurtful and conflicting. I'm so sorry, 70s. And Raquel, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Oh, I'm sorry, 70s. I'm gonna get in my car as I go to the grocery store to pick up groceries. So if I'm gonna just cry, I'm sorry, 70s. I'm so sorry. That's you. We have a deal. We'll make up
If
for
I
it.
missed anybody in my thank you, I apologize because I was interrupted. So I use that as my excuse. But
Yeah, right?
thank you.
Very nice. Smart.
Oh. All right. Well, thank you, Thoth. I will see you soon. It will be glorious. And now I'm going to pass this on to the excellent woman of knowledge, an author as well, and one with many experiences, Miss R.M. Briggs. Plug whatever it is you want. You just do what you do best.
Well, first, I want to say thank you for inviting me today. I think you're a wonderful person. I'm so proud of your channel and how hard you've worked on it. And I just think you're a marvelous person. So I wish you the greatest success. And I want to say once again, congratulations. I want to
Thank
thank
you.
everyone who appeared on the panel today. Thank you for supporting this channel, this wonderful person. And please make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you could take it a step further and share this channel and share this stream, that would be really great. I want to thank everyone who wrenched this show and all of the marvelous people who were in the chat. Thank you for being such good friends, and thank you for all of the tips today. It was really cool of you guys, and thank you so much. I do a little show called Saturday Night Star Trek with one of my best friends in the whole world, Clobby, over at Clobberin Times. You can find him. I know that it's difficult to find Clobberin Times on YouTube because there's a couple of people who use Clobberin. So you can find Clobberin Times on Twitter. It's really easy to find him that way. Maybe if one of the wrenches could throw up the URL to Clobby's channel, that'd be really great.
It's in there.
Wonderful. And the guy is a genius. He's just wonderful. You have to sub that channel. I'm also an author, and my craft is short fiction forms, science fiction, short fiction forms, especially flash fiction. And you can buy that at Amazon. If you look up R.M. Briggs, you can also get it on your Kindle device. And thanks for letting me pitch my pitch, Nick.
Oh, the pleasure is absolutely mine. You are an awesome individual, and I love what you do when you bring your voice to the conversation every single time. So never stop being you. I thank you for simply being you. All right. And you and your husband, you both have a wonderful, magical, dazzling rest of your day. Yes, please follow the wonderful RM Briggs here on Twitter. And here are the links to her books on Amazon. Spend your money and support an author and a great individual. Thank you. I am very, very thankful for your time with you always.
Love you. Thank you.
Thank you. Love you. All right. And then the mighty fat one himself, the fat Steven Seagal.
Hold on. I gotta do this right. The mighty fat Steven Seagal. Yeah, you can find me on pretty much YouTube. I do the gaming stuff. Or thank you. I know you love me. Morning Stros. I usually do Monday to Thursday and the weekends where we do gaming usually. I cover Babylon 5 every Monday. Yes, we had Patricia Tallman on. It was fantastic. And if you haven't checked the interview out, please do. We're reaching out to Bruce and Claudia as well. Nick deserves a lot of the attention, as well as if you can't PayPal him, P.O. box him some napkins, because you know he a lot of sandwiches. Just so he has someone to wipe his face. That's not his sleeve, preferably Bounty, because they have the quilted squares and shit. But I appreciate everyone on this panel, Raquel especially. You're always great to learn more from. Clobber, your knowledge is vast, like the Library of Death from Doctor Who. I think I got it right. Sub to anyone on this panel. Give them a shot. Give them an ear. See if they want to. If you want to play with them on a game one time. None of us are here to ever say no. A lot of us are here with open eyes, ears, hearts, and arms. You all deserve a chance to be heard. You all have all deserve a chance to be listened to, as well as just being there. Just be there. We appreciate all y'all, and I appreciate everyone today. Thank you.
All right.
And I do the lunch table.
Steven. Yes, you do the lunch table with the ever so awesome Lorena Creel, which shout out to her, by the way. Thank you, Fat. I'm glad you came on here. I'm glad you gave as much time as you did. Like, dude, you came in here and like had a hysterical second half, and that thing with Tom was glorious. I'm gonna remember that moment for as long as I live. That was glorious, dude.
That was Tom as Macho Man? Wait, that was Tom. Oh shit! I didn't even realize.
Oh, dude,
hi,
Fat.
Tom.
That's seriously. You two had me crying. I'm gonna remember that moment for as long as I'm alive. All right.
Oh, and just a quick one.
Yes,
Shout out to Darius Munchausen for throwing all of these fine panelist channels up into the in the chat there. Thank you very much, and thanks for joining us earlier too. It was great to actually meet you and chat with you.
Yeah.
Right. Shout out Darius Munchausen, Brightest Day as well. Those two have been my mod kings today. Thank you, gentlemen. You're both gentlemen and scouts, and I appreciate you both. And hopefully Brightest Day and Darius will start breaking out prisons together in Vegas when the bad decisions start to roll. And debuting on the channel, and now also my neighbor, Mr. Ord's Board. Please plug away, sir.
Is he peeing?
Wait, what? What's going on right now?
Yeah. You're currently.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, brother.
Wait, hold on. Where am I? Whoa. Anyway, have a good day, everybody. No, but seriously, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude. Seriously,
What's his name?
Dude. To watch your channel grow as quickly as it is just awesome, because I feel like we got a lot in common. It's not just the beautiful hair. Of course, we have beautiful hair. And you are a brother of the Hair de Menace officially, by the way. So, I feel like we should have a Hair de Menace poster where all the guys in the Hair de Menace are like wearing cowboy outfits and like have guns. Like, I don't know, it'd be really cool.
Sounds glorious.
Maybe I'm just really baked. I don't know. Anyway, case in point.
If you're naked in cups, I'm gonna turn away. I'm gonna turn away.
Nick will be the one wearing the assless.
I'm not even wearing pants. I'm wearing.
The gun is a metaphor.
Mind blown. That was good. But no, seriously though, like Nick, man, congratulations, dude. You're gonna hit 1,000 before you know it. There's gonna be people like shouting you out. There's gonna be people coming in. You're gonna get new people you've never met before who are gonna become your biggest fans. But most of all, thank you to the chat. Thank you to the people who come in and watch these things, because without you guys, we're just a bunch of weirdos screaming into the void. And you guys are there to listen to it, to pick it up, to catch it and support us. And believe it or not, it's crazy how much people want to support. And you know, to talk about, we were talking about different ways to have your audience support you, whether it's financially, whatever, socially, with the social media and stuff. People want to support, and thank you guys for that. Thank you guys for wanting to support us and kind of help us live our dream a little bit. And we love to entertain. We love to provide content. There's just something about this that makes us feel like we kind of belong in a way, like we found a place, you know, and we found a place to be. And this channel provides that, you know. It's why you're growing so fast. It's a natural growth. People are coming in, subscribing to the channel, and loving the content. But mostly it's you, Nick, that they love. So, but the chat, thank you guys so much. Seriously, like, you guys are absolutely amazing. And anybody who's come to my chats and my things, thank you for the love and the support. But subscribe to these guys. Seriously, let's get Nick to 1K, because he deserves more than that. So let's get him there, and we're gonna provide you guys with the best content we can. So
don't false advertise now.
No, shut up.
Wait,
okay, well, everybody but Fat Steven is going to provide you with the best content that they can, because
listen to the Great Patch,
the grifter. Anyway, because
I am a grifter.
I'm just saying, man, like it's just great to see this, and you guys coming in to support us is like, you make us feel like rock stars, and there's really no words or anything other than thank you that I think we can express. And I think the panel would agree with you guys, or agree with me, that we're just so thankful that you guys make us feel as important as we feel, because we love this. We love doing this for you guys. So thank you. And I'm done talking. So get me off this fucking screen, man.
All right. Orange Board, you are the man, dude. I will, in the next few days, I'll be messaging you. We're gonna set up a date or a mandate, whichever we want to do, whether it's a double or a mandate. We're gonna get some burgers, and it's gonna be glorious. All right, thank you again for being awesome.
I could go for a burger right now. Like,
go eat a burger for me. I'm gonna get rid of your screen so you can go get that fat-filled burger.
Hold on. Let me ask you this: what about a taco on a burger?
Oh yeah,
well, let's do it. Let's do both. I got Mexican out here
with
too.
A taco in the middle. What the hell?
All right, there's somebody more important than me on the screen right now.
But what if the taco crust was a pizza?
My God.
What about having maple barbecue sauce?
Oh my God, you're killing me. You're killing me. My salivatory glands. You're killing me. All right. Anyway, so come on. Somebody more important on the screen. Talk to this amazing.
All right, Clobbering Times, you know what to do. I don't need to tell you.
Nicholas, my good friend, and you have been a good friend in the time that I've been, since I moved to YouTube a little over a year ago. Brother, congrats, big time. This is only one step. You are onward and upward, up and away, buddy. You will continue to grow, because you have a great channel, and everyone loves you, man. You do a wonderful job here, brother, and I appreciate it. And you are a good friend of the show. Soon, we got a show to do soon, as you know. We'll get together.
Yes, we do. We got a couple of things in the works.
Absolutely, man. And as you know, on Clobbering Times, it is all of August, as always. Jack Kirby month, the King of Comics. We celebrate the great King of Comics. I've been doing it all month, and that culminates into Saturday. There'll be a Clobbering Times double feature in the afternoon. It is not only is it Clobbering Times episode number 900, my 900th overall episode, only 200 on YouTube, but 900 overall over the past 12 years. I'll celebrate that by celebrating Jack's birthday. He would have been 104, so I'm going to count down. Oh, and picking these is a nightmare. He is 104 greatest comic book covers, or at least the ones in my opinion. So just a little slideshow, so we'll sit back, have a little fun, showing some wonderful Kirby art. I believe the lovely Purple Valkyrie may join me, and anyone else who wants to stop by or whatever to hang out. So it's a combination celebrating my 900th, and more importantly, celebrating the king of comics, because so many of us here wouldn't be here without all of his wonderful creations. So, and then of course Saturday night, my wonderful first officer and I will review. We're in the midst of reviewing Star Trek, all of Real Trek 66 through 05, and we're just starting out the second season of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Just started that last week. 4 more episodes this Saturday night, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, my friend. And thank you. And great to be here with this wonderful panel. All of you have a fantastic, out there in the chat, fantastic rest of the day.
Clobbering Times, thank you. Once again, you are a walking encyclopedia. I know you hear that a lot, but you live up to it. And I love the conversations that we have on books. It's like we always have new ground to cover, and we always make it fun, and we just keep each other on our feet to just keep it entertaining for us too. And we have I never get sick of chatting with you. It's just we're an endless conversation, and we're gonna keep it going, my friend. And whether it's Global Geek Gang, or it's more Batman, whether it's more DC, whether it's just us just being bros talking regular comic books, Jack Kirby, it's gonna be great. And I look forward to talking to you many more times for years to come. And
Indeed.
Let's do this again. And I'm assuming you'll be around tomorrow night after Paulie's panel.
Sure.
Okay, if not,
is he able to stream again?
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
Not as of this morning.
It's a shame what's happening with that, but I don't think so yet.
BS like usual.
It is terrible.
Yeah, hopefully that gets recovered. But yeah, Clobbering, I always appreciate you. You're one of the first guys once again that gave me a voice on here, and I will always be in debt to you for that. So thank you. This is amazing. And to this whole panel, you guys are all awesome. The chat, the mods, all the people who sent me crazy amounts of money, and that 70s Rock fan, I'm still super, super, super sorry I can't have you on that. Once again, it's a gut punch not being able to have you come on when you gave me the biggest bang for the buck, and I can't have you on as we'll wrap up. But we'll do this again. And 70s, I'll have you on a panel and 100 more, and that's a promise. And I'll make sure I send you some sweet cash in return. To the chat and to the panel, I literally got to get out of here. You all have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see some of you tomorrow night on Friday Night Comic Talk, and some of you might see me on another stream tomorrow on someone else's channel. Have a great day. Have a better evening. Enjoy each other, and we'll do this again very shortly. Thank you, guys. Till next time.
Everybody. Goodbye.
Bye, everybody.